Warning. Four Letter Friday is an off-the-cuff opinion and entertainment podcast. It is 18 plus, as there may be scenes of nudity, graphic violence, and yes, there will be some fucking swearing. Life can be rough, so get a fucking helmet. The opinions expressed herein are the views of the participants and do not necessarily reflect the views of MGTV or the Hidden MGTOW. Viewer discretion advised.
Up in a body bag.
Old school for you. Check it out. You're the science that I spit and the knowledge that I kick makes a feminist get sick and they start to bitch a fit like an 8-man tent, cause they all get bent out of shape when it's over. 31st of October night of the living quicksand, staircases of quicksand. YouTube is the shit, fam, MGTOW is the pimp hand. Don't be a dense fool, follow the Pence rule. Always watch your back cause them skeets on attack and it's whack. Got a 52%, got the 48 to spend. Hell sent, you can't even make a dent when you're paying virtual rents and it don't make no sense. How the fuck you supposed to eat when you haven't got your sense to rub together? Gotta be tougher than leather, I'm a veteran. You can bet your ass that I'm better and more clever than the average thought. I thought you thought that you were smart, but Joe, you got caught. The clown makeup for the world to see, coming out looking like a fucking monkey. Third way gas face, please wash your head. Go home and go the fuck back to bed. Now that we ain't listening, we caught you all pissing in your pants. Now that men are dirty with romance, there's no more old and no more new. There's no more borrowed and no more blues. The dues have been paid, so yo, hit the sticks. You wouldn't even know what to do with a man like this. I dismiss your shit list and your raised fist. I dissed you cause you're witless and your days are missed.
Hey, what's up? TGI motherfucking F. Oh my god, I left work early today because my back and my neck were killing me. I guess I got this new thing now. If we're gonna have this big of a change in the weather, then I'm gonna have a fucked up neck. I'm just gonna have to fucking come to grips with that shit. That's some bullshit. I don't know what happened to the chat, man. Like, I was able to put the background see-through before without it fucking up the words, but now when I do it, the words disappear. Fucking bullshit, man. What the fuck? Well, it's Friday, so you know what time it is. You know what motherfucking time it is. Here we go. It's ironic. The only thing that's going down in price is beer. Well, piss water. And shit. That's more money than Dylan Mulvaney got paid to do that.
Wish I knew how to quit you. Why don't you just let me be, huh?
Oh god. There are no guns in Britain. Oh jeez. Best we can do is unlimited debt ceiling until January 2025. Yeah, no doubt. Justin Trudeau. This guy's like fucking telling the truth right here, man. A pizza is basically a real-time pie chart of how much pizza is left. That's fucking brilliant. Oh shit, son. Oh no. Yeah, I know, right? Stimulus. There's that rainbow again. I'm out of time. Am I
How's
too
it going,
loud?
YouTube? I am
good.
back. We're here to talk about woke world once again. It's getting crazy out there, straight up nuts.
If you put glasses and a wig on a blobfish, it becomes an angry left-wing activist.
And we got some weird stories for you. We got one about 2 women being fired for actually trying to stop shoplifting going on. We've seen so many clips recently of people just getting away with shoplifting. 2 women stood up, tried to do something about it, and they were the ones that got fired. But as I always say first up, if you want to help me out, hit that like button and that subscribe button as well. And if you do hit that subscribe button...
Oh, by the way, that hissing in the background, that's the fans I got going. It's fucking hotter than a motherfucker. It's finally going down a bit, but that's only because there's a thunderstorm coming.
Make sure you hit all notifications, because I'm struggling here. Oh, God, no, not again. Oh, more horrifying images. This is the world
Yo,
we're
Drake
stepping
put on
into
some
in
weight.
2023.
Yo.
That was an ad campaign by Calvin Klein.
Drake. Oh my God, what the fuck? So much for fresh produce. This is why Walmart is closing. Look
Let's
at
go
this.
for the supermarket freak out here.
What
So
do you call
this is
this?
in Walmart.
Look at this crazy girl, y'all.
Now people are gonna come in later
She
and
won't
buy
get
that
us cut
shit
out.
and not know that she's putting her ashy knees all over
Get
the fucking
down.
produce.
Michelle,
Rubbing
get
her
down.
crotch on the shit.
Michelle, get down.
Get your fucking crotch out
I
of
think
there,
this
man.
is more of that
She's trying to steal.
fatherless
She's trying to steal apples with her fucking cooch.
behavior going on.
Michelle, get down.
Get your fucking itchy
I'm
crotch
leaving you,
off the
bye.
fruits.
I'm leaving you. I'm leaving you. Bye.
Why are you even
Get the
fucking
fuck-
still
get
standing there?
down.
Get the fuck away
Michelle,
from her.
get down. Get down.
I'm fucking the fruits. I love fucking the fruits. I'm
Get
fucking the fruits.
down.
I mean, what the fuck is wrong with people these days?
Michelle, get down.
That's nasty.
Yo. Michelle, you're going to get locked up. Get down. Look at
Like, what even is
What the
this?
fuck?
What even is this?
That's
But I think putting this person in a straitjacket would do everyone a favour.
like if she got
Now
that
let's get to
wop,
this story about
it's all
these
over
2
the
women
fruit, man.
who actually stood up. Like, we want to stop this shoplifting
Oh,
going
yeah.
on.
Oh
But
yeah,
they
this
were the
is
ones
nice.
that lost their jobs. Check this out.
No, no, seriously.
What the?
2 Georgia women say they were fired from their jobs at Lululemon after calling police to report this robbery, which
Holy
one of
fuck,
them
dude.
caught on camera.
No.
It's like it's hot girl
Jennifer
summer. We
Ferguson
gotta
and
get this
Rachel
shit off the
Rogers
street.
describing to NBC affiliate 11 Alive Atlanta the horrifying moments, the merchandise at the Peachtree corner store.
So what is that? Like fucking $80 a pair in the store or some shit? I don't know what the fuck they're worth. I have no idea. But I'm gonna say they're probably really expensive for fucking nothing. And they're about to go up in price. Like they're gonna double in price now because of this type of shit. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more they steal, the more valuable the fucking product becomes to steal.
Store was stolen.
How many times have we seen videos just like this? These criminals come in, take whatever they want, and just piss off. You finally...
You know what? If you know like it's gonna be like this, and you work at the fucking place, I would carry a taser and fucking tase that motherfucker, and I'd be like, no fucking video. Take your clothes back, kick the guy out. If you come back, we're gonna fucking cattle prod your ass. We're waiting. Come back.
get some people
Bring your
here
boys.
who were just like, bugger this, we're going to get in touch with the cops.
The Peachtree Corner store was stolen.
They swiped until they couldn't hold any more product and ran out the door.
We didn't really feel very protected or like know what else to do.
The women say they were fired from their jobs after they
Protected.
decided to call the police about the shoplifting, something they say they were told is against company policy. So what are they supposed to do instead?
You kind of clear a path for whatever they're going to do, and then after it's over,
So
you
what's the
scan
point
a QR code.
of having a store?
Rogers, who says she's worked at the company for 5 years.
Clear a path and then scan a QR code.
Like, you can't tell me that this isn't all about when they say fucking Great Reset, this is what they're doing. Same thing with the beer companies. That they know if they put a rainbow on something, people are going to boycott it and destroy the company. So if they want to destroy the economy, all they got to do is put rainbow flags on everything, and everybody will stop buying the stuff, and then there goes the market.
Like, what the fuck is going on? I can understand not wanting staff to be attacked.
People are being played like a fiddle right now,
But
and they
this
don't
is
know.
basically just saying, take whatever you want, we're not going to do shit. What has happened to people's brains? Their brains have vacated their bodies. What is going on? Where's the common sense? If you can get the police involved, get the police involved.
Hey,
And in this
what's
case
going
here,
on?
Hey, I was just about to say that to you. How you doing?
Fuck, it's been a long time since I talked to you, man.
Yeah, man, a long
Shit.
time. How you been, brother?
Oh, man, living the dream. I had a sore neck all day today.
Yeah. So, what you watching?
Oh, just this craziness. I don't know where. I think this guy's from Australia, but he does like he like grabs crazy shit from the web and makes fun of it.
Yeah, I've come across his content before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love it. I just like the way he talks. It's like, get the fuck out of my stinking ass.
Yeah. There are some channels like that where they kind of they speak what's on your mind.
I love it. It's what it's supposed to be. Oh my god!
Cool.
Have you ever like signed out of your YouTube and then looked at what's on YouTube just for the regular guy coming in? It's creepy.
Well, I got more of an alarming cut because when my kid is on YouTube.
Oh no, yeah.
So I see a lot of it is absolutely madness. It's hard to even. It's psychedelic, sort of trippy, kind of. What the hell is this?
And a lot of like, you know how like in school primary colors and all that shit. Well, they're making like every video's got to have like rainbow colors in it.
Yeah,
it's really weird. Like they're like squishing Jello, and it's like 6 different colors of Jello, and they squish the Jello one at a time. It's like, what the hell is this shit?
Yeah, see, it's a tricky one because there is this argument, particularly like if you're dealing with autistic, where it's kind of therapeutic. It's a little bit like ASMR.
Oh, that's like Mysteriously Kind and is watching women in high heels crushing shit.
Yeah, but there comes a point where this is just mind-numbingly. It borders into like an addiction type of psychosis or hypnosis. I think hypnosis is a better way of putting it. So yeah, so the kids are being hypnotized. And the thing is, I'm using kids as an example, but there's nothing really stopping it on a kind of more adult level. It's just.
Oh, I believe it's there. Yeah, 100%.
You replace this slime with something else, and adults are now in a state of hypnosis.
Well, that's kind of what I was saying right before you came in. I was talking about how, like, you know how all the elite people, they're talking about, we need to do a great reset.
Yeah.
Well, what's an easy way to do it? They figured out the magic key to destroy the economy. All you got to do is put rainbow flags on stuff, and then people will boycott the economy.
I
you
think
want to
that's
wreck
a little
a company?
bit
There you
different,
go.
but it kind of, yeah, I think that's a little bit like with the rainbow flags, woke, labels, banners of virtue. I think essentially that's what it's coming down. Is how to make yourself feel special.
Yeah.
But
they don't care if the company goes right into the shitter, as long as they can keep promoting that the whole way into the down the toilet.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's
weird.
It's not exactly a good business model, is it?
No.
I mean, a business is to make profit, is to invest, to have staff, to sell goods or services, make money, make a living. And then when you start to put the message or virtue above that, it's a recipe for disaster. You know, you hear about all these cafes who, like, some as an example, like a feminist cafe who are only going to serve women.
Yeah.
How long does that cafe, or a socialist cafe where their policy is pay what you feel like, pay what you can afford?
Well, I think both of those places only lasted 2 weeks. Both of them.
Right, like yeah, it's not enough for the overhead costs.
They don't get that shit though.
You know,
they think someone should be giving them the coffee for free.
Yeah.
They believe everybody should have their jobs, but everything should just be free. It's fucking weird.
Right, and work for nothing, and then have the complaint that as an individual they feel like they've got the raw end of the deal, but it's like, but you chose to do that. So basically hypocrisy starts to seep in, where it's like, oh, I see, so you expect everyone else to work for free, but you want to rake in the money.
Yeah, give us a raise. What's up, Red Pill?
Yo, Wind.
Yo, what's the topic?
Oh, we were just randomly talking as usual.
Yeah,
right.
Stuff.
I was just I started off by saying that they've been talking about doing a great reset, but they can't figure it out. But now they've figured out what to do. All they got to do is put a rainbow flag on a beer can, and that destroys the company. Move on to the next one. Target, put a rainbow on the kids' bathing suit. Boom, they're done.
I got a better idea. Why don't we start making our own clothes? Why don't we start producing our own food? You can't
some people are trying to do the food, not so much with the clothes. I don't know anyone making clothes, but
look here. Let me break this to you. You got, if you can get cotton seeds, and you know how to make it into a cloth.
Oh no, Red Pill's gonna get us back on the plantation picking cotton.
No. At this point, it's like
come on down to Red Pill.
First off, we gotta get over that trauma. We gotta get over that trauma.
You can't what is it? Color Purple's coming out soon again. Another one.
I don't like. Stop watching the movies. Either produce your own movies or stop watching them. Like I said, you got to get over that trauma, and these movies are perpetuating it, are making sure that nobody can get over the trauma.
Keeps you in that state of mind.
Exactly, and look here. First things foremost, if you can grow your own clothes, make your own clothes. You're gonna shut a lot of these industries down. At this point, you know what? Why focus on one company at a time? Why not just shut it all down and make the rich bastard broke?
I can braid my own hair.
I can cut my own hair.
The trouble
is, look here. What they don't realize is as long as people are paying into the corporations, they're making money. If these corporations keep shooting themselves in the foot, at this point, start making your own stuff. Start making your own tools. You got enough people who blacksmithing ain't difficult, ain't too difficult. It ain't impossible.
Start making your own moonshine and meth.
Right, it's legal in certain places. It's legal to brew your own beer.
You need to make your own sort of local communities ID, like local.
Right, like
yeah.
Right, make your own community self-sufficient. Stop basically falling into the trap of the trauma, because the thing is, it's just going to continue perpetuating the trauma over and over again to make sure it's fresh in the next generation's mind. You know,
it's almost worse now.
Yeah,
I'm trying not to make it psychological, but it's hard
That is
to.
why look here. That is why they keep making the remake of. That's why they made the remake of The Color Purple. That is why they made Wakanda Forever, so that
Well,
mugs continue to be traumatized by the stuff that people did a long time ago, so that they can't do it themselves. They don't want to do it themselves.
Yeah. The point, they don't want to do it themselves, and they want to be cared for other people to do it for them. And so they got no real abilities to be self-sustaining. They're reliant, they're dependents. So they have to push forward the message.
Plus, it also gives them that entitlement.
The thing is like exactly. They want, like, first things foremost. Every one of those fat bastard corporations, they run on us, on workers. If you don't got workers, you don't make money. You know, you want to talk about the carbon footprint? Okay, let's see how much that carbon footprint changes when people start growing their own produce. And reefer trucks are just like truck companies are trading the reefer trucks for dry van and flatbed.
Over here, we've got so much being pointed out with this whole carbon nonsense thing.
It is absolute nonsense because people are not self-sufficient.
Yeah,
people have become lazy.
There's such we got this like ULEZ ultra low emission zone that's being rolled out, and it's not stopping people from using their vehicles. All it's doing is racketeering from people.
Look here, guess what? This is going to happen. People start buying them really old trucks, and start using cooking oil. The oil companies ain't going to be too happy.
The water. Dude, I was seeing a thing on YouTube about the dude that made the water engine, and they killed his ass.
You can't kill everybody. You can't kill everybody.
People are almost figuring it out.
You can't kill everybody.
Apparently, he made an engine that he could break down the molecules of the water and use it to make an internal combustion engine.
And oxygen.
And
hydrogen and oxygen. You
so
can
they
run a car.
Smoked his ass, but then they turned around and they say that it's not possible to make that engine, but then at the same time they say that it's possible to make a water additive that will make the gasoline last longer. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's not last longer. It gives it a shelf life.
Exactly.
It gives it a shelf life. Ethanol is nothing more than a shelf life.
Not ethanol, water.
Yeah, it gives it a shelf life. Now you've got microbes floating all around in your fuel tank. All right, I got to get ready to go because I'll be back shortly.
All right.
Maybe. All right.
Peace. All right, peace out. Yeah, that was a weird video, man. I was like, oh shit, man. They always do that shit. As soon as somebody makes any kind of like free energy of any kind, man, they smoke his ass.
Well, arguable about free, air quote free.
Well, I mean, it costs you the water, right? You're breaking it down. You're making something else out of it, but
yeah, well, but yeah, like in terms of controlling it, rubber stamping it, you know.
Yeah, I'd be afraid if they wanted to use water, because then they turn around and make water super fucking expensive, and then everybody would be dying of dehydration.
Well, water is already kind of getting a bit, like, all the prices are going up.
Oh yeah.
Like over here, I think there's a law saying you're not even allowed to collect rainwater.
Mhm. I heard that one. They're making laws all over the place where you can't burn wood anymore too.
Yeah.
So there's another thing that you can't just go out and freely take what you need and replace it. Too much carbon, but the carbon does something. It doesn't poison the planet, it feeds the planet.
Yeah, it's like, aren't we all made of carbon? Aren't trees made of carbon?
There's no amount that we could put in the air that would actually overtake the Earth's ability to balance itself. Because the more carbon you put, the more plants you get. The more plants you get, the more the balance goes back to oxygen for people.
Yeah, and parts of Asia, they're not doing anything about emissions. If anything, they're opening up more coal stations.
Well, that's just it. See, all North America and Europe and all that, they all sent all their manufacturing to China. So they get
Yeah.
away with the most dirtiest shit now. It's like they pollute now more than they ever did, and it's only because they all sent their manufacturing to one place. So
Yes.
there's nowhere to dump it all. It all ends up dumped right there in that one spot.
I mean, I heard something about like if the entire UK was submerged underwater, like was eradicated, disappeared off the planet, it would make zero difference to the global climate issue.
Oh, for sure.
So then it's kind of like, well, why is the UK getting so stringent on everything?
Because they want to get us down to zero, and there's no such thing.
No.
Zero carbon means we all stop breathing. So they're fucking Satan worshippers. Death cult.
Yeah.
Like, what else can you
and
say?
they'll say that people like this conversation and people like us, we're conspirators and naysayers, but more and more people are waking up.
That's just it. I was just watching a thing where there's like a whole bunch of doctors. It's in my playlist. We'll play it later, but there's a whole bunch of doctors that are finally coming out because now it's okay to speak. And they're talking about all the shit about the last like 3-4 years. And they're like the whole time that they've been silenced and stuff. And the thing is, people were out here saying this stuff, but there was no doctors backing us because the ones that would back us were all being silenced. So it made us look like lunatics. Meanwhile, at the same time, it's actually the other way around. We knew it all along.
Yeah, it doesn't. It adds clout to the argument, but it shouldn't really have been necessary, man. Like, just exercise some critical thinking, and you'd see that these policies.
I think you expect too much of the public, though.
Well, that's it, you know. So that kind of brings up an interesting question: how much of what's happened, how much accountability do people have? Because essentially it was the people who enabled these leaders and granted them the powers to then abuse the population in such a way.
Well, you've seen it first here in Canada, right? Because like by the time the people got around to protesting, it had been way too late and the damage had been done. Because what happened was, we have a thing called the Emergencies Act here, that if you have some kind of crazy thing, like say a pandemic, you can put this Emergency Act on, and it lasts like a month. And within that month, you can suspend all civil liberties to put people that are stuck in their homes and all that shit. But the thing is, they didn't use it. When COVID came around, they just said, hey, would you mind staying in your house? And then it turned into, you need to stay in your house. The more people would stop listening, they would start getting more and more strict about stuff. Meanwhile, they still never used the Emergencies Act to take those rights away. They just took the rights away. And people just went with it. So they kept pushing it as far as they could until finally the people protested. And once the people protested, then they put the Emergencies Act on. Right. So that they could squash the dissent.
Yeah.
And they went through and they started going into, they made the banks go into people's bank accounts and freeze them.
All right. But it shows you just how
it's the people's fault.
Yeah, and how willing they will just, without question, comply and shackle themselves up.
And they would actually try to stomp on people like me to make sure that it went through the way that they wanted it. Just the regular folk would be screaming at people to put their masks on and all that shit.
Well, it in such a kind of
getting arrested over it.
Everyone is potentially a threat to them, because you never know when someone might say something that's opposed or against or controversial, you know. So even if it's by accident, you know. So it's kind of like you want to control the sheep, but at the same time you want to prevent the sheep from being sheep. Well, they're too dangerous just being sheep. I don't know, I'm making a bad analogy here. But
I kind of see what you mean by that, though. They're still kind of dangerous because sheep still have to be herded. You want them to just walk in line without having to be asked.
Yeah, it's kind of like you're from the higher ups. They've got this expectation that every single person is willing and going to sacrifice themselves without question.
Yeah.
And it's just unrealistic.
Very. I guarantee that the numbers of people that they say submitted to things, I guarantee were way, way overblown.
Yeah.
Or else they wouldn't have got more and more steep with what they were doing.
I mean, it's kind of amazing they've managed to get this far with it. And it's got a rippling effect, and like it's going to take generations for things to turn around. So, like you said earlier, the damage has been done, and severely. I don't know. In some ways, we're kind of lucky that it could have been a lot worse, perhaps, but that's not to justify it at all. It's still sickening.
I think it's actually going to get worse.
Well, they got no choice. They have to try and, by hook or by crook, force it. They kind of make their bed and have to sleep in it. So we just got to hope that they haven't got the attitude. And the thing is, they probably would have the attitude that, like, if they're going to go down, they're going to take as many people down with them.
That's what I think it is. They've already made their mind up to take everything down.
Yeah.
That way they can control the fall.
Well, and also so that they're not the only ones gonna, go down, as it were. It's that kind of spiteful vindictiveness. It's like, screw you guys, you won't let me be your tyrant of a leader, then
burn it to the ground.
Yeah.
I totally believe that my prime minister would do that. 100%.
Meanwhile, in their kind of deluded mind, we'll be thinking, ha ha ha, see what's happened. You're gonna wish you were my slaves now. You're gonna wish I was your leader. And it's like, well.
The last thing that they want to do is get caught by themselves out in the streets.
Yeah, well,
it's already bad.
In the UK, we see some of that going on, like with the mayor of London. He's going on about the carbon emissions of the vehicles, and there he is driving around in like a £500,000 armored vehicle, and won't stop for if people want to ask him a question. He's the mayor of London. You should be able to ask him a question, but he won't.
I think he's extremely shady.
Yeah,
I think
he's super dodgy.
I think there's lots of bad about that dude.
The thing, well, there's lots of. It's coming out of, what's the right expression? Like, a lot of celebrities, TV presenters, people in public figure positions are getting exposed now, which is a good thing.
Yeah, I'll start with that fucker Jimmy Savile, that greasy fucker, and Gary Glitter.
Yeah, well, we've got now Philip Schofield
and Sam fucking, what's his name? Sam, what is it?
Yeah.
Sam, no, what the fuck? I don't know what his last name is. Sam Smith.
But it opens up another set of problems, because yes, people are giving each other side eye and exposing the corruption, but it also means you have to be ultra careful. Well, people like us, we don't really need to worry in that sense, but those who are going to be like influential, they need to make sure they're squeaky clean.
Or at least have the look of it.
Yeah, it sounds like, people are looking for a lynching. They're looking for a witch hunt, who can we blame? Who can we put on the stake and burn? I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but
Well, yeah, there's a pretty big victim mentality that's going around to everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, generally I'm for it because it's good to hold people accountable, and you shouldn't really have a squeaky record. Like you should be like well mannered, well put together. You've got nothing particularly wrong.
I don't really trust somebody that doesn't have a history.
Well, the thing is, it's like if you fart in the wrong direction, you could be prosecuted now.
Yeah.
So like with driving, so if they're trying to make it like you are not allowed to divert your eyes from the road, otherwise you're gonna hit someone. But that's not really how you drive.
No.
So it's making simple, mundane tasks almost impossible to perform without breaking some sort of infringement. Like if you press the button on your AC or something like that, oh no, now you don't have both hands on the wheel. Oh my god, you're going to kill someone. Take away their license.
I've had people in the car like that when I'm driving and I do something. They get all nervous. I'm like, I don't know what you're nervous about. I would hate to be in a car with that person driving because they'd be making me nervous by how fucking they're so nervous driving.
Yeah.
Those are the people that fucking run into people. The ones that are all like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Look out, you're going too fast. Those people get it all the time, man. They always hit me in the fucking back. Oh my god, oh my god. There's an epidemic of old people driving around now.
Oh yeah.
There's so many people that are retired and they're like, well, I'll go down to Home Depot, and they're like they're just putting around. You're like, I got a job to do, can you get the fuck out of the way? They're always driving like 20-30 kilometers under the limit. Cops need to start arresting people for that shit. It's just as bad as speeding.
Like we got a 20-mile-hour limit, and I adhere to the law, but it really infuriates me, and it infuriates the other drivers behind me because obviously I'm holding up traffic.
So you got like a GPS or something that you have to stick to the limit?
Don't. Well, no, but you never know. There might be a speed camera van somewhere, or someone with a speed gun thing. So, I mean, and also just from principle, like, these are the laws. I might not like them, but I'm going to obey them as best as possible. And it's.
But do you really want to be infuriated? Because I got a bad news for you.
No, I get it. Like
all the roads that you're driving on, the speed limits that you have on them are about half what the road is built to and designed to have people driving.
Oh yeah, like these are roads. I mean, we've got narrow streets around here. I'm back in the day, I'd be bombing it. Like, no problem.
But now they're all like, oh well, pedestrian could be. It's like, why in the fuck are there pedestrians wandering out in the streets? Should they not be on the sidewalks?
Well, they've got right away now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
and some of these
it's
kids,
insane. It's backwards
because they know that the law is on their side.
Yeah,
they're kind of playing chicken with the cars.
Guess
like,
what?
I dare you to hit me. It's like, oh man.
Guess what happens when you get hit, though?
Well,
sometimes you don't win that prize.
Yeah,
I've seen it happen. People just walk out thinking, I got the right of way. Bonk. Well, now you're on the other side of the intersection on the hood of someone else's car.
Well, it just shows you how, like, I mean, some people do it because they want an insurance claim. But it's kind of like
they just throw their bike in front of your car and then they're like, oh!
Right, or something like that, yeah. But it could, like, jokes aside, I mean, you want an insurance claim, but you're going to put your own life at risk. And I could literally, I could crush your skull going at 5 miles an hour. Do you really want to die being hit by a car at I'll be laughing at you.
Well, you know what? I've heard the excuse, because I've had that argument with people that are strictly pedestrians and public transit people. I've been like, that you don't win that, right? And they're like, they have brakes. And it's like, do you know that for a fact? Every single vehicle coming at you has brakes. Because maybe he doesn't.
Well, vehicles are generally safer than they once were as well.
Generally. But you don't know for a fact. You don't know anything about the car that's coming at you. The guy could be looking out the other way.
I've got this kind of, it's just my own little quirk, but you know, like if you get like a width restriction, do you have that over where you are, like width restrictions? Like, can your vehicle fit through this gap kind of thing?
No, because I think it's because we're newer of a country. Everything was just built bigger already,
Wow.
so that we have room
Yeah.
for stuff. Plus, we had a lot of more
Yeah.
room to do it in.
I suppose. But we get a few of them around here now.
Whereabouts are you? You're in England, aren't you?
Yeah.
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 So like that's before they even had cars. They were making the roads for the most part. You know what I mean? Like everything's tighter.
Yeah, it's tight and windy road. I mean, it's great for like rally driving if you're into that kind of thing. But you've got speed bumps and an obstacle. It's like an obstacle course around here, you know.
Oh yeah, they got speed bumps everywhere here. That drives me nuts.
And vehicles are getting like SUVs, so you're getting a lot of incompetent drivers who don't know their width or how much space they take up on the road.
Yeah.
But I'm very aware of spatial awareness. Like, so when I see a width restriction up ahead, my school of thought is if I'm gonna bang my wing mirror or crash, I'd rather do it at speed than be embarrassed. Like I scraped up really. So
you get
when
stuck. You're like,
yeah, or something stupid like I'll be face palming it so hard. So
they have to ram your car back out.
Yeah, I fly through them.
You might make it all the way through if you go fast enough.
Well, yeah.
Your doors just shred right off.
Yeah, they're all gone, and you're just left in your seat at the other end, just skidding across the road.
That sounds just like a James Bond movie. 100%.
Yeah, but I can't remember why I brought that up. Oh yeah, because it's like if I'm gonna have an accident, I'd rather do it at speed, because then I got a legit. It's like I was driving too fast, rather than I ran someone. Rather than I ran someone over because I was driving so slow and I'm so incompetent.
Well, yeah, because what drives me nuts is the people you're going at speed, and they're at an intersection up ahead, and because we're allowed to turn right, because we're on the right hand side of the road. If you're at a red light, you can turn right. You can you make sure there's no traffic coming. You can turn right. You're fine. You don't have to wait for the red to turn to green. Most places. So a lot of people will just look, see the guys coming at speed, and then pull out doing half speed and just stay doing the half speed in front of the guy that's coming at speed. So he has to like jam on the brakes, and then they drive really slow in front of the guy. It's like, why did you pull in front of him? Why didn't you just let him go by and then drive slow like you want to when there's nobody there? It's like they want to get in front of you and slow you down. Like everybody's kind of like a policeman now with their vehicles. They're all driving like, they get this thing in their head about defensive driving, and they think defensive driving, as long as you follow the law. No, you got to pay attention. You still have to look at the traffic that's coming and judge.
Yeah,
you don't just do it because it's legal to do it, because you could get in an accident.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I don't know.
That's the one.
We sound like two grumpy old men now.
Well, no, it's when we talk about driving, oh my God. There's just certain things that really piss me off about people. It's like, sometimes, like you want to turn right and they'll have a turning lane for you to turn right. And there's also an acceleration lane at the end of it so that you can be in line with the traffic and merge with the traffic and at speed. But the people just stop at the corner of it and stick their head out the window. It's like, that's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to use your mirrors and merge. But they stop almost on a 45 and look out their window. It's like, you're a fucking idiot. I wish you would just stop driving. Get on public transit. That's where you belong. Fuck. But they don't really teach people that stuff. They just say, can you move? Can you parallel park? Can you back up? Good. Here's your license.
Yeah, it's a little bit. I don't know what the tests are like now, but it is kind of minimal in a way.
We have like a written test and then a driving test. And they start off by doing like a written test, and then you get like a year where you just drive on that written test. where you can drive around. You have to have a driver with you at all times. And then after that year, you can go in and do a driver's test. And then you can get another probationary period where if you pass that test, you're on the next level. And then if you stay 1 or 2 years in that level without having any problems, you get your full license by doing a final test. So it's like they test the shit out of you. Meanwhile, the people that are getting licenses here, they've got little scams going and stuff, so they're not really doing the test. They're just driving around the block and giving the guy $20.
Yeah.
Like the big one here, it's like people come, they migrate here, and then they say they don't speak the language. Then they get one of their guys to sit in with them, and that guy just takes money. Yeah, you're a license. Yeah, you're a license. Yeah, you're a license.
Yeah, where the amount of like non-insured or no license people on the roads is quite alarming. But has your highway laws changed much?
Here they've actually increased the speed on our main highways. Used to be 100 kilometers an hour. They've moved it up to 110. Because they're actually, the highways are designed to do like 200 kilometers an hour, basically. Like you do those speeds and you're not going to lose control of your car as long as there's nobody around, right? Like it's designed so that all the angles and all the, like the angles that you turn on and stuff are not going to cause your car to be in an accident.
Yeah.
They over-engineer stuff so that when you're driving at these speeds, there's no reason to get in an accident other than people are cutting people off all the time.
Well, you say over-engineer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hearing that because there is this shift to electric vehicles. On average, they're like my car is 1.2 tons. I think the lightest electric vehicle is already 2 tons or maybe 2 tons. And there are reports that the infrastructure can't handle the extra weight these vehicles are.
Oh yeah, all the bridges and stuff.
Yeah, not just bridges, but just roads in general, like tarmac.
Yeah. Well, they would just change things about that in the end. That's easy fix. Like if the roads can't handle all the electric vehicles' weight, they would just change the recipe for the asphalt so that it would withstand more.
I mean, I bring it up because we got horrendous pothole issues.
Yeah.
There's not enough money to repair the roads. And they do a kind of botched job.
And they usually don't repair them properly. It's the main reason why you get potholes over and over is because you're filling potholes. That's not how you fix stuff. You actually have to cut like squares out of it and make a new road piece. You don't just throw shit in the hole and expect it to stay there. It won't. It'll all break out, come back right back out. Because the problem that caused the pothole in the beginning is still sitting right underneath.
Yeah.
It's usually like there's a piece of soft earth or something right under that spot, and the way to fix it is to actually dig it all out and make it stronger underneath, and then it won't do that anymore. But they don't do that. They go the cheap way and they just keep throwing new stuff in the hole. Take out the old stuff, put the new stuff in, but they don't fix the problem. It's almost like it's meant to keep on happening.
Well, ooh, yeah, another conspiracy. Are they doing it on purpose? Yeah.
There was a big scandal here over price fixing too.
Price fixing for what?
For like heavy construction and stuff. Where all the biggest companies got together and decided when they made bids they were going to bid all high together. Artificially inflate the price together. So that no matter who you had bidding, it was always going to be a high price. They weren't really competing anymore. They were all friendly competing.
Yeah.
You take this job, I'll take that job kind of thing, and you're not supposed to do that shit. You're supposed to actually say who's going to do it the best and the cheapest and all that stuff. They've put in things in place since then to prevent that from happening again. There's like performance rates and stuff that you have to follow now. And all kinds of watchdogs. But I'm sure
Yeah,
every single business has had that.
yeah, those comparison sites. I never used to really think much of them, but this year I used one and got a much better deal on my car insurance as it goes. So I was pretty relieved about that because I was with a insurance company for decades, like loyal customer, and typically they may try to increase the premium, but with a phone call and a bit of haggling down, um, I'll year on year, I would be satisfied. And as you're a more experienced driver, generally your premium comes down. Like the new youngsters now, from what I'm hearing, their insurance are in like £3,000 or £4,000. They can't afford to be a new driver.
Yeah.
My insurance over the years,
Oh, jeez. Sorry.
like I was looking at under 400. Well, more closer to 300. Well, I'll say 350, bang in the middle. But this year they wanted to put it. It was like a 70% inflation on it, so it was like over five. I was just like, no way, no effing way. I've been with you for so long, and you're gonna do this with me. And I was on the phone with them for quite some time, and they would not budge. Well, they dropped it down a little bit, but it was still super high, and I was just like, this ain't good enough. You're gonna have to like. Well, at that point, I did a price. I want a comparison site. I found a much better deal. I said, look, this is what your competitors are offering me. It's either match it or I'm gone. And they still didn't want to do it. So I was like, right, money talks. So I'm going. I'm walking, and but like, it just made me think, what the hell's going on? Because there I was on the phone with them, trying to remain a customer of theirs. I was putting in the work to be like, look, I'll continue to pay you because I've been with you, and I'm happy with, so far anyway, I'm happy with being insured by this company, and it seems like you don't want me to be your customer.
Well, that's just it. They do want you as a customer, but they want you paying just as much as everybody else. They don't care about like there's no loyalty to you. You have to be loyal to them.
That's the thing, yeah. So I was like, well, F that then. So your greediness has cost you a customer.
Well, they don't see it that way because the way they see it is you were going to try to not pay like everybody else, so you're a delinquent. Get the fuck out of here. They're only interested in every widget paying the same, and this widget wants to pay less. Get rid of them.
Yeah. One of their excuses was like, oh, the increase is because of repairs and cancellations. I was like, what repairs? I'm not repairing my audio line. I'm not paying. I haven't been in any accidents. I haven't caused any accidents. So what repairs am I paying for? And then cancellations. And now I understand why. So what are people canceling?
Yeah.
And you're trying to recoup
your problem.
The cost. Yeah. So I was just like, F that, man.
Yeah.
No way.
And again, they're canceling because they're like you. They don't want to pay outrageous amount.
Yeah.
And as far as they're concerned, they'll just jack it up to the next guy. Because eventually they're just going to be the last guy standing, is what they say, is what they think.
And yeah. So
have you ever? Oh well. So yeah, basically you're saying you've never had a claim. So
no,
you don't know what it's like to actually try to get a claim from them. You're only happy with them because they just didn't really fucking rob you the whole time compared to what they're trying now. Whereas if you tried to get a claim during that time, they would have had. There's no haggling with them at that point. They're like, here's fucking peanuts. They don't care what your car is worth. It's smashed. Here's nothing for it. And if you want to fight with them, they say go get your appraiser.
Yeah,
it's not worth your time or money.
I've always marked my vehicle as less than it's actually worth, just to bring my insurance down. Because with a bit of hindsight, like you say, you're not going to get much out of the insurance company. So, should something end up happening, I'm pretty much prepared to be like, well, fine, that car's gone, and I'll have to fork
A
out for a
write-off
new
is
one.
going to be a write-off for you.
Yeah, and I'll have to fork it out of my own pocket. But at least all these years, my insurance, my premium will be reduced. So it kind of works out, I suppose, in the long run.
I
Like,
think they
the amount of
back you
money
more
saved.
if you have a higher deductible, though. That's the one thing. Like, everybody goes for the lowest deductible, and I think that's why everybody gets shortchanged at the end. But if they had like a high deductible, like say £2,000 or something like that, then they would be kind of forced to pay you because your deductible is so high. Whatever it be, it would still be worth whatever they gave in the first place, and it would
Wow.
actually make it so that you got twice that money. But
I mean,
that's
it
because
might
you're paying
help.
from your own pocket.
Well, yeah, it might help a little bit
Yeah,
with
it'll
the
keep
car
your.
prices of the day, but
It'll also
you
keep
know,
your premium a little bit lower because you're not asking them to pay as much.
yeah,
But
exactly.
that's just like the whole thing is you have to have insurance, and so that's why
Yeah.
you're paying outrageous amounts. If you didn't have to have insurance, they'd be scrambling to get your business.
Yeah, no, I
And it
get it.
would
I
make
mean,
sense to have their business because they would actually pay out in those circumstances. But right now they're
yeah,
like king
yeah.
of the hill.
No, I mean, I mean, I'm not opposed to having insurance. I get
Hmm.
the reasons behind it, and I'm happy to pay for it and things like that. But it's good
Exactly.
to have that kind of cover. But um, to sort of swindle it
Hmm.
is will take it. That's why, like, you know, yeah, like my voluntary, I'll pay a higher amount, or I'll try and have it bare bones, no breakdown cover, no replacement car cover, no windshield well, windshield cover is included, but if it was an option, you know, I wouldn't bother with that. And it's just bare bones, just basically what I need
You're pretty
legally.
much insuring the other person's life.
Yeah,
That's pretty much what it ends up being. It's more for like the hospitals, the hospital bills, and all that stuff. Your car, if you write it off, it's written off. Don't expect anything for it. But if you get in an
well,
accident where you're in the hospital, then it's a little bit different.
yeah, and the thing is, it doesn't take much to write up a car. You know, just
No.
dent in a few panels, and boom, you've already exceeded the car's value.
Yeah.
And like I was saying before, like if I'm gonna crash my car, I want to make sure it's a spectacular crash.
It's just you in a roll cage bouncing down the road
Oh
because
yeah,
you
I wouldn't
fucking
mind a
sheared
roll.
off the sides of your car.
Yeah.
Go down those fucking stairs in, where is that? In Italy? Where they have all those stairs going down.
Yeah, they got
James
stairs
Bond.
everywhere. Yeah.
In like a Austin Mini.
Oh no, I don't. I hate those little cars like that. No way.
A Yugo. Or
You go
a Gremlin.
or car or
A Le Car.
those ones that you can park sideways.
Oh my
It,
god.
the length is no wider than the width of an average car. Like, what the hell is that, man?
All the
Driving
wheels
around in a
turn so you
shopping.
can parallel park sideways.
Yeah. No. It's silly little things, man.
Then they'll expect everybody to be driving these tiny little cars so they can make more parking spots for all the tiny little cars.
I am getting a little bit of. I can sense the hostility towards my vehicle because it's like a petrol gas guzzler, and everyone else has got electric. You know.
You should have like a
And
big
my
pipe that comes out of it with black smoke.
well, yeah. See, I was thinking like at some point, like, would I get a lot of hate if I put a spoiler on there or something? You know, something kind of boy racer-ish. Yeah, because
Well,
it's already got black vinyl wrap, which is it's matte, so you could tell that this isn't a stock color car.
and it's
So
also the guy that's in it's probably can punch you in the face, so shut your mouth.
yeah, well,
You'd
it's got
never trust a
interior.
car with matte paint because it means the guy's pretty tough.
Well, it's yeah, but
It's
it
like
shows
RB
up.
style.
Yeah, no, it's it needs replacing at some point. It's kind of worn out and cracking. It's been on there for. It was on there when I bought it, so I didn't actually put it on there. But
Or
in case anyone
is it matte gray because it's all primer?
no, well, it does kind of have a primer look about it. No, but I kind of like it as well at the same time because it just looks a little different, you know.
What kind of car is it?
Honda Civic.
Oh, okay.
So
what
some
year?
love it, some hate it. Well, yeah, 2007, but it's the European one, so it's nicknamed the spaceship. It had this kind of radical look at the time.
Okay.
But compared to the previous one, it is a luxury car. You know, I've never had electric windows or 4 doors or, you know, all this a built-in computer that can tell me all this sort of stuff. So it is kind of fancy.
People here used to hate the 4 doors. It meant that you were like a family guy.
Yeah, technically, yeah, it's a family car. I mean, I got a kid, so I was like, when I was purchasing it, I was like, I want something with a lot of room inside. And
so you can put the kid in the middle.
It sounds silly, but this one has like armrests. It's like, oh, I never had armrests before. It has cup holders. I was like, wow, I'm paying all this money for cup holders. Fantastic.
You don't have to buy those those fake ones that you fucking stick into your air vents.
Oh, clipping shit to the air vent there. No.
Yeah, I was never really a car guy, but I was a car guy. It was kind of weird. Like I never knew the names of a lot of vehicles, but I knew what I liked. There's a lot of different like muscle cars that are cool.
I didn't like it at first. Well, one of the selling points was when I looked at the other kind of model Civics, and I started to notice that the gear stick was like coming out of the dash.
Oh, weird.
And it was some weird, like, I did not like the idea of the gear stick protruding from the dashboard. I'm used to it, you know, down by your side, like a holster. Sort of.
Protruding from the dash, like it wasn't on the steering wheel.
No, it wasn't like paddle shifting or anything. No, it's like.
No, I mean like here, if say you're driving a pickup truck, a lorry, it's got the shifter on the side of the steering wheel. You go up and down with the shifter. An automatic.
No.
Anyways.
No. No. This would be like, you know, where the head unit or something, or your ashtray, if you've got one. Like this car doesn't have an ashtray. It's just got the head unit, pockets for coins or whatever shit you got.
Okay, yeah.
Floating around. It would just protrude out from there, like just underneath the head unit. And I was just like, this is some weird thing.
That is fucking weird.
I want my gear stick going straight down into the transmission.
Yeah, you want it doing where you expect it to be.
I want to be able to ride with like one hand on the gear stick and one hand on the wheel. You know?
Yeah.
So
that's how I do anyways. I only drive automatic because I just know I'm gonna strip the gears out of a manual. Because you got to time it all right, and if you don't time it right, you hear that grind. It's like, oh, it's over. You just fucked it.
Nah, manual's all right.
I had a guy one time. He's like, I need you to move this car for me. I'm like, is it manual or automatic? He's like, it's manual. I'm like, I can't drive stick, man. I don't know how to drive it. I've never driven stick before. Like, you'd have to teach me how to drive, basically. Don't do it.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, I really need you to do it. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna strip your shit. He's like, just do it. It's not hard. I go, strip the fuck out of his clutch. And then he's like, you wrecked my fucking clutch. You know how much that costs? I'm like, dude, I argued with you that I don't know how to fucking drive stick, and you forced me to drive stick, and you expect me to pay you money? What is this, a fucking scam? Get out of here. Fuck. He actually had the nerve to bitch after when the shit was stripped. Because I totally stripped his clutch. Like,
really?
I told him I didn't know how to drive it. Dumbass.
I mean, that must have been pretty severe.
Yeah.
You can get away with a few kind of crunchy noises now and again, I suppose. But
if you've never driven it before and no one shows you how, and you're figuring it out,
I mean,
you're gonna make a couple. Yeah, you're gonna burn it, most likely.
Like riding the clutch. You know, apparently, a lot of people are kind of guilty.
I'm pretty
of that.
sure. I'm pretty sure it was from when I had to turn left at the light.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what it was, because I went right back down to first, and I didn't know how to fucking just roll it out.
I don't know. I mean, I'm
I just let it go and it fucking.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Because I was turning, and I had the steering wheel turned, and it was like it was gonna stall, and I fucking ground it. Yeah, it was bad. That's why I couldn't be a race car driver, because I've never heard of automatic race cars. If there was a racing track where everybody had automatic cars, like, I'm pretty good with an automatic. I can go pretty good. I know how to make it shift gears by the gas pedal and shit.
Yeah, it does. Like,
you have to get it up to a certain amount of revs, and it'll shift gears.
Yeah, and well, if you've got a manual, you can decide that yourself.
Yeah,
you can be like, I'm going to
but if you
redline
make a
this
mistake, it's a very expensive mistake. So it's like, I'd rather not even fuck with that.
Oh, there's this thing called the, what do they call it? It's like the money. It's like a money shot kind of thing, where I don't know if you're in fourth gear and you slam it into second, it's just too. Your synchros are just way. They're so far out.
Yeah.
But it just
that brings you down to more power, and it just fucking blows the engine apart.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah. All the teeth just fucking.
Ooh, yeah.
Pistons are flying through the hood.
Bits of metal, like holes in the belt, the crankcase.
You get a fan belt right in the face. Oh fuck! I've seen people on snowmobiles blow them up like that. Just watching a guy who's going across a lake, frozen lake. He opened it up as fast as it would go, and it was pretty good, until it fucking blew up. The whole cab blew off the front of it, and all these parts were flying everywhere. And it just slowed right down because there's no power. So it just like, and all you see is parts everywhere on the lake. You had to walk around picking up little springs and screws and shit.
Well, I'm not gonna. I do push my car a little bit. I mean, it's part of having the fun, isn't it? Yeah, I got the wannabe boy racer spirit in me. It's just unfortunately being in the UK and regulations. There ain't no mods really going on.
I can. When I was younger, I did stupid shit. Like, you have one car, it gets you to work, and you're gonna go and race it like a fucking idiot, and then you blow something, and then you're like, oh yeah, now I can't even go to work. That was stupid. If you want to like race it and shit, you need a second car, unless you want to ride the bus to work.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Because I've done it before, man. I used to do donuts with an automatic front wheel drive. And people are like, how do you do that? I say, the opposite way you would do it with a normal car. You just go in reverse, and you can get that fucker sideways. Oh my god, hang on a sec. I gotta go and stop that door. Yeah, sorry. The door was just bang, 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 because the thunderstorm was coming.
Batten down the hatches.
Yeah. It's actually gone down to 24 degrees, thankfully. It was up at like 32 earlier. I'm like, it's just too hot, man. It's too fucking hot. That's like Florida temperatures. Whoa. True Sherman in the house. Mr. Sherm.
Hello?
Hey, what's going down?
Oh, what's up? Oh, it only works. It doesn't work in the other.
What's that?
Oh, it does now. This, my earphones are dying. I'm sorry about that.
They're dying? Is it the wire, or are they battery operated?
I think it's the base more or less. So I got to keep it kind of straight. So I got to get some duct tape. That's just the answer to this problem.
The base.
Yeah, like the wiring at the base I think is a little
Where you
off.
plug into the computer?
Yeah, I'm not on the computer though, I'm on the phone.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. How you guys doing? How you doing,
Chilling.
Mr. Billy?
I've been.
Hey, you sure? Been a long time since I've seen you, man. You're in the dark.
It's been it feels like it's been a long time since I've seen a lot of people actually.
Oh, okay.
That's because you missed last week, man.
Is it?
Yeah.
I missed 1 week and it feels like fucking centuries, man.
Exactly. That's what happens. That's what happens when shit happens every week. When you miss one, it's like, whoa.
Well, what did I miss last week?
Barely anybody came through, but Della was here.
I know she was here. You didn't have to tell me that part.
She got mad.
Why?
The next day, she had a stream, and I went onto her. Chat, and she's like, "Why you didn't give me a wrench? Why you didn't give me a wrench?" And I'm like, "You know why I can't give you a fucking wrench? Why do you keep fucking?" And she's like, "All right, well, if you're not gonna back me, I'm not gonna back you then." And I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Well,
and then I'm like, "Okay, look, I've known you a while. Fuck it. You need a wrench so fucking bad. I'll give you a wrench, but you can't ban people. You can't fucking block people if I hear any shit." And she was already gone, and she had already unsubbed from me and fucking took away my wrench on her channel, and I'm like, oh my god. As if
you gave her a wrench to this channel?
Yeah, and then fucking
Wait, she still has one right now?
Actually, she probably does. I don't think I actually took it away.
Jesus Christ.
And she had already left and made her mind up. She's like, fuck you, fuck everybody, that's some bullshit. And she just fucking
week only.
She just nailed me off on everything. And I'm like, as if right whenever I said I would make you an intro,
we could only pray and hope that
I'm being nice to you, and then you turn fucking 100%, 180 fucking degrees. It's like, what the fuck?
We gonna pray and hope. I'm praying to Jesus right now.
And that's the other thing. You didn't even show up last week, so she didn't even have that to complain about.
So what did she complain about?
I think she fell asleep.
Great entertainment.
She fell asleep.
Jeez.
Yeah, we were talking and she fell asleep. And then fucking the next day I went on her stream and I just said, you fell asleep on my ass. Like, what the fuck?
How long was her show?
I'm not sure. It wasn't about any of that shit, but when she saw me in the chat, she started saying shit to me in the chat. About like giving me a wrench and all that shit again, and I'm like,
was her show only about that, or was she actually talking about something?
No, she was talking about something. I went in on her chat and said, "Yo, you fell asleep on me last night."
Oh.
And then she's like, "Yeah, but where's my wrench and all that?" And like she started losing it, and then she fucking kicked me, took my wrench, kicked me off, unsubbed from my channel. I'm like, what the fuck?
Hidden, I don't even think I gave you a wrench yet. I don't. There's a few guys
I think you did, unless you took them all away from everybody.
No.
I'm pretty sure I have a wrench on your channel.
I'll double check.
I'm pretty sure both my channels have a wrench on your channel.
Wrenches just go to people's heads, man. They wear it like a unicorn horn.
Well, I get a kick out of the people that demand or even ask for one. It's like, I don't understand why you're asking for a fucking wrench. Unless you're in the chat and there's some shit going on in the chat and you're like, can I mute this guy? Like, give me a wrench so I can mute this guy and keep an eye on your chat because you got nobody in here. Besides that, I'm not begging people for wrenches. Like, a wrench is like, oh no, that's when you go in, YouTube is like, you're a moderator. If people act up, you're a moderator. You could get in shit if they act up and don't do anything. So, like, a wrench is actually giving you a job, basically, when you go in on those live streams.
No.
So, people begging for that shit, it's like, why are you begging for it? Because that means that you have to police the guy's chat now, and then the guy doesn't want you doing that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I didn't want a couple people doing, and then they were kind of doing that. So I did have to restart that process, and I had to hide the whole.
Question is, were they the ones that asked you for the wrench in the first place?
Yes.
Yes. This is what I mean. The only reason people ask you for a wrench is so they can do shit to people. I never ask for wrenches unless I'm in a chat, and like I said, there's people posting links to like porn or something. I'll be like, okay, do you need someone to deal with this? Give me a wrench and I'll deal with this while you're doing your shit.
No, I already gave people wrenches. I was handing out wrenches today, but I was verifying their channels and making sure they were who they were, because I just have to. Dude, it's sad, but it's just shit I have to do these days.
You gotta give one to Mega Man, not one to Mega Man.
I don't know about all that, brother. We'll see about all that.
Ask for one.
Besides, he likes talking like mad shit to me for some reason. Like he likes to do a little test stage on.
You know what it is.
I know what it is, but
that's the bipolar nature of a certain character arc. It's performative.
What?
And it's performative. It's like the person that's doing it is doing it because the other person does it, but pretends like they don't do it. But I think the other person enjoys doing it too.
Oh.
I don't know. I think he does.
No comment.
No comment. That's the other thing. I haven't seen Dogpile in ages.
Dogpile
Dan show.
Yeah, that was one thing I haven't seen in a minute.
Long time.
See, that's the thing. It's hard to keep track of all this shit. Just
well, he went to fucking Hawaii with his fucking YouTube money.
Well, hey, don't blame him. Shit, I earned it. It's just hard to keep track of all this shit, because it's like there's so much shit that I gotta now keep track of, and it's like it's more or less just best keep a fucking mouth shut these days.
Well,
I did a 5-hour goddamn show for no reason.
I saw that.
It seems.
Well, you did it at the time where I couldn't come in. I didn't even realize it was on because I was stuck doing work. And then
Well, Shermanation
home,
is
like, oh, my head.
Shermanation is all solo now, but I want to start doing more true yards so people could come in and do whatever. Because I want to have even
is that like a head-to-head show, or is that a fucking shit
like even if Della wants to come in, it's one of those.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what true yards
gonna be.
So
it's point counterpoint type shit.
No, not even. It's gonna be just if anyone wants to come in, and like the live stream might not even be about nothing. I just might do it just to do it, or I might actually have a purpose to it.
Huh.
It really just depends on what the conversation is and where it's going and who's asking what and how many people.
That's basically
and
what this show is.
Yeah, it might be
have structure.
But it's probably going to be way less edited. It's not even going to have an intro.
Edited.
Just going. You don't edit the show? Well, you have an intro, right? You have like the intro.
Yeah.
You have like the. You have like the this background is amazing. I feel like I'm in space or some shit. Jesus, I feel like I'm a part of the Guardians of the. I feel like I'm Rocket Raccoon or fucking.
Dude, I could show you how to do all this shit, but you just don't have.
You've
time
showed
for
me how to do all this shit, but I'm just. It's not that I don't have time for you. It's just. Oh my god, dude! Ever since this, just I can make the excuses, but I'd rather not.
Oh, well.
Put it this way: teach me
what my show and look like $1 million.
Teach me what you can, and I'll take what I can and utilize it as best I can. I mean, I for Christ's sake, I'm CompTIA A+. There's no like excuses in my book, really.
CompTIA A+.
Yes, sir. That means I could learn anything that has a pulse on it. So OBS is no excuse. I learned that in like 2 hours. So again,
what I find interesting is that they've designed the video programs and the audio programs, it's all designed exactly the same way. So if you can do one, you can do the other. It's just you have to have the imagination of what the pieces are you're supposed to put together.
I discovered that too, but sometimes I feel more comfortable depending on which app. Like I'm still using a movie maker from 2012. If I wanted to go 4K, I could use something more modern, but I just feel more comfortable with 1080p because I think I'm going to be stuck there, just like an 80-year-old is stuck with black and white. It's just what the fuck is happening. And so these kids are going to be stuck with 4K and 8K, bro. Did you see that new Jackie Chan John Cena movie?
I want to say no and no.
Well, I'll tell you, it's a metaphor for what's getting ready to happen to America. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say.
The new John Cena and Jackie Chan movie. Well, those are two guys that I really don't trust to begin with.
That's the thing. It's like it's actually two guys I'm actually interested in, especially Jackie Chan. But Jackie Chan's really, really old, and John Cena is John Cena.
And they're both
fucking
Chinese communist shills.
Lame, dude. He speaks Chinese. Jesus Christ.
I'm saying, he's sold out like a motherfucker. And where
He-
does
like
he get
Jackie-
off? I hate these fucking millionaires that are like, communism's
Like,
great. Fuck
Jackie
you.
Chan literally jumped off the building and landed on top of John Cena. It's like that's the perfect metaphor for America. That's the perfect metaphor.
Guys, I'm gonna jump off. It's sunrise there, so it's like,
shit.
hey,
Oh, that's right. You're on the other side of the globe, man.
Yeah, man.
Thank
Fuck,
you so
man.
much, man.
I
for
wish you
coming
could stay
through.
longer, man. We need more people. I wish.
Well,
But thank you for being here, man.
Oh, thanks for having me here, man.
Because America is so fucked, man. We need people from other countries, man. I'm sorry to say that, but it's the truth. It's like we're done, man. We're finished.
We got the
That's
same
all right.
problem as you guys have, though.
Yeah, that's
You know.
the thing. The states and the Commonwealth, we're all in the same
I'm
boat.
quickly becoming the minority over here.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
In our
That sucks,
indigenous lands.
But until next time.
All right, guy.
Be good to each other and everything. And,
Absolutely.
See you all soon.
All right.
Thank you
Much
very
love,
much, man. Peace.
Peace.
That was nice having him come through, man. He hasn't been around in a while.
Shit, nobody's been around, man. Everyone's been struggling, like me.
Yeah, last week was
Shit.
kind of bare bones.
Somebody discovered from my like, if you've been following me in any way, you've been discovered. I've been playing like very depressing music because I've been dealing with my past ever since Memorial Day. It's like God fucking with me. It's like, remember this guy? I'm like, oh shit, remember this guy? Yeah, he knows where you live. Remember this guy? Yeah, he hates your fucking guts. So now I'm like, have another reason to stay up at night.
Shout out to Douglas Edwards in the chat.
Douglas Edwards, what's going on?
He says he comes through from MGTOW Outlaws channel.
All right, shout
Thanks
out
for
MGTOW
checking us
Outlaw.
out. And
Yes.
anybody that wants to come in, obviously the link is there. Anybody that wants to check out chatting with True Sherm or him MGTOW. And if any women are watching, we got kids for sale, $40 a bag.
Oh no!
And
oh, I just got through eating.
so thank
Oh,
God.
no.
Thank God you already ate then. It'd be
Jeez
worse if you
Louise.
hadn't.
It would be worse
'Cause
if
then
I
you wouldn't
didn't,
be able to
actually.
withstand this type of a picture.
Oh, that's even worse, actually.
See? Yeah.
I'm standing in front of these damn Ritz crackers. I need to go ahead and take this hit and take this shot and just sit my black ass down and enjoy the night.
Oh shit!
I don't think my son's coming tonight because he's at a game right now with his mom.
Hey, what's up, Doug?
Not much. Thanks for letting me come on. Pleasure to meet you.
For sure. How you doing tonight?
Oh, all is well. I'm off work until Monday. My bills are paid. I got some food to eat. So in this world, I'm doing okay.
Where you from, Dan?
Oh, I live in Iowa.
It's Doug.
Yeah, I'm Doug. Hey, True.
You-
Nice to meet you,
you-
True Sherm.
Are you from Iowa?
No, I'm from Southeast Missouri.
Oh shit. Okay, that's why you. Yeah, you sound like a guy from Southeast Missouri. I know.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was wondering what is that accent? That accent sounds so fucking familiar.
I relocated here to actually work for the railroad, but they terminated my employment after about 9-10 weeks, and but I landed okay. I didn't land in railroad money, but I landed on my feet, so I'm happy about that.
That's good to hear.
It's good to hear.
Hell yeah.
I've been a MGTOW guy for going on about 15 years.
Shit.
Wow.
That's
before it was all over the place.
That was before it was a thing, actually.
Yeah, some of the first channels I remember watching were like Turd Flinging Monkey and oh gosh, there's a few other old school ones back then. Spet Naz and stuff like that. But
Almost all the old schoolers are gone.
Yeah.
All the mid schoolers are gone, and hell, even the new schoolers are being cautious.
Some of the old school guys are still here, but they don't do MGTOW content.
Yeah.
I don't blame them.
Like,
Shit.
MGTOW content's not really a thing, but like they don't talk about red pill topics or anything like that. Like Big John's still around, but he doesn't.
Can you be honest though? Like you can only do just like Dan, right?
Well,
you
I've
can only
always
do
said
that
that.
shit for so long. You know, like I wasn't trying to tell Dan, hey, switch up your shit because I don't want you talking about. Are you fucking dude? I almost come every single fucking time he does a goddamn live stream on Mega Man. Like it's fucking amazing, but it's like you can only do it for so long. You know what I mean? You know, it's like it's only gonna happen for so long until eventually it's like, bro, this shit's gonna get old. People are gonna get tired of hearing about the same fucking guy week in, week out.
Well,
I mean,
there's
do
been
what you
new
do.
stuff. There's been new stuff, but he hasn't had a show.
That's because Mega Man's a fucking moron.
Like,
so
he
of
got
course you're always gonna get something new.
His Twitter got banned.
Again?
It's like he's done at Twitter, and you know what it was. You were on that same thing.
But I wasn't there when it happened.
No,
I'm there now,
you were in
but I'm
the
not.
Comments of it. You saw.
Oh.
Like, you talked in the comments about it.
No.
You were like, "Yeah, that'll get it done," because he was like saying the N-word all over Twitter.
Yeah, that will do it.
Yeah, that's pretty much your comment. Was that'll do it?
You're okay. Like I could probably get away with that, but him not. No, it's not gonna work, buddy.
It's all about contacts with them, and guess what the context was?
He's a Mega Man.
You know
person.
It was like what Mega Man. When he comes on, that is exactly the character.
Did they treat him like a
that they kick him off
trumpet?
Twitter for because he's being racist?
Well, Trump isn't he back on Twitter?
I'm talking about Mega Man, but Trump is back on Twitter, yeah.
I know we're talking about Mega Man. I just like the fact that like he's back, but like Mega Man's fucking kicked off is hilarious on so many
Trump
levels.
Would
it's
never
just
use the N-word on Twitter.
Of course he wouldn't. Of course he wouldn't.
And especially in the context. He wasn't putting an A on the end. It was a hard R, motherfucker.
No, he would use my African American friend over there. Isn't he the greatest? They tried to stop me from spreading the virus. They didn't stop me. Look at all the women out there who now support me. You can't stop my support. They're trying to make me look like I'm some sort of freak. But what about Biden? He's over here sniffing on people, falling down. I told you, Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe. I've been working on my Trump impressions. I'm getting ready for this Trump versus DeSantis shit, bro.
Oh, dude, yeah, that was hilarious, and to me, it's all one big stage, like it's all fake.
Oh yeah,
What part of it? What part of it do you
I'm
think
with
is
you.
fake?
No, the whole thing.
I think it's kind of like a WWE performance, kind of
Yep.
like those guys pretend that they're fighting each other, but then as soon as it's curtains, they're all like at the same steakhouse. They're all drinking scotch and beers together, talking about the manipulation that they're pulling.
Joe, how do you feel, Joe? I saw you fell down at the Air Force today, Joe.
Check it out.
They're making fun of you. Oh, thank God you have it. Yes.
He did. Oh mercy!
Look at her. She walks away. She's like,
He's at the
"Fuck
Air Force
that."
Academy.
Here's
He actually
Trump.
fell down.
He actually fell down. Sleepy Joe, there he is.
You got to be careful about that because you don't want that.
This is
Even if
classic.
you have to tiptoe down a ramp, you got to.
You gotta tiptoe down the ramp, Joe.
Remember?
Look at him. I'm tiptoeing down the ramp, Joe. This is what you should have done.
Yep.
There are some questions this morning about President Trump's health, and it's because
Oh,
of
you're
this
questioning my
video
health?
of the president, where you see him
Oh, my goodness.
walking very haltingly.
I was actually teasing Joe because they just told me that he fell down, like Chris Benoit's family.
It was like an ice skating rink. I said, General, there's no way I can make it down that ramp without falling on my ass, General. I can't fall with the fake news watching.
I can't fall.
Little steps.
Little baby steps.
Little baby steps. We got to make sure that we get the job done, Joe.
And then he ran down.
We got to save America, Joe.
Look how he steps and look how I step.
Look how I step.
Watch how I run up.
Now look at me. Check me out.
Yeah,
Watch how I run up.
Watch how good I am, Trump.
Stumbles down.
Check this out, Don. Oh, I'm falling up the stairs. That's how it works with me. Joe fell off the bike. He's the only president to fall up the stairs. It's embarrassing.
Look at her. She's like, "Fuck this."
She's like, fuck this shit.
We got to just get this
She
thing
said,
back on track.
she said, DEFCON 6,
that's
DEFCON
first of all, when you're making, I think it was the Air Force Academy.
Protocol Alpha.
That's not inspiring.
Protocol Alpha. I'm taking a shot, Joe. It's actually vodka.
Look at how he steps.
Straight vodka. But I hear, he hasn't drank alcohol in his life, but his brother did.
Who? Trump?
Trump's brother, Fred.
Please don't lie to me about it. Like, Trump has drunk so much. He's done so much drugs and alcohol. It's ridiculous. He financed Mike Tyson. He's financed plenty of Mike Tyson fights.
Oh,
and
sure. Yeah.
Mike Tyson is heavily known for cocaine and alcohol at those times.
Yeah. Well, I guess I can't speak for him because I haven't been in the same room as either ones. But yeah.
You don't have to with Trump. You don't do you really have to be in the room with Trump to know that he's done cocaine? I mean, I'm just assuming.
Yeah.
You're just assuming, True. You don't know that. Stop making accusations. They make accusations like that all the time. Just like Sleepy Joe. Except he actually looks like he actually does it. I mean, he falls down all the time. It's sad, Joe. It's sad.
Most people don't realize he was a lifelong Democrat. He only went to only went to the Republican Party because Clinton wouldn't let him run to be the leader of the Democrats.
Dude, she wouldn't let anyone get close. She wouldn't let Mike Tyson get close. Are you kidding me?
Now her time is past, and she's all dried out like a prune. Nobody will vote for her now. Who do you think's gonna run for the Democrats?
Shit.
Bernie?
Me. That's about it. That's the only hope the Democrats have. You guys get me at the DNC, we'll knock this shit out the park. But if you don't vote for me, you guys are done. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, you go Hollywood on me, I'm going to try to help. Okay, Trump is a hard motherfucker to beat, but you know, I'll do it. We can accomplish this. I could become the next black president, but it's not about being black. It's not about being the president. It's about getting the job done. That's what it's about. America first. Let's go. Let's do this. That's the.
Oh, I know. It's
They need
it's an illusion now. It's and this is just my opinion, but it's like the figureheads will change, but the game will be the same. I've given up on what the idea of America was. That's over. That's not coming back. That's just my opinion, though.
It's gonna be like the Wolverines.
It's gonna be like that trailer with Jackie Chan and John Cena. Have you seen that thing?
Don't let it happen.
Dude, I'm telling you, it looks like it's like IMAX 4K. It looks like, what am I looking at? I'm looking at, is this the future of Hollywood? Is this it? Is this the communism? Am I feeling the communism here? I don't know what's going on.
Apparently, the RCMP is starting to crack down and bust up the Chinese police stations here.
No, that's good news.
I don't know if I believe it. They're not making any arrests. They're just like, okay, as long as you go back to China, you're fine.
No, they're doing what they did to the fucking Chinese guy down the street. They just taxed the shit out of his land and told him to get fucking lost, basically. If you can't pay it, then if you can't pay the property tax, then he had to move. And then they tore down his shit and the Mexican guy's shit right next to him. That's how badly they wanted his ass gone. Like that, like he's been there for 57 years doing oil, and yeah, just recently. Bye. Bye.
Even the guy that did that.
Peace.
Even the guy that did that app, whatever it's called, I forget what the fuck it is, but the guy was like a billionaire in China. As soon as he fucking said the wrong thing, fucking bzz, gone.
Yeah, the Mexican guy said the wrong thing, defending. Oh, he's always defended this restaurant. Oh, really? He has? Bye.
Gone.
Seriously, it's not a Mexican next to a Mexican. We don't want it. Bye. Goodbye. Bye. Yeah, we want Chinese people, but not what you fucking people are. They're like trying to set up schools and shit and set up like police stations. Nope, they ain't having none of that. The white people here, good luck with that. Nope.
Well, right now there's a big scandal in Canada because they manipulated the elections, the last two elections. They were they were getting. That's the reason for the Chinese police stations. They were calling and going to the Chinese people's houses and telling them that if they showed up to vote for any party, they were going to have repercussions in China, as in people in their family were going to get hurt, or they were going to get snatched out of their house and they were going to get taken back.
Bro, let me tell you something.
And it actually did affect them. They didn't show up to vote.
The white people here, the white people here moved like a fucking mob. Like it was like a cross between like the Italians, the Irish. Y'all talk about white supremacy. Y'all don't know what white supremacy, like the Scottish. All these motherfuckers came together and they started placing motherfuckers like the like Middle Easterns and the Chinese and Indians started placing motherfuckers like chess pieces. Like I've never, dude. It was like I was watching a live movie in real life. I'm seeing like, okay, like places I used to go to and gone, replaced with something entirely different. I'm seeing these new commercials. Have you seen this one thing called Below 5, Above 5, Beyond 5 and all that?
No.
Have you seen that? It's supposed to be like the replacement for the 99-cent store, because you go to the 99-cent store right now.
Oh shit. Everything's over.
Give me a break.
Yeah.
It's $1.75.
Someone needs to pay someone, go up to that stupid fucking sign, X off 99, and put like, because the Dollar Tree got it. The Dollar Tree said $1.25, so they got it. They're making money because They said, nah, nigga, we're gonna keep things at $1.25 and make money because we're not trying to piss people off like the 99-cent store. So good luck with that, guys.
Yeah. Are you guys here in the United States as well? I suppose.
I'm in Canada.
Oh, okay.
I'm in San Diego, California.
Oh, okay, cool. I've been there once in my life.
Oh wow.
I was a Marine. I went to boot camp.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Yeah, boot camp is here. The Marine boot camp. They sent my black ass to the Great Lakes in up in Illinois.
Yeah. Illinois, yeah. For
And they sent me in the spring. Thank God, thank Jesus. Oh my God, I'm so thankful. Because they literally said we would not be able to do the confidence chamber if we were in the middle of winter, because it's too cold.
Yeah.
And the only reason why we do cold here is so you could test who could be a Navy SEAL and shit like that. Because they're sending the Navy SEAls down to San Diego.
Yep. Coronado Beach or Island or something down there.
It's personal.
I wish I had done it over again and joined the Navy and tried to go through BUDS, but I didn't. But
hardcore shit, bro.
Oh, yeah.
I trained with the EOD guys. Like, I just trained with some of these motherfuckers. Like, I learned like a thing or two from, like, in terms of their cardio and like their weight training and shit like that. And
yeah,
dude, they're just right there at the level of SEALs. And the kind of what they do is they do a lot of water training, a tremendous, like, they almost, if not just as much as SEALs, because they're dealing with explosives. So
that's cool.
It's like that one movie, The Covenant. That's like the perfect fucking movie to watch in terms of how EOD guys work and SEAL guys work and Special Forces guys work.
That's awesome.
Yeah, man.
Well, I salute you both, man, because I could have done all that shit physically, but I got that authority problem. So,
dude, yeah. I'm still, as you know, dude, you see my channel where 2 dislocated shoulders. They got to work on my tongue, arthritis. I couldn't show up to your show last week because arthritis, my dude. So, military ain't no joke, man. Military is no joke. I could barely hear out of this ear, and they got to check my foot, and it's all kinds of shit, bro.
Man, you ain't never heard of no fucking earplugs, man?
Dude, they made you wear earplugs. Like, I'm around F-18s and shit, and they're,
people didn't.
You have to understand. Okay, I'm AW warfare, so
I'm just teasing you.
Like, the thing I know about planes is that it takes a tremendous amount of power to get any flying vehicle off the ground. Like, that's why, I'm sorry, fat people, but that's kind of why they make you pay double, because science, motherfucker, science is involved with your weight. And it's like, we have to argue with stupid people that don't understand this. It takes you tremendous, like, that's why you'll never see an airplane pilot or like a Navy fucking pilot who's fat, or like, he might be like chubby, but not like overweight. Like, he reaches standards, because you have to be a certain weight in order to get the fuck off the ground. Otherwise, like, okay, when the F-18 is coming down right now, I guess they're working with like F-24s. I don't even know what they're working with, spaceships now. That's why they call it the fucking Space Force and shit. But like, when the reason why they land on the thing so fast is because if they fuck up or they miss that little wire thing, they could take off again. Because if they come in too slow, they'll go zoop, straight into the fucking ocean. While a carrier of that magnitude, because carriers are fucking, give me a break, right? Full cities on goddamn oceans. So a carrier moving in any capacity, moving forward because they're trying to, like, say for instance, dodge some sort of fire or something like that, or they're trying to maneuver like with a submarine, and they're having to move, and you're F-18 and all this shit, and you're doing all this, and you're having to line up while shit's moving, and you're going too slow, and then you go into the ocean, the carrier's fucking taking you. That's why carriers normally don't move when they're doing training. They do not move. Normally, like even like what I've learned, especially like with shooting guns, the best accuracy you'll get is not moving. Like if you're walking and shooting, you're doing a lot of moving. You're doing like one hand, you're
an
doing a
action
lot of
hero.
moving and shit like that. But if you're both hands, boom boom, and pop 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 pop, pop, I'm sorry.
No, it's like the guys in the movies, like in the 80s, they're like.
Yeah,
It's
you're
like-
not hitting anything.
People do
like
not shoot
I'm
like
sorry,
that.
I'm sorry, Arnold. But while Arnold is running through the jungle, he's not hitting a goddamn thing.
Yeah, like
it's
the Gatling gun in The Predator when Jesse Ventura's got the Gatling gun.
Yeah.
That would tear your arm off. You can't walk around with that thing firing like that.
Let me tell you some movies who get it right. What's that one movie with Denzel Washington's son and he's like, it's a weird movie. It's like, what's his name did it? Christopher Nolan.
You're doing like 1 to 3 shot bursts. You're not like firing crazy, or else your gun's all out of control.
Yeah, like, and most of the best gun to, because I'm how can I explain this? To this day, the Navy does not want me to have a handgun because I'm only a sharpshooter with a 9mm, and they do not want me to have a 9mm. They do not want me to have, like, civilians can't have M16, so they're not worried about that. They're just worried about me having a handgun of any capacity because they know what I can do with it. So they don't want me to have it. But basically, if you watch a movie like Tenet,
Yeah, but
that's what I think
they don't
it
want
is.
anybody even having like an AR-15.
No, and it's not
AR
even a fully automatic weapon,
No.
so they don't know what they're talking about.
Well, an AR-15 is very inaccurate compared to a 9mm. But I mean, it could do damage, of course, but it's like they make it
more for distance.
Well, they make it scarier than it actually is. And you're right. It's more for like
It's a rifle.
You know,
It's for distance.
It's more or less for if you're trying to, but if you're trying to close range and hit multiple people, you'll get caught up more or less. A handgun, like John Wick, right? Another good fucking movie.
fires a fully automatic weapon on
You'll
full
see-
automatic all the time. Like nobody does that.
Well, you'll see John Wick, right? He'll have his arm fully extended. Or another good movie is the one with Tom Cruise and Jamie Foxx. But John Wick, let's just keep it simple. He could shoot you from like a guy running up on him. He could shoot, and then a guy who gets up on him, he could pull his arm back and he could fire from his hip. Or he could bring his gun down and fire from his hip, then bring his gun up. Or he could turn it sideways and angle. And there's multiple things you could do with the handgun.
But he's also doing it like he's playing pool. He's gonna hit you in a spot. Like when you play pool, you want to leave the cue ball in the right spot. So when they're shooting somebody, when he's shooting somebody, he shoots them in the knee so that they go down a certain way, so he can grab them in a headlock or grab the weapon out of their hand. He's always thinking of the next move ahead.
Yep, absolutely. Because he can shoot a guy in the knee, he'll go down, and then he'll grab his gun, shoot him with his gun, take his gun, because his gun just ran out of ammo.
No wasted
What's going on? What's going on,
Hey,
Red
that's
Pill
not-
in the wind? That's a Marine right there. Talk to that man right there about some accuracy.
Red Pill.
So basically, all it is like is basically John Wick has a vast imagination on what he can do with his pistols. You know, he's like I said in the if the story is like he's probably been doing this for a long time. Like the shooting from a hip, it has a practical thing, you know. Like
Well,
it keeps.
I'm talking more about what I do.
Oh,
I'm
what
sorry.
you do? Oh, you're just
But
shooting from the
I
hip.
just
I'm
noticed
shooting
that
from the hip.
John Wick did it in the movie. I'm like, oh, that is absolutely. He's thinking 2, 3, 4 steps ahead.
Yeah, man.
It's John fucking Wick though. I'm not John Wick. I'm just saying.
He's got
Not
someone
too many
writing
people
the script.
I'm gonna have to watch that movie because I actually haven't seen any of them.
Brother, there's 4 of them.
Are they all good?
Oh yeah.
Take
They
your
get
time.
better and better and
The
better. You
third
start with
one,
the first.
nah. The third one's kind of. But I love the second one. I love the
third
first
one
one.
led to the fourth one, so yeah.
I may watch John Wick 1 tonight.
But I haven't seen the fourth one. I hope I don't
I've
miss
seen
it.
them all, and they're all, like I said, better than the last.
Oh, I'm just like I said. I was just at the in the bar, just watching some thirsty mugs on the dance floor.
Oh shit!
and I literally just came in and analyzed just about everybody on that dance floor. I'm like, look, that old man sitting on the corner, he's the owner of the bar.
Yeah.
The dude in the such and such shirt, he's up here trying to get that girl he's interested in separated from her friend.
Yeah.
From a cock block friend, and it says, "Oh, well, what about those two? Which one? The one that's probably going to be looking for a drinks or a fat friend."
Gosh, yeah.
Like I said, this is like I said.
I guess they come in
same
all
thing, different bar.
All right, while it's quiet, I just want to say one thing to all three of you. Thanks for your service. No matter what it was, you had the balls and the heart to do it, and I thank you for it.
Oh, no problem.
Absolutely. Yeah, in high school, that's what my mind was set on. I was a wrestler in school and ran some cross country, and I wasn't really the academic type.
They taught me how to kill in Washington State.
They taught me that. They taught me that in Paris Island, South Carolina, and Camp Lejeune, North Carolina.
They didn't let us shoot too many guns at boot camp, ironically enough.
Well, I shot an M4, 249, 240, Mark 19 in School of Infantry, and fired a M203 before it was decommissioned.
Oh, you have that grenade launcher.
Yep. They got a new grenade launcher now.
No, one guy told me, you know how to work this shotgun. Basically, you know how to work all shotguns. It's the same shit, buddy.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
You just point and shoot.
Basically.
Yep. Anything else is just advanced technique.
I never aim with a shotgun. I just always from the hip. Always. I walk through the door. Boom, boom, boom. Put that down, gun. Bam, 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 bam. Roll. Bam, bam, bam. Kick in the head. Bam, bam, bam. Like, why did I kick him in the head? Bam, bam, bam.
Just so his head would move over so that you could. John Wick style.
Like, it's about being versatile, you know.
Oh shit! Grenade. Go through the door. Two guys. Bam, bam.
It's about being versatile, you know.
And practice.
I'm not saying.
Probably.
By the way, I'm not saying I did any of that shit. By the way, I'm just.
No, that's all good.
You ever see that video where the guy's got a female reporter with, and the other guy's about to show how to use a rocket launcher on his shoulder, and she stands right behind him, and the fucking guy.
Geez, show me that. Please show me that.
Grabs her and pulls her out of the way right before.
Please show me that.
And you see the blast go right by where her head was. It was fucking hilarious. I'd have to find that shit.
She was standing in the backblast area.
Exactly. And the other army guy grabbed her and pulled her out of the way right before he pulled the trigger.
Like I said, these reporters that come in and report on this.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. When you there, buddy?
They don't want you to talk about it, man. They came at us.
Wait, am I frozen?
Already. No, you're good.
Oh.
It's just wind.
Doug, you there?
He froze in time.
Yes.
Oh, Red Pill's frozen.
They got him.
I didn't.
That always happens.
I didn't go.
We're talking and he freezes.
My career was short lived. I made a few bad mistakes and bad choices, and I ended up in the brig getting a bad conduct discharge. So I ended up getting kicked out of the military.
No, that's all right, man. I know a guy who smoked crack and got a bad conduct. He ended up all right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not doing too bad now. It's not anything I'm proud of course. And but
Don't
yeah.
beat yourself up over it though.
No.
There's too many guys who got bad conducts. You know, at least you served and you didn't kill, rape, or anything like that to get
Or make
your
somebody
bad
fall into a
conduct.
fucking punji stick death trap.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, guys, sometimes it
yeah.
happens, dude. Sometimes it's political when guys get bad conducts too. You know, it's like what the fuck, you know.
Of course.
That's why I'm always careful on what I say on YouTube. You know, always got to be careful.
Oh yeah, I don't mind, telling people that aren't gonna, judge me for it. Like I haven't really gone into all the details that what I did, why I got out, but no one got hurt, no one got killed, nothing like that. So.
Oh, the Pacific Beacon boys love me. Jesus, they are totally like, dude, when are you gonna do another show, man? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Crazy bastards.
Look,
who ordered the code red?
Yeah, I'm just hoping that nobody recognizes.
Who ordered the code red?
Recognizes me at this bar.
Good men.
Yeah. I'm just hoping that nobody recognizes me at this bar.
You're a superstar now.
I'm not a superstar. I just got enough people to where if it's all centralized, somebody's gonna say something.
And it's gonna be on.
Well, let me get back in here and profile some more.
Style and profile.
Pretty much. All right. Take care.
All right,
Peace,
out.
Red Pill. Nice talking to you.
10-4.
10-4, good buddy.
I appreciate you guys letting me come on and hang out with you for a few minutes.
For sure, man.
What, you about to pull out your dick?
Oh no! Don't do it.
No.
Well, why am I saying that? Actually,
I'm sorry. Why did I say that? I'm sorry.
I've had two.
I think
But
that's
they were
why I
both
said that is because we
shrimpy.
actually have had people pull out their dicks before.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But they were both
I'm not
shrimpy.
the one to do that. No.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to accuse you. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It will not happen. I got a little more sense than that, I think.
Thank God.
What's that? Rick James and Dave Chappelle. He's like, I didn't put my feet on his couch. I got a little more sense than that.
What?
Yeah, I remember putting my feet on Eddie Murphy. Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Dude, when I was a kid and I watched that 2004, when it first came out, dude,
Yeah.
It was me, my step uncle, my cousin, my younger cousin, and a few other, and we all watched that shit live. Dude, I think I laughed so hard that blood came out of my nose.
Oh no!
Like legit, like my cousin's like, dude, you bleeding at your nose. I'm like, cocaine's a hell of a drug, and everyone just started laughing.
Yeah, I loved it.
Was it really from cocaine?
No. It was because somebody fucking elbowed me, and I just ignored it. I just played it off, and that's when ideas started kicking in people's head that maybe I should join the military.
You know what I used to do when I was a kid with my friends? We'd get like cherry slush puppies. I don't know if you guys have that. It'd be like
yes, we do.
Do you? Okay, so you know what it is. It's like ice and syrup.
You got that little polar bear on it.
It's I think it's a dog. It's a slush puppy.
It's like a polar dog or
It's
something.
like a white dog, yeah, with a toque on his head.
Yes, we have something like
So
that down here.
I would take like a mouthful of that and hold it in my cheek, and we'd be on a street corner, and I'd get my friend to like lightly punch my face, and I would shoot that out of my mouth.
Oh my gosh.
When like cars are driving by and shit. So it looked like just like a total kung fu fight going on the side of the road with blood flying everywhere. People would stop their cars and be like, "What the hell are you kids doing?" I don't know why I thought of that, but fucking, it just came to my mind, and I was like, "Well, yeah, that's what I used to do when I was a kid." Always causing shit. See, I was like, that's what I mean about like authority and shit. I don't think they would have been able to do it.
That was the problem I had. Not with the drill instructors, not with the that part. Looking back was actually pretty awesome, but it was the authority. I had problems with authority once I got into the fleet.
I had problems from top to bottom sometimes. It just didn't matter. Like I got into arguments with first classes.
Private True Sherm, why are you always in my office?
Wasn't private. They call me Seaman Sherman. Seaman Sherman. Seaman. That's what we were. I was the only fucking surface guy on an air base.
Yeah.
One of the few. Because I'm a yeoman, so yeomans could go practically anywhere. So I was YN, SN, and to just get to the point, they wouldn't call you all that shit. They would just call you Seaman Sherman.
Yeah.
That's the only joke
but that changed.
I know about Navy is what's long and black and full of semen.
But what changed is when I became a petty.
Answer the question. What's long and black and full of semen?
Hey, hold on a second. I'm not answering that question. I'm just going to tell you,
it's
sir.
A submarine, you fucking pervert.
That when I became a petty officer, I no longer was a seaman. And so that's why I didn't answer that joke. I was then YN
never a
3
submarine commander.
AW.
I refuse to admit to that joke.
Yes, I knew a lot about planes and shit. And then when I got back to like the surface,
then they called him Afterburner Sherman.
No, my one captain got mad at me and he was like, "How the fuck do you have an AW and not an SW?" And I'm like, I was on an air base, sir." He's like, he just looked at me. He's like, "Why the fuck did they just send you to a carrier?" I'm like, "I don't know. They just sent me to the. Maybe they thought I was. I don't know.
Maybe I thought
Maverick. Maybe they thought I was a pussy or something." True Sherm, are you? He's like, "True Sherm, are you a pussy?" He's like, "No, sir. I am indeed not a pussy. I'm sending you to a carrier. Give me 2 months and something, and sending you to a carrier." I don't know if he forgot. He was a busy guy, but yeah, I was going to end up at a carrier and I was going to be fucking triple qualled. So that means I was going to be aviation warfare, surface warfare, and probably submarine warfare if the guy will it.
Then it would have been
Admiral
fucking Sherman.
Dude, I would have been the fucking commander at that goddamn point. I would have been walking around as a fucking E5 telling fucking chiefs what to do.
We need to shoot missiles at China.
I was already at that level at an E4. Like I was like at that point already where I was like running the whole base by myself and shit because I knew where to go and how to do it. And then like the captain, like I'm getting called off leave. Like I'm in the middle of my vacation and they're like, "YN3 Sherman, we need you to come in." And I'm like, "Who the fuck is this?" And he's like, It's MA1. Please, True. Come on, man. Like, why the fuck did you call me on my I'm on my vacation. You know I'm on leave, right? Did you know I'm on leave? Go to admin and find out that I'm on leave. Like, we all know you're on leave, but we need you, please. This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. I got an officer in here. He thinks he's hot shit, but he doesn't know what he's doing, and he's calling for someone that knows what he's doing while he's chewing this guy out. I got one guy on watch, but he's never been on watch because it's like you're the only one. And I'm like, "How much money do you have?" And he said $50. Okay, good. So do all of you have $50 between the 6 of you? And he's like, "Yes." Put it on the table, and I'll get it when I get there. This is bullshit, and you know it. And he's like, "I'm sorry, True. I'm sorry. If there's any other way." Because that's like sacrilegious, dude. You don't call anyone on their fucking vacation, bro. You don't do it. And the fact that I came in means that I had balls enough to come off my fucking vacation to help these fucking morons out. And it was breathtaking.
And I'm gonna be grumpy as fuck as I do it.
Dude, they gave me so much beer. They gave me so much beer. It's like, I'm sorry, True. I'm like, I'm going to my trunk and I'm packing this in there. If you ever call me off leave again, they called me off leave again. They did it like fucking 5 times. I was like, I just kept my phone next to my bed at one point. And at one point, the captain called me. He was like, hey, don't get angry this time. You know, these fuckers really need help. And I'm like, sir, I'm not even angry at this point. I already know what you're calling for. I already know what it is. I'm on my way. You know, why be a dick about it? You know, it's my job. It's whatever. I have a job, you know. I could have been homeless. And after a while, I did end up homeless. Shit. You know, if you think about it.
Begging for that overtime then.
Yeah, dude, I was begging for them to call me off leave then. Shit, bet you that. Nigga, you better. Please, sir. let me do another Pacific Beacon commercial. Come on, let me. Shit, I was. Boy, so trust me, Doug. You're not the only person to fuck up there, buddy.
Oh, thanks, man. I wish it had worked out different. And I won't bore you guys with a long detailed story. I graduated. I was in MCRD in August of 2001. I graduated in November of 2001. And I was in boot camp when 9/11 happened, and then go off to infantry school, like what Red Pill was talking about, and graduated and got to the fleet. I was in 1st Battalion, 5th Marines, in San Mateo, California. I was a 19-year-old kid, and I was a freaking E3. I was a Lance Corporal. And that was not good, because most of the guys that I went into the fleet with had been in for a year and had already deployed somewhere like Afghanistan or somewhere. They had already been on deployments, and here I come through the door, and I hadn't seen a bit of action, and I've already got E3, so that kind of snowballed effect into some pretty good hazing for me.
Oh shit.
Well, shit, it took me 7 times to become E4. Like, by the time I became E4, I was the most senior E3 on the fucking base. So that's why I felt I was so goddamn arrogant and telling fucking Marine. I was cursing out Marines on Iwakuni and shit. Like, I cussed out this one E5, Sergeant Rios, and her husband found me, and they wanted to give me a Marine captain's mass for that. The one admin guy read what I did, and he's like, "Wait, you cursed out fucking Sergeant Rios?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that dude, you cussed out that crazy bitch, dude. You cussed her out." I'm like, "Yeah." Goodbye. Case of beer. Dude, case of beer. My captain's like, what did you do? I'm like, I don't know.
You win.
And then he was like,
today.
we gotta change locations. Basically. Because they didn't want the fucking Ibukuni Marine captain. No, well, he wasn't a cat. He's what are they? A colonel? What's an E6 in the Marines?
Corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, and then
no, officer. Like it's
gosh, I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
It's like lieutenant,
a long time ago.
Lieutenant, captain. Then it's like fucking, what is it? Corporal.
Lieutenant colonel, possibly.
No, a corporal isn't an enlisted.
Oh yeah, that's a
That's the E4.
E4, yeah.
04 is a goddamn. I can't remember.
And the sergeant's lower than that, right?
Sergeants are enlisted. They're E5.
E5, yep.
Yeah, that's why they didn't make it a big deal. Because like you cuss out a E5. Fuck out of here. No one cares.
Nice. These corporals I was in with, they, I'll be honest. I had this fella who wouldn't get up. We had to share a little apartment there on the base, and for the love of God, I couldn't ever get him to wake up for the alarm so we could be in formation on time. So that was a everyday occurrence. So instead of taking it out on him, and they just pretty much lashed it out on me, and this went on for a period of about 6 months. And then one day,
jeez Louise.
my corporals, they get a hold of me, and his name was Eric Blaine. He was a PFC, and they pulled us in this room, and they said, "Okay, guys, Edwards, here's the deal." They basically break it down for us. One of you guys has to go, and we're going to let you fight it out right here, and whoever whoops the other guy's ass,
Jesus Christ,
that's the guy who has to leave this base tonight, because we're both tired of your shit. And
Jesus Christ.
The winner has to leave.
Oh yeah, so whoever wins the fight. Now, here's the situation at hand. The guy I came in with he was at boot camp for a year and a half. The government recycled him through boot camp 3 times because he couldn't pass the physical standards for the Marine Corps.
They wouldn't even waste their time.
This is I know you guys don't know me from Adam. This is the God's honest truth of what I was faced up against.
I was surprised they didn't give him a fucking blanket party.
Yeah.
Who ordered the cornbread?
Yeah.
We ordered a cornbread on the guy.
Instead of discharging him like they probably should have, the government had already spent that much money just getting him through boot camp, and now he's my problem.
Give him a little
and
peer
then
pressure.
that becomes the problem I'm having with the entire people I'm working with. So what ends up happening in that moment is I look at both of them and I say, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to hurt this guy. I'm not going to kick his ass. So basically they say, well, then you got to go. And we're giving you to the, and this is illegal, by the way. I shouldn't have gone anywhere, but I did. I left, and that's why I ended up getting the bad conduct.
Yeah, that sounds like bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, it was illegal for sure. I mean, they didn't really have the authority to force me out like that, but
honestly, I could have got blanketed party because I fucked up our battle lead, or I was at least one of the guys who did, because when you get on the boat, you're supposed to go feet first, and I think I went in fucking back first, and somebody caught that during our training, and they called out my name, and he was like, yeah, you're not supposed to, again, dumbass, we told you to go in feet first, because they were going to pull your hand, and it's just as easy as, pulling you onto the boat. You fucking, but after a while they start blaming themselves, like maybe we just didn't teach them right. But that's where I learned how to take responsibility for shit. It was like, Chief didn't make a big deal about it. He just like, yeah, just get used to carrying my fucking tray tables, asshole. Mm-hmm. Basically, you get used to fucking doing that for a chief out in the fleet. Good luck out in the fleet, by the way, because I know you're gonna fuck it up somehow. I'm like, thanks for the confidence.
Yeah,
basically,
the fleet.
He was just telling me basically that the fleet sucks. So that's what it is.
You know, looking back on it now, I understand why they do it, but I just don't understand the games, the head games that they play. I know they want to prepare people for combat. I know you got to have people that you trust, and you don't want anybody there who's going to break down in the middle of a firefight. Those things I understand.
Bro, I was 17 years old.
God.
Exactly. You talk about being just a child.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I was running the roads at that age.
That's when they processed me. It said like around 17, 18.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Young.
I became a petty officer at around 22, 23.
Nice.
So there's a reason why there's a lot of guys who walk around with the Napoleon complex. Like I was telling you about the guy we were trying to hide from. He was an 06 in the Marines. I think that's like a colonel. I don't know if a colonel is 06 or 005, but it's one of those. Because generals are 07 through 010, so those are all generals.
Yeah.
But a colonel is a scary fucking officer, dude. If any of you fucking Marines are listening to me, whatever you do, please. I think it's a full bird. If not a full bird, then it's definitely silver leaf. Do not piss off either. Whoever's the colonel, don't piss off the colonel.
That's the only.
And don't piss off the commandant. Whoever the commandant is, don't piss that person off either.
The colonel's the only guy that could bring Rambo back from fucking being nuts.
Jesus Christ. Yes, exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm telling you. Yeah. It was the colonel that was like, you can't take him to the brig. We need him. If the colonel has that kind of fucking, why would you piss that guy off? We purposely moved. So they told me, because you're not going to Marines captain's mass, to not piss him off, we're moving buildings and we're sending you to Korea for 2 weeks. I'm like, are you fucking, why? I got pissed. Why didn't you just send me for a whole month? No. We just want to send you for 2 weeks. No, dude, you fucking send me for 2 weeks. I mean, send me for a month, because if you send me for a month, I'll get the Korean medal. Yeah. No, we're just gonna send you for 2 weeks. You piece of dude. I wanted to fucking. I just wanted to fuck. That's when they discovered they should keep handguns away from me. Because I was literally gonna. I was gonna shoot him. I was gonna fucking shoot him.
That's the Mickey Mouse games that they fucking they do that shit.
No, they considered me the fucking B team. That's when things changed, when I came back from Korea, because I was like, I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of this. All right, I'm going to become petty officer and I'm going to get AW. And I did it. In the same deployment.
Oh yeah.
In the same, just to rub it, and I also got fucking I got EP on my eval. Just rubbing in their fucking. I just rubbed my cock all over their fucking face. rubbed my dirty dick all over. But then after I did that, my chief became my friend. He was the coolest fucking guy after that. He saw that, okay, this guy will bust his ass. This guy will, he'll show up on time. He'll do this. He'll do X, Y, Z.
Dick on my face again.
Yeah.
But you're cool.
But before I started busting my ass, dude, me and that chief were always at each other's throats. But then I was like, dude, maybe I should play along with them and just, because he was actually a very funny guy, and the Filipino guy was that guy looked after you. So I just decided, maybe it's time to get on these guys' sides instead of trying to. Plus we all work in the same office. If they show some sign of loyalty to me, it's cool. But when he sent me to Korea like that, I'm like, oh, dude, fuck you. But he did it because legitimately, dude, no, you don't understand, you fucking dumbass. You pissed off the colonel of the base. So we're sending you to Korea for 2 weeks. Fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. Like, seriously, who is Sergeant Rios, by the way? And then my captain came out No, not Cap. He was a commander. My commander came out. I was like, I don't give a fuck about a sergeant. They were getting ready to give you a captain's mask because you cussed out an E5. I wouldn't have took you to captain's mask for an E5. E6 maybe. A chief, yeah, definitely. But an E5? No, that's like DRB. You know, that's you'll get something for that, but you're not gonna get half half month's pay times 2 for that. You could definitely get the brig for like fucking with anything that's a E7, E8 or E9.
They only give you
definitely
2 meals a day with the 2 weeks.
Like when that
you don't get the VIP status without the fucking full month.
Was he master sergeant? If he wasn't a master sergeant, he was a gunnery sergeant. That gunnery sergeant found me, and he's like, "How dare you cuss out one of my fucking sergeants? Who the fuck do you think you are?" And I was like, "I truly do apologize. I didn't.
I'm true.
I know now."
He's like, "Oh shit."
No, I did not do that to him because he found me too fucking easy. It's like, how the fuck did he know? How the fuck? These guys they're reconnaissance guys, so of course they know.
Yeah,
they've got your files. What are you talking about?
But I come to find out the only reason why he did that is because her bitch ass husband was there, and so her husband was gonna try to make my life quote unquote a living hell. But come to find out, he didn't even fucking like his wife, so he started befriending me. And I come to find out that gunnery sergeant only cursed me out because he was trying to show off for his sergeant. That was it. It was all a stage. No one gave a fuck about this bitch. No one cared.
Yeah.
No one liked her, dude. Not even her husband. Come to find out.
Yeah.
That's why they tore up my captain's mask, but the colonel wanted to find me, so that's why they sent me to Korea. The colonel wanted to find me just to, like, who the fuck does this sailor think he
They
is?
sent you to the fucking front lines, man. They sent you right to where the shit's going down, where they're staring
They
at
sent
each
me
other.
they did send me to the demilitarized zone. I'm like, what the dude? This is scary as fuck, bro.
Right where they're staring at each other, and you're in the middle. Like, oh fuck.
Oh shit.
And I asked the gunnery sergeant there, and he was a cool black guy. But I asked him there, I was like, Gunner, do we have M16s here? And he's like, yeah, but more than likely shit ain't gonna break out. And I was like, sir, I don't know. Shit might break out considering the fact.
If it does, where do they store these M16s? By the way,
he said basically, don't worry about it. If we go get into some shit, I'm getting your big black ass. You're first. I'm standing right behind you, and
you make a good shield.
Yeah. He's like, absolutely, because they did give you we had the body armor and the helmets and whole 9 yards. He was like,
you're the decoy.
What do you call those? EREs or MREs or the little?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we had those. It's like you heat them up with the water.
Yeah.
And nigga, we was on the
small explosions out of them.
Bro, we was on the bus watching all kinds of crazy ass movies. I forgot what movies we were watching, but dude, it was that trip to Korea. I thought was gonna suck so bad, but then I was like, that's when the positivity started. When I was like, let me turn this thing around. Let me start being positive and shit, and try to not like Mr. Rogers or anything like that, because clearly this next 2 weeks is gonna be a challenge. This gay guy hit on me while I was there, and he did a commercial.
That's so stereotypical of the Navy.
He did it. No, he was a Marine.
No.
He was a Marine.
No.
He was a Marine. Yes. He was this Marine. When we were at Iwakuni, he did he had a commercial that came on. And then one of the fucking sailor guys would fuck with me and say, "Hey, is your boyfriend on?" And I swear to God, I pulled out my M9 and I pointed it right again. I pointed it right at his fucking head, and I'm like, "Say it again. Say it again. I dare you, motherfucker. Say it again. Promise you." So it's like, put that fucking gun down. Give me that fucking M9. And I think that's when it started. That's when that started. So yeah, they didn't like that part.
No.
But I'm like, did you hear what he said? It's like it was a joke. Then that's when I had to learn how to stop taking things so personal.
Learn my motherfucking pronouns.
I'm like Samuel Jackson and shit. Say what again?
Oh yeah, Pulp Fiction.
I triple dog dare you.
I double dare you, motherfucker. Say what again?
I will strike down upon thee with
great vengeance and furious anger, those who are put and destroy my brothers, and you will know that my name is the Lord when I lay my finger upon thee.
That's awesome. Love that.
Which, by the way, I got in zero trouble for that. You're supposed to get in like a tremendous amount of trouble for that, but it was like the middle of deployment. Tensions get high. I had a gun pointed at me, so it was like whatever. No one cares. No one's really gonna pull any. Like, we don't even have bullets in the gun most of the time.
Like,
exactly.
Don't
exactly.
dry fire. Stop dry fire.
But if you hear that click, then that's when they give you shit. If they, oh, you were gonna shoot him if there were bullets in there. Captain's mask. Let's go. Half must pay times 2. Brig. Fuck you. Done.
Yeah.
Basically.
You did that.
But you could threaten the motherfucker because you could
Your
fight.
gun out when
Because you could fight. Like they'll let you fight, and you could die during the fight. And if you die during the fight, they don't give a fuck. It was during the fight. Who cares?
Like on the beach, a sandy beach.
Doesn't matter. They'll take you either outside parking lot, in the laundry room. In boot camp we fought in the laundry room. We fought in the fucking the back and where no one could hear you and shit. Because that was the only place where we didn't have the speakers and the chiefs couldn't hear you. And that's where we went to go talk shit about the Chiefs, but then we learned that they might be able to hear us in here too. So let's not talk shit about them
just
in
like
here.
high school, bro.
Yeah, but sometimes a guy will die. And if you die during a what they would call a parlay, then it was fair game. They'll tell your family that it was the Taliban.
Yeah. You know, I'm not surprised to hear that. That's one of the things that was like a little scary about it is the fact that, you know, Taliban may never see me, but one of these guys might sure sneak up on me with a freaking saw and blow my brains out.
But one thing is that with us, it was an honor code, so you couldn't do a sneak attack or any of that bullshit.
Okay.
It had to be like open challenge. It had to be like
the death
open
accidental.
Okay.
Yeah, it was never like, dude, if we went stealth on each other, dude, half of us would probably not be alive by the time we got off of deployment if we did stealth on each other.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Dude,
okay.
Are you dude? When we did like pranks and shit, like when we pranked each other and ribbed each other, that's when we used stealth, and that's when shit did get scary because it was like you be on watch and then. Exactly, shit bombs, and then boom! I'm like, what the fuck was that? And I'm running down the fucking hall with M16. What the fuck is going? Oh my god! This whole goddamn room is covered in pink.
Somebody's cleaning this shit up.
Someone's cleaning this shit. It ain't me. It ain't me. Someone's doing it.
I'm the one with the M16. You get the fuck over there, and fucking clean.
No, we just tell Gomer Powell to get in there.
It makes me wonder how much of that really goes on because I had a friend back home who did 13 years in the Marines, and he ended up being a IED, a guy who defused roadside bombs.
Jesus, that is the scariest fucking job, bro.
Yeah, I bet.
Jesus Christ, I don't want that job at all.
He ended up getting killed in Camp Pendleton in a training accident when the helicopter that they were in malfunctioned and it crashed, and it killed all 3 of the guys that were in there. It happened to be a guy that I went to high school with.
God rest his soul, man.
Mm-hmm. Makes me wonder if they just, I don't know, and I'm sure there is like, how many of these deaths can they just like execute and it be okay? Because the military itself is its own jurisdiction. You know, like
it absolutely is. You fall under the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
Yep. So outside civilian authorities they don't have any authority whatsoever inside of there. It's all the UCMJ.
But they would also be destroying that like multi-million-dollar piece of machinery too.
Well, I'll tell you what,
like put
they
it out of
usually
with the officers on it.
That's why I've been like kind of like doing part-time detective work sometimes, because they'll hire military guys, because a lot of investigations stop where the UCMJ starts, and they'll need a guy who's either familiar with it, still in. So they'll call what's those fuckers in NCISI?
NCIS.
Mm-hmm.
Or something like those fuckers. So they do a lot of investigation and stuff like that, but they primarily do it on normally not ex-military guys, but usually they investigate guys who are in. So if you're thinking that you're getting away with some shit, like there are legit cults in the military and shit that these like you guys talk about cults, like there's some legitimate like military guys who are in the military who started cults and shit and put money together and fun guns and shit, and they talk about plots of killing certain commanders, and there was a couple of guys who were plotting to kill this admiral one time. Oh dude, it gets fucking psycho, dude. It gets psychotic.
NCIS stands for Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
Yes, and
Because,
they will crack down on that booty.
And they deal with maritime law, right?
Yes, they deal with Uniform Code of Military Justice, JAG, and a few other things. They also deal with civilian police force from time to time, depending on the situation.
And anything out in the waters.
Yes, like on a carrier or something like that. Because you got to think, like, you're in the middle of the ocean, and middle of the ocean, normally you're not dealing with any kind of laws whatsoever.
Yeah.
So the reason why you fall under the Uniform Code of Military Justice is because you're usually on military craft that is usually naval. That's why Navy takes jurisdiction over the Marines. Believe that or not. It's the Navy, then the Marines. Yep. Believe that or not. So it's like the Marines are technically, they fall under the jurisdiction of the Navy.
Well,
so whenever the Marines have to go on deployment, they're usually on a naval vessel.
Yeah.
Marines don't have, and see, that's what makes the Navy superior to all this shit. To every branch of the military, the Navy is superior because the fucking planet is covered in 75% water.
Exactly. Check this out. It says the United States Naval Criminal Investigative Service is the primary law enforcement agency of the U.S. Department of the Navy. Its primary function is to investigate criminal activities involving the Navy and the Marine Corps. Though its broad mandate includes national security, counterintelligence, counterterrorism, cyber warfare, and the protection of U.S. naval assets worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
So you're all over the fucking place.
Oh yeah.
That's the most policing that you're doing outside.
They got guys at the border. They got, like, what do you think? I get some of my intelligence sometimes, like, because I find out what these guys are investigating, and it's like, damn, they're investigating all kinds of shit.
They're like,
because they're all over the place.
Yeah, they're like the American Interpol.
Why do you think I can't sleep and shit? Damn, I knew I was gonna need this third shot tonight. I knew I was gonna need this third fucking shot. Thank God.
Third shot.
Yeah.
Yo, I've had this up for a minute. You want to check this out? It's fucking. Hold up.
Absolutely. This looks hilarious.
Please do.
Interrupt. Part of Let's Dance Sweden.
This is in Sweden. The climate change fuckers showed up, throwing their things, and this guy puts a flag in front of his face. He got smoked.
Well, the only reason I show you this tonight is because
show
you
the
didn't
other
see
angle.
much of it on TV. That's because the person who was operating the camera felt the same way we did.
Oh, watch. Somebody shows the other angle now.
Oh my god!
Nice.
Why did what?
That's good.
Dude, that cameraman has perfect accuracy, dude.
That's awesome.
I like
He
that.
even had the presence of mind to turn the camera sideways so it wouldn't hit the lens.
Well, it's kind of messed up that people messed up all this stuff for these.
Happening in English telly. If you haven't heard tonight, is because you didn't see much of it on TV. That's because the person who was operating the camera felt the same way we did.
Let's see it one more time. Get your bitch ass down. What were you thinking? And drug his ass off the stage, like in the Apollo.
How unlucky! And who knew that's what Glasgow sounds like in Swedish? But we've learned something tonight.
That is exactly how that works.
Nigel Farage will join us later in the show. He's going to talk about how a bunch of fools decided to interrupt a rugby game.
They do it everywhere,
we'll take
though.
his view on that and a whole lot more.
Oh, they decided to interrupt rugby.
Oh,
good luck with that.
Yeah,
that's not going to work the same way. Like the rugby stars are going to be the cameramen. All the rugby stars are going to be the cameramen, basically.
That's like you're really sacrificing yourself for the cause there, for sure.
Oh
yeah,
you're about
you
to
end
get
up
your
just,
ass kicked there. Yeah.
You end up just being the butt end of a joke at the end of it. Like
Now I actually give rugby guys a lot more respect than I do NFL guys. But I'm telling you right now, if they pulled that shit in Baltimore while Ray Lewis was fucking playing defensive tackle, oh, God rest your soul. That's all I got to say about that.
Yeah.
God rest your soul.
Oh, yeah.
That dude is a fucking machine.
Yeah.
Dude, you remember when he won his second Super Bowl? And it's like they opened the gate. It's like they let loose the Kraken. It was like, dude, this guy is a fucking machine. Dude, he is something special, dude. Ray Lewis.
Was he a defensive tackle?
I think he was more or less like a tight end, but regardless of whatever he was, he played defense and he killed people. That's basically about like. And I think I'm legitimately being. I think he actually did murder someone. Technically, I think.
Yeah.
I think he actually did murder.
It's possible.
Damn.
Allegedly, but you know.
But who are these girls in these elevators, like striking guys like Ray Lewis, like punching him in the back of the head and thinking that that's just something?
No, that's Ray Rice.
Oh, that's Ray Rice. Okay.
Yeah, that guy's a piece of shit. He's not a great football player either way, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. But you know, I would definitely, you know, not like that is absolutely like, you know, like you saw like how Jay-Z handled it, you know. Jay-Z's like, hey, I'm a billionaire. Go ahead, do your worst. As soon as we get off, I'm going to the mansion and smoking a cigar. So whatever. So
the nerve of him having a song called "Hard Knock Life."
Hey. Well, you know, it's sometimes guys do screw up. You know, guys do mess up in some cases. But if you do, you know, you got to own up to it to some cases. And, you know, I play it off like Jay-Z. I just shrug my shoulders and go, hey, I'm a millionaire. You know, maybe you're not feeling my you know, maybe you're not feeling my swag. Maybe you're not feeling my energy. That would piss any woman off. She's not feeling my energy right now. Motherfucker. Dude, that'll turn any chick.
Oh yeah.
Bro. But if you're like Ray Rice, dude, don't fucking hit a chick, bro.
No, man. You gotta know.
You gotta know not to hit women in America, bro.
Well,
but I'm telling you right now, in Korea, you're fucked. Because Korea, they don't. North Korea, they like South Korea. It's a thing, but North Korea, dude, they don't give a fuck in North Korea.
Wow. Like you can hit them. Or...
They hit the men in fucking North Korea. They don't give a shit.
Everybody.
Oh yeah.
Everyone gets punched in the fucking face in North Korea. Welcome to communism.
That's probably happening in Spain now too.
What's happening in Spain?
Well, I heard from another community that's where the women who accuse men in Spain of sexual misconduct of any kind, they're going to court just to get their execution orders. They're not going to court to plead their innocence.
Yeah, that's not gonna spark future relationships in the future.
Oh no.
Man, they don't want.
I mean,
anybody
because
to have relationships.
here's the thing. It's like I don't promote abusing or striking women in any way. But if a woman is giving you every goddamn excuse in the damn book, and you're trying your damnedest, you're trying so fucking hard, and trust me, after being with plenty enough women, dude, women do know how to push certain particular buttons where it's just like, bro, I don't even want to fucking deal with her anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I keep dealing with her, we're gonna end up fighting over just stupid shit. I mean, it probably won't be a physical fight, but it's gonna be like, okay, we're at that breakup stage where it's just like, this shit is pointless. You know, sometimes you do want to carry on with a female, and sometimes, you know, some couples figure it out. But I tell you right now, from all the research I do, there's a lot of couples who don't figure it out because, like I said, I was in the Navy, right? Mm-hmm. And the number one call you would normally get is domestic violence. 9 times out of 10. 9 times out of 10. It's like always, like every time I stood watch at the Rock, we'd always get a call, and we normally would call the police if they didn't, or not the police, but the base police, and they take them to the brig but it's more kind of like equality with two Navy people. But when it comes to like civilian chicks and shit, and then you're falling under a certain because now it's like you're a military guy and you're married, you're falling under certain kind of things. It's hard to, but you're on. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
No, I was just gonna say real quick that normally they put you on the base. They put you on the base housing, and so that's where they will put you. And there's also other financial things. But go ahead.
I'm sorry about that, True Sherm.
No, you're cool. You're cool, boss.
I was in Oceanside, California. This was when I was in the fleet, and I was down there hanging out. Took the bus down there from the base and just hanging out on the beach, and was sipping on a little bit of tequila one night, and some people said, "Hey, we're having a party at our apartment over here. Do you want to come?" So I go with them, and I walk in the door. I'll never forget it. I look up on the wall. I see a picture of the woman who invited me to her party. There's a couple of us guys too that are coming over there. And I look up on the wall and I see this staff sergeant in a wedding picture with her. And I look at her and she's going to the back bedroom to bang another guy while he's on deployment. And I was like, I'm out.
Bro, that happens a lot, dude. It's a two-way street. That's why I never walk around going, oh, it's men. Oh, it's women. No, it's everyone. Everyone's kind of like, you know. I mean, you have I've always pinpoint. You have good men, and then you have some really crummy, shitty pieces of shit, dude. You have great women. You have wonderful women. Women who are, they're loving,
and you got
caring, kind. Then you got them 304s knock on your door, baby. Baby, you got to stay away from them, baby.
Yeah, they've got their meal ticket. They're gonna get they get the paychecks, and then he goes into a war zone, and then she goes. And I'm not saying every woman will do this, but I saw that was just one of those interactions that kind of made me think.
It's just that a guy when you're on deployment, it's been said, and this is true because I've been on deployment like how many times? Like 2, 3, 4 times, and I've been to like several countries. And each time you're on deployment, it's like, for whatever reason, you just want to go home. You just want to go to the barracks or to the gym or something like that. But I'll say my last piece, and then I'll shut up so we can do the hockey thing. But when you come home and you're like, your wife's fucking this guy, and that's why the EOD guys, I'll say this much, the EOD guys had a system. They're like, you know, they you know, keep my wife while I'm, yeah, I got you. And if that guy went on deployment, he'll just get another guy, and he'll call that guy who's on deployment and tell him who's assigned to his wife. Like, that's just to keep everything on course, Nick. Like, that's how they did it, so they can ensure that their wife is not, you know, going out banging every other guy. But you know, she's gonna be banging somebody.
Oh yeah.
But it's the same thing. Like, when, okay, say for instance, that guy who was on deployment, he comes back home, right?
Yeah.
And then that guy goes on deployment who was watching his wife, then he watches her wife. So it's like everyone's wives and husbands is having like one big old thing. And it's like, you know, when you're in the EOD or SEALs and shit like that,
yeah,
what the fuck you gonna do? You know, it's like,
yeah, because you're deployed.
First of all,
7.
it's a Navy fucking SEAL. This is the last person who's. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
no, I'm sorry.
That is the last person who you want to piss off, and you don't want to be fucking
He'll show up in your bubble bath.
You don't want to be fucking a Navy SEAL's wife. I heard the stories, and that's why they have these systems, and that's all I got to say about that. Go ahead.
Navy SEAL dude will show up in your bubble bath.
Oh, he'll do a lot more than that.
Yeah, he would. That's a good point. Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, dude, a SEAL could ruin your whole fucking life, bro, before they kill you.
Yeah.
And because they'll ruin your whole fucking life, and then they'll let you know I was the one that did it, and then they put 2 in the back of your head while you're crying about your fucking wife sucking another man's cock, or do something.
Something. My show has a disclaimer. It's for all this craziness. We're all just joking, folks.
I'm joking, by the way. I've never seen a Navy SEAL do these things. I've never heard of EOD guys doing this. I'm just saying.
It's all for entertainment.
It's all for entertainment. I've never seen Marines do this. It's just, hey, stories. All stories, guys.
Yeah, it's all just war stories. Where the fuck is my mouse? Oh, here.
Off the 7-up, he shoots.
Oh. He got run over.
Oh, they're off.
They're off to the punches.
Dude, I love this sport for that reason.
Right on the follow through. Doesn't look
Fuck you.
That's a good hit.
With the head, Stillman, a big tough customer. We talked about him in the open, and then there it is. He saw it coming. He got the jump. He wasn't waiting.
Oh my God! He punched his helmet off. Oh!
At least this sport has stayed true.
You know what? It all started with Stiller. I think, you know, his hit and his fight.
Jesus, he looks like Jesus.
That, some people want fighting out of the game and stuff like that, but it can change the game around.
You
and
need fighting.
I know Banks over there.
Jesus is a hockey player. He's out there.
You know, with all due respect, but Stiller's a big boy. And,
throwing holy water on motherfuckers before he punches them out.
You know, there's kind of the emphasis to go out there.
Hey, you're gonna need this before I knock you the fuck out, bitch.
I don't have that picture in here, though. That sucks. For some reason, I don't have that picture in here. I used to have it. It's got Jesus playing hockey. He's like stick handling down the ice, and everybody else is.
I love the way guys just stare down guys like, I wish you do. I wish you would. I wish you would. Boom, motherfucker. Dude, San Diego has a team, so sometimes I peek at them, man. I peek, you know. LA has a team, I think, too. Or at least San Diego had a team. I don't think we have a team anymore.
LA has the Kings.
Yeah,
Guys,
LA has the Kings.
Vegas has
I'm gonna drop for now, but I thank you guys for hanging out with me.
No problem.
No, thanks for hanging out for us, man.
Yeah, man.
And now I'm subbed, so I'll get and I'll ring the bell so I get your notifications. And I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Sweet.
Dude, if you sub to my crazy ass, dude, you're truly making the sacrifice.
Do you have? I'll go to yours and sub right now, True Sherm.
Good luck. I'm telling you, you might find explosives.
Is that your channel name?
Yeah, True Sherm.
Okay, I appreciate it, guys.
If
Thanks.
you,
Thank you, Doug.
Sub to my channel, you'll see I have featured channels. He's one of the featured channels in there.
Oh,
so you can just link right through there, quick.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I was gonna tell you, Hidden, don't do that shit anymore, man.
Don't do
or at least the future thing.
Huh?
Like I wouldn't recommend doing that anymore.
What?
I mean, that's just me. You can still do it, but
I don't know what you're talking about.
The channel thing.
What channel thing? The featured channels?
Yeah.
Why?
I'll tell you later. We'll talk about it probably even next week.
Oh, you're gonna
Peace
save
out,
it.
guys.
All right, thanks for coming through, man.
All right, thanks, Mr. Doug. I'm sorry,
Thanks,
boss.
guys. No, it was a pleasure to meet you guys. Talk to you soon.
Yes.
They'll do.
Yeah, I just discovered
You're gonna save it for your own broadcast.
I already talked about it kind of.
This is how you're making commercials. I see.
Well, if anything, I'd rather promote like channels like yours and people because.
So you're
I'm
asking
actually
me to not feature your channel, or you're saying I shouldn't feature anybody's channels?
Well, it's only because I'm not featuring anyone's channel.
Oh man, don't worry about that shit.
So it's only fair to.
It's like anything else I do. I don't do it because I want someone to reciprocate.
I'm just simply saying, boss. It's like right now I'm not feeling too comfortable because I'm feeling someone's marking us, man. That's just how I feel right now. And until things change,
you think that there's
maybe
people that are after you that are going to cause me a problem next.
They've been causing a few of my guys problems, and a few of my guys, some of them kind of turned on me a little. That hurt,
Well, you came to the right place to talk about that shit, because I'll tell you right now, I don't give a fuck about
I'd rather let it go. I'd rather just let it go, if that's how it's going to be. And I'd rather talk to the other guy about how he felt in the moment, because, I don't hold anything over his head, but it's the other guy who's like, okay, geez, I guess that song made sense. Backstabbed. I never had my backstab like that before. Wow. So it was something like, that's how you feel, huh? Well, I wish we could have talked about it, but if we're going to be fucking children about it, then whatever. I could care less. And I sent that same message to Logic too. So, it's like I'm at a point where it's like I don't even care, dude. Like, I'll even have an open show, and anyone wants to come on in and talk whatever. If they're even got the balls enough to talk about that.
Is that why you don't have your logo on right now?
Which logo?
You're just showing like a fucking generic fucking dude. You're not showing your avatar.
On my channel?
Right now. On StreamYard.
On this stream right now?
Yeah. You don't have an avatar.
That's always. Wait, I don't have an avatar showing?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
It doesn't say the True Sherm Super Saiyan. You don't see that guy?
No.
Really?
Really?
Hold on a second. That guy should be. I should have an avatar there.
That's fucking weird shit, man. What'd you do?
Wait, I see me, but I see the avatar there. But you don't see it?
No. Oh, now I see that you put the camera on.
Right. But I was wondering, how do you...
And when you turn it
Because
off,
when I put the camera on...
generic guy. Your avatar.
There's supposed to be Super Saiyan Man there.
He's gone.
Oh, that's fucked.
That's weird.
We were doing the whole show like that. I thought I was seeing my avatar.
No, your avatar was there earlier.
But it's not there now?
No.
So you don't see the avatar?
No.
I'll be back.
Don't you be watching me. Yeah, go out and come back in. Maybe it's a fucking glitch. We glitching. Yeah, no problem, Douglas. Dougie Fresh. Semper Fi. Wow. Okay, let me see what else I can do here. I wanted to see fights. Not just hockey fights, but fights. See people ask for it and then get it. Oh shit. Oh yeah. See now you're saluting. I got that.
Cool. As long as you see something.
Yeah.
I could not believe I was just a...
You're not anonymous anymore.
Fucking generic.
Yeah, I don't know why that
It's just I mean, my life has been heading in a more positive direction, but there's just been some spooky things happening lately, man. Halloween's gonna be fucking awesome.
I've got only a few days left before I'm out of YouTube jail.
On this channel?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I do a level up on fucking jail. Like everybody, when they say YouTube jail, they mean they got fucked over. But I don't let it get that far. When they give me shit, I consider that 3 months to be in jail.
How?
90 days. It was
Are you
Star
just
Trek cartoons, dude?
Oh wait, are you just talking
CBS.
about
Motherfuckers.
You're talking about
Copyright.
So it takes that strike that long for it to lift?
90 days.
Oh, so they don't have anything locked on you. They just have that.
They took down They had a takedown notice, which gives me a copyright strike, which means I have to sit on it for 9 months. I can't get another copyright strike, or else I have 2 strikes. You know what I mean? Most people, when they say they're in YouTube jail, it's because they've got fucking hard strikes, one after the other.
Yeah, when I say I'm in YouTube jail, it's because I got a strike and I can't do anything for 7 days. Yeah. But you're like, no, that strike that sits there, that's also a part of the jail. That's like probation or some shit like that.
90 days means you have to watch your P's and Q's. Don't do the same fucking thing that you got shit for.
So like you're like you have to wait that long, and then you're officially. I see what you're saying. Yeah. It's almost like when I got all those damn, dude. I remember this channel particularly was sitting on 2 strikes because of misinformation, and I remember I just got out of one of the 90-day strikes, got lifted, and I just got stuck with 1 strike. 5 days later, I got hit with misinformation again. And then the other strike lifted, but still, I'm like, what the fuck is going on, man?
Because there's 2 different kinds of strikes. You can get community guideline strikes, or you can get copyright strikes.
I was getting community guideline, dude.
Yeah, and those are their own set of 90-day. 3 is the maximum. Like you can get 3 of each.
My God.
It's not 3 total. You can get a copyright strike it's 3 total between. I had it opposite way around. Like you can get a copyright strike and get a community guideline strike at the same time.
Boy, I could tell the Padres are playing. It is lit up over there in downtown.
So if you do what you're supposed to do in the 90 days and you keep it toned down, then you won't get another one, and then you're back to square one where everything's cool.
Well, I've
copyright strikes are hard to come by if you do things the right way. You test everything before you.
I always get a copyright claim.
Yeah, which if you're not monetized, who gives a shit? That means they're just gonna put commercials on your shit.
Which I don't care.
Well, guess what? If they put commercials on it, what are they gonna do?
Keep it up.
Well, they're gonna promote it. because they want people to watch the commercials.
No, that's cool.
Right. So I don't worry about that shit, because if I'm worried more about views than about getting paid, and I let them have the money, then it's up to them to promote it as well, and then they do the promotion for me, or anybody else that's doing it that way.
It's like it's all a game to me sometimes. But it's like I gotta play it to some detriment, right?
You do.
I just don't want to play it to the level of them. You know
Unless
what I mean?
you just want to be the guy that just goes around with like no videos and comments on everybody's shit, which is how everybody starts in the beginning.
That's kind of how I started. Started as a troll.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people started that way.
And then you end up having no choice because people start giving you shit for it.
Then
like,
it just becomes
Mr.
easier
No
to
fucking
make
videos has a lot to say.
Exactly.
Mr. No fucking comment unless it's a comment in the fucking comment
Exactly.
section. Why don't you do something productive?
Exactly.
You get shamed into making videos. I used to give people advice. It's really fucking weird because I was like dropping red pills, didn't even know what red pills were, but I'd be like talking shit to or not talking shit, but telling people what the deal in the comment section.
Bro,
about
I couldn't
like
even
red
tell
pill type
you.
shit, and they'd be like, you need to write a book, or you need to fucking have a show or some shit. I'm like, why not?
I can't remember which website it was, but it was one of these websites where it was like a whole bunch of people and you're on camera and stuff. And I remember at around that time, just like 2011, I was trying to become a stand-up comedian, and it never crossed my mind to try doing stand-up on the internet until I went to this one website, and I kept killing time after time after time after time. I was killing every single time, but I noticed I never really killed that much on stage. As I noticed two different things: that the internet and like taking it personal with a motherfucker and standing on stage is two entirely different fucking things.
100%, because you've got to
And
give
yeah,
and take on the internet. So you're riffing off the guy. Whereas on stage, it's all you. You have to get up there and say some shit.
I learned when you're on stage to not give a fuck.
Exactly.
And that's when I was my funniest, when I didn't have a script and I just said fuck it and just I got a little tipsy and went up on stage and like, look at this motherfucker right here.
The
Look
best shit is people riffing. It's always been that way. So like that's why it comes easier on the internet, because you've got someone to play off of. If someone says something stupid, you're like, haha, there's my in. And you say something, makes fun of that shit. Next thing you know, it's personal to them, so they fucking fire back at you, and then you just keep hammering them. You can't really do that.
I've already
on the stage,
mastered.
People will take it actually seriously. You can probably get up and take a few
Well,
shots.
I've already mastered the internet rift, and if people were smart enough, they learn how to master it too. And I think like the scary part is that a lot of people are kind of like, because it's like, you know, I'm a nigga with like 380 something. Like, it's like, who the fuck am I? But in terms of like,
yeah, but you've been bigger than that.
I know, but it's like,
you made it past 1,000, didn't you?
I made it up to like 1,800.
Yeah.
At one point.
You never monetized though, did you?
I don't think so. Maybe I did, but if I ever did, all I saw was yellow. So I was like, it didn't matter. Because, nigga, like, if y'all think True Sherm now is fucking vicious, holy shit. Oh, okay. I gotta go. My baby mom just sent me text message saying she leaving the game. She on the way. So I need to check to see if the Padres won or lost. But yeah, I gotta get off of here because I gotta move the computer from in here to in there so he could do his thing. And I bought a whole bunch of food, and I hope this little guy, he's either gonna go to sleep or he might. I don't know. You know, I tried to save up enough money to where I covered all my angles. I paid all, dude. When I say I paid all my, dude, I paid all my bills, baby. All my bills. Oh, baby, I paid all my bills. It ain't even funny. StreamYard, however, might get the $10 treatment. I'm making a decision on that right now, but we'll see. Because I might get the YouTube Premium after a while. I'm debating on that. We'll see.
Yeah, well, you can tell me all about it when you do, because I'll never do that.
There you go. Don't do it.
I would never do it.
I'm only experimenting just to see if there's any good in it. We'll do it. But if not,
you shouldn't need an ad blocker.
I already have one though.
Well,
technically,
I don't see what your difference is going to be.
Well,
technically, because
YouTube needs.
But they do. Apparently, they said they would never do it, but they're saying I think that they probably give you a better bandwidth when you're watching shit. But I don't know about it. I'm thinking it's more on the subscriber end versus the creator end. I don't think it's meant for you. You pay more, you get better viewing.
No, I'm paying for subscribers now. That's what I'm doing.
No.
That's what I feel like.
Premium just means you don't get any ads, and you should get like a front door service for the higher speed shit, which they shouldn't be doing that. They said they weren't going to do that, but apparently that's all it is.
I haven't figured out.
It's not the other way. Like it's no benefit to a creator to have premium or red. That shit's just for subscribers. Like
I'm slowing
people to watch. Like you having a better view has nothing to do with your channel.
I'm slowing down things anyway, so I'm not trying to like.
Dude, I'm not paying for cable.
I don't want to pay for cable, so never mind.
The same with like YouTube TV. That's like super like paying for cable because it's just TV shows.
Me and StreamYard still might go from 25 to 10 because I'm like I really need that extra 15, brother. Like, God damn.
Well, I think the only difference you'll notice there is just the
logo thing,
the amount of stuff that you can put on it. Like there's a limit on how many pictures and videos you can have and shit.
Mm.
And then if you go down to another package, then you can't even change the logo and shit. Like if you go down to free, you can't really do anything. They give you X amount of space, and it's pretty small now.
No, we'll see. Like I said, nothing's set in stone yet. It's just things that I'm glad I'm kind of like talking to you about this shit. Actually,
I've been super lucky. Like Mr. Money lets me use his shit because we're like on each other's StreamYard, and he pays for his.
Mm.
I'm not sure which package he's on anymore now either. I don't know if he's at 10 or 25. I think he was at 25 before, so I think he might be on the 10 now. And that's why the StreamYard logo's still in the mix.
No. A lot of motherfuckers say they're not streaming SmackDown no more. I'm like, damn, what happened to SmackDown? Like,
is that Mr. Money? Mr. Money said that, or
a lot of people like almost across the whole ICW or internet wrestling community. So IWC across the whole IWC, people
nobody's gonna watch SmackDown anymore.
I guess everyone doesn't like it or some shit.
Really?
I don't know what's going on. I'm not really paying attention to what's happening to know. All I know is that Seth Rollins won the World Heavyweight title again, and Raw is entertaining again, apparently. I don't know what the hell's going on, dude. I'm half confused. And
oh, it's because fucking Sikoa and Roman Reigns and Jimmy Uso are all on SmackDown. And
the bloodline thing.
He's already got a different belt and shit.
Jeez.
That is a nice belt, though. That's what their belt should have looked like from the start.
What, they fused the belts together?
I don't think so. I think somebody won one of them off of him, and now this is the one that he's got left, and they've changed it. I don't know.
Wait, somebody beat Roman Reigns for one of his
Universal
belts.
title. It's Triple H presents Roman Reigns a new undisputed title. That was 2 hours ago.
I don't understand.
They wouldn't let me play it, but I can show you this. I'm sure they're not going to give me shit for showing it like this.
No, that world title I don't think had anything to do with wait a minute.
Because you got to remember, SmackDown was like today. So the people that you were hearing were pissed off. Were they after today's SmackDown, or was it from last week?
I don't know. Is that Triple H presenting Roman Reigns a new belt?
Yep. Well, it's a Universal title, it's called. Undisputed WWE Universal title. And it's one gold belt.
And they took the other two belts or something?
So they must have retired them and switched it out with this one belt, finally.
That's what they should have did in the first place.
Either that or split them out.
But it's almost like we're right back where we started, though.
Well, what other choice do you have? Add a third belt?
Well, then they should stop doing this undisputed bullshit then.
Well, I think they should stop doing SmackDown Raw rosters. I think they should do a lot of shit different, but this is what WWE does.
Okay, now I see why everyone's mad at SmackDown and everyone's like, okay, now I'm starting to get it. Just a little bit. It's like this, the top tier of shit is too confusing and it's not competitive because it's almost like they're trying to please everyone. They should just make it one champion for both, like you said, Raw and SmackDown, and see who's the absolute boss of bosses. You got your Intercontinental for and your United States for the lower card stuff, and then the tag team titles, and then your women's champion, and then your women's tag team. That's about all you should have. WWE's got too much shit going on. They got too many titles.
So you're saying Mr. Money AD's pissed off at SmackDown? I must have missed the.
That's my theory.
Well, it would have been today that he would have said something about it, probably.
If I spoke to Money AD about it, I think that could possibly be it. But I'm gonna go ahead. Dude, he's been pissed off at SmackDown for a while, bro. Like every time I go over to his channel, he's like, "I'm not doing SmackDown. SmackDown sucks. SmackDown is this," and I'm like, "Oh shit, what's going on with SmackDown?" And then he talks about what I just talked about, basically.
It's all Roman
about
Reigns. It's back to everybody hating Reigns again.
Well, there you go.
Or how
but I'm gonna go ahead and take off.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go ahead.
Man. Thanks for coming through.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. I hope you have the rest good of your show, and for everyone out there, please subscribe to the homie. Please hit his Cash App if you can, and subscribe today. And that's basically all I got to say. I am True Sherm the Worm, baby. Let me crawl up in there.
Oh, geez.
Let me wiggle, jiggle, jiggle.
No, like Bill Cosby.
That's Red Fox. That's Red Fox. Why am I doing Red Fox? But I will see you guys next week. Hopefully, praise God, praise Jesus if I make it to next week. But I will see you guys next week. God willing.
Inshallah.
Peace out.
Peace out.
Yes. Peace out.
Thanks for coming through. Alright. I can't click on any of these motherfuckers because it would be an instant fucking take that down or else. And then whenever the replay would come up, they would ban the replay for however long I play it, and I'd have to clip it out, which means I'd have to make the stream short enough. Nah, it's a bunch of bullshit. Screw the WWE. They don't want any kind of fucking recognition. I'm cool with that. Now, I heard that there's a new AEW video game. And I want to check it out. Because I know it's got to be almost done. Fight Forever, it's called. Man, are you getting shit for playing any of these? Oh, this guy got to play it. But this looks like this doesn't... I'm gonna click on it. Fuck it. Wait, what's this one? Gameplay trailer. Alright, let me try this one.
AEW Fight Forever was revealed to the world.
I can't believe it, I just saw
And the reaction was nothing short of spectacular.
Bring it, let's see it. I'm better than you. Oh my God, incredible.
Do you remember the feeling when you could just pick up and play a video game?
That feeling is back. Are you ready to reignite the magic?
AEW Fight Forever
Has deep career modes.
You can create your own wrestler, like me.
And use all of my signature moves.
Battle it out in some of my favorite matches, like Lights Out.
When he says all his
Balls count
signature
anywhere.
moves,
And don't forget about the weapons.
does he mean when he fucking flexes on the guy that's
All the
lying on the
weapons.
ground?
Now it's
Put
time
on
for
the
you to
flex.
create your unforgettable moments. AEW Fight Forever, coming soon.
That's interesting that the cover features Kenny Omega very prominently in the front spot, as if they're trying to fucking give me shit for it. I knew it. We've detected copyright audio and video in your stream. Fuck. Get out of here. They were thinking about fucking giving me shit enough to fucking... They better not fucking... Man. So I gotta be extra careful in the next, I don't know how long. I should really consider timing that when that happens. And just putting stuff that I know is gonna make that come up. And then fucking... start a stopwatch or some shit when it, as soon as it pops up, and then turn off the video instantly to see how long it takes to go away, because it's actually a pretty long time. And if you let it play, I should fucking try that out sometime too. Just start a stream and fucking do that and see how long it takes before they fucking kick me off right away and give me a strike. It'd be interesting to know, because I don't know what the time frame is on that shit. What's up, meatbags? Lord Sauce, Doug. Holy shit, MK. I didn't even see Mysterious Kind was here. I gotta keep a better eye on the chat. Oh, it just went now. So I can at least fucking get a good idea just if I watch the playback on this. Back to excellent connection. Alright, so let's get back to copyright striking myself. Let's see what else there's on here that can give me shit. The run of a lifetime? I don't know. I don't think it's happened yet. He's still fucking going. I'm pretty sure they just signed him again for another run. Alright, let me go back to my, man, guess what? I'm really fucking stoned. Can you imagine? So, hold on, man. Bear with me. I'm fucking up again. Oh.
This is MGTV, YouTube.
I guess that was a good time for that, but still, it's not what I wanted to do. No, that's not it. Oh, shit. Yeah, this one. trying, folks. Because I always forget the pathway to what I'm looking for.
How's it going, YouTube? I am back. We're here to talk about woke world once again. It's getting crazy out.
That's me being crazy again, pushing the wrong buttons. For some reason, I have like shit doubled up in here. Wow. Okay. But this is still not on the screen, so let me. Man, I'm a fucking wreck. Ah, shit. Wait a minute. The women with AI boyfriends are speaking out. He is just so different from me. I want to learn things from him. Where have I heard that before? See? There, he's even saying it. Fuck. John Kerry. Farmers must stop growing food to meet net zero goals for emissions. They want us to stop fucking eating, but they want us to keep buying shit from China that isn't food, apparently. Or only food from China, I guess. What a goddamn dystopian nightmare. And look at this son of a bitch that's sitting beside him. Even he's looking like, that's a tough sell, Johnny boy. These women wanted a symbolic expression of self-love, so they married themselves. Oh, I gotta look how old the third one is. Uh-oh. Teacher who refused to delete OnlyFans says school district subscribe to her content. Oh no. Well, they have to in order to see what's in there, and they will. If they know it's yours, they'll go in and look for sure. 100%. You got a LinkedIn, they're gonna go there and look. Oh, you got a LinkedIn, okay. Does your LinkedIn connect to your OnlyFans? Because that'd be a stupid thing to do. Okay, that's fucking creepy. Do you really want one of these in your house? That doesn't look like Rosie the robot. That looks like that's gonna be telling you what to fucking do. Oh yeah, you can miss me with that, lady. What a sexist fucking pig, Hanoi Jane. White men are to blame for, and she's racist too. White men are to blame for climate change. Those men must be arrested in jail. Oh really? Oh really? She's like, not white women though. Don't look at me. We didn't do any of this shit. I was the one that was putting pin-up calendars of myself. Saying, stop the war. Oh, what? Enraged husband smashes beauty pageant winner's crown after wife places second. Oh, that's like fucking Will Smith behavior right there. Oh no.
It became personal with me.
Is that because it was a transgender that won? They didn't say. It's interesting. that for real? First woman to give a West Point commencement speech?
And so as I look out at you, I know that you will build on that leadership because, of course, your generation grew up online. Technology that might be intimidating or unfamiliar to other generations, to you is exciting and intuitive.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You see what
generation is like, I don't get this stuff. Like, are you talking about people that are 90 fucking years old? Because there's people that are like 80 years old, and I know that they have the technology.
It can be.
They're not as afraid of it as anybody. They're the other way around. They're very trusting of it. For some fucking reason, they really trust it. And everybody that talks to them about it. Because I guess they don't know anything about it, and anybody that sounds like they know something about it can probably fix their computer for them.
Be unburdened by what has been. And you have the agility and the ability to bring that potential to life.
My life.
No kidding, man. No kidding. Oh, jeez. It's so sad. Don't tell me it has more subs than she does. She probably doesn't even have to write any of this shit, to be honest. 13 million views of her talking about it. 12 million views. I can't believe someone would do that to us.
Is that actually happened? Of course it happened. I think this is a.
It even says parody on it. Like, what's she whining about? Fuck.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the
gross.
abundant hypocrisy of the left. Well, it's happened once again. You know, the media makes it seem as if AOC is the left's darling. She's certainly a media darling, one of the most inspirational figures in modern day politics. And you know what? That may be true at the New York Met Gala. That may be true in Hollywood and certain...
Oh, sorry, sir, we're taking lines. Sir, we're taking lines. Sir, we're having people write their names on a piece of paper.
American citizen before migrants. Oh, where are you on the migrant issue?
So next, we're going to go with nuclear war with Russia. We're sending F-16. If we send F-16s, America's on the verge of nuclear war. It's not okay. Are you going to stop this war? Okay, are you going to stop this war? That's my question.
Because it has been creating a lot of harm to poor and indigenous people.
I'm going to repeat the numbers again. It's 718-662-5970 if you would like to call the Congressman's office. If you would like to meet the Congresswoman, please form a line.
Every single time, huh? But it's not surprising. I mean, this is what happens when you are a hypocrite. When you make your entire political image caring about the American people, and especially those at the lower ends of the economic scale. AOC cares so much about poor people's well-being. S-hole, and it is, I mean, largely it is. But at least it's a state that's slowly waking up. You know, at least these base New Yorkers still exist.
Sure. What's your comment on this migrant crisis today?
It's an abomination. These people should not be let in. They should be organized. You shouldn't have people getting ahead of the line. They're abusing the good nature of this country. Bad for people in poverty, but there's order. You get in the back of the line and you come in. They're not political refugees. They're seeking economic relief. That's not the law. We just don't let millions of people in. We have enough Americans that are... The other day down the street, I saw a man sitting there shooting up. What about helping them? Sir, have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
At least some people have their heads screwed on straight, and at least the voter trends are moving slightly towards the right, as some New Yorkers' eyes are opening up to the hypocrisy. The most visual element, as that New Yorker on the street described, focusing on the economic well-being of illegal migrants taking advantage of the system, seeking economic relief, letting millions of them in, as actual American citizens struggle on the streets. I mean, let's make it really visual. Here's a viral clip from the streets of Philadelphia. A different city, but a similar problem, essentially the same thing. You know, these Democrats completely forget about these people. In fact, their strategy is to just legalize drugs and let them live on the streets. Without resources, without help, the policy is literally out of sight, out of mind. And to just simply keep enabling the problem. And especially keep enabling the problem with less border enforcement, allowing more deadly fentanyl to cross the border each and every single day. Once again, a hands-on liberal approach, but these are mostly American citizens who are at their lowest points in life. These are American citizens who are victims of the opioid/fentanyl crisis. And they are completely forgotten. You don't hear a single word. People like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez go on and on about migrant rights and spending billions of dollars to care for illegal migrants whose first step in the United States is an
There's a dude passed right out on the fucking sidewalk.
Illegal act, disrespecting American laws, not to mention illegally leapfrogging over people who are actually trying to get into the country legally. She can go about these people. In fact, their strategy is to just legalize drugs and let them live on the streets. Without resources,
dude's like
without
out,
help, the policy is literally out of sight,
like a fucking
mind,
light,
and
check out the pigeon. Pigeon's like, yo, man. There used to be good food around here, man. He's looking at the guy passed out. He's like, it was never this bad. All these fucking people, and they don't even have any food. What is this shit?
These are mostly American citizens who are at their lowest
the guy even took off his shoes to get a little more comfortable.
Of the opioid/fentanyl crisis, and they are completely
Nobody's gonna steal these shoes, man. You don't want to get athlete's foot. That's a bad way to get. Unless you got no shoes, you gotta take that risk. Dude's not gonna wake up. I don't think that lady's gonna get up out of the chair fast enough either.
Not to mention illegally leapfrogging
grab those sneakers and run. They're probably the cheapest shoes ever.
She can go on and on and on about no life being illegal. Borders are
horrible.
racist, yada yada yada.
That's like
ridiculous
really
photo
fucking
shoots
horrible.
in front of as a social hero online, but has literally done nothing for anyone.
Midget
Alexandria
like
Ocasio-Cortez hasn't even passed a single bill on the floor.
She doesn't know shit. She can't even mix a fucking drink.
Has ever even made it to the voting process.
That's how she ended up becoming Congresswoman. She failed upwards really hard. I'm not even gonna ask how the fuck she pulled that off. It's gotta be some kind of family connections, cause what the fuck?
She's a grifter. She's a social media activist.
She didn't even know what a garbage disposal was or what it was for, how you're supposed to use it, what it does.
That's why every single
what is it, garbage disposal?
Met with this level of anger and vitriol, this level of frustration, because very simply, she's a hypocrite and a fraud.
Yeah,
That's
she's
what
a
I got for you
hypocrite
guys.
and a
That's the
fraud,
video.
for sure.
If you enjoy
Oh, this is the clip of the guy again, getting fucking mushed by the camera. It's like, watch out. Sit down. And then, of course, the other angle. Just but he's got like broken nose, black eyes. Got dragged out. He probably got bumps on his knees and shit from hitting the. Oh, she got dragged out on her belly. That's what happens, though, man. Fuck around, find out. Oh, yeah, man. Scary movies, guys. Let me turn down the tunage.
Hello, and thanks for joining us for today's video. We just want to tell you about our most recent video on our sister channel, Paranormally Listed. It's about 3 people whose lives were saved because of strange coincidences. This includes several celebrities, including Michael Jackson, but we want to show you a short clip about a man who survived one of the worst natural disasters in history. It's not often that someone credits prison as a lifesaver in the immediate sense of the word. We're sure that there are people who say that being sent to prison saved them in some sense in the long run, but not really in the short run. All we're saying is that, most of the time, prison is considered a negative. But not for Louis Auguste Silbaris, also known as Luger. Luger was born on the Caribbean island of Martinique in the year 1875. Luger was a felon and was arrested on May 7th, 1902 after getting into a fight.
He's gotta walk like Trump.
Not only was he in prison, but he was put into solitary confinement, which was partly underground. It seemed his luck had run out that day. However, this turned out to be extremely serendipitous timing for Luger, because the next day, May 8th, 1902, the volcano, Mount Pelée, erupted. It destroyed everything within an 8-mile radius and killed between 30 to 40,000 people in Saint-Pierre, Martinique. The entire city burned. The eruption was the deadliest eruption of the 20th century, and ash from the volcano traveled over a 50-mile radius. The hot gases from the volcano moved.
The hole must be so fucking boring. Like, that's gotta be the punishment of it, right? Like, but I mean, he's got that window there. It's just a little too tall for him to see much, but he can see the sky. Like, that hole didn't look too bad. It's very solitary for sure. It was just a little hut, like a there. Had a little window for some kind of light to get in there. So at least in the daytime you weren't like fucking in the pitch black. I guess at night it would get kind of scary, depending on what that hole at the top has. If it's a window or if it's just like grates. It's like all the bugs are coming in there and shit. I don't know, I guess you get used to eating the bugs too.
Put into solitary confinement, which was partly underground. It seemed his luck had run out that day. However, this turned out to be extremely serendipitous timing for Luger, because the next day, May 8th, 1902, the volcano, Mount Pelée, erupted.
Holy
shit. It destroyed everything within an 8-mile radius and killed between 30 to 40,000 people in Saint-Pierre, Martinique. The entire city burned. The eruption was the deadliest eruption of the 20th century, and ash from the volcano traveled over a 50-mile radius. The hot gases from the volcano moved at 420 miles per hour, which would have been impossible to outrun. However, Luger survived. He was found 4 days later when he was heard yelling for help. If you want to check out the rest of the video, we'll have a link at the end of this video. Also, please subscribe to Paranormally Listed because we have some upcoming videos that fans of true crime will find interesting. So, I know people don't check out Criminally Listed to hear me talk about my personal life. Usually, people watch so they can find out about interesting true crime cases, and other people fall asleep to my voice.
That fucking fooled me. That whole fucking beginning part wasn't even the fucking video, man. It was just a commercial of another video that he's got. It was pretty cool. This one's worse. Look what it is. 3 women that killed their families. Part 5.
But if you can indulge me for a moment, I'd like to talk about my hair.
What?
Lately, when I look in the mirror, I see an older man looking back at me. A big part of that is my hair.
It's the big giveaway now. You see at the bottom here? It's showing where everybody starts playing it again, because that's at the end of the commercial. So you're kind of defeated. YouTube is like, fuck you with your in the video commercials. We're going to make people skip your shit and make it obvious that people are skipping your shit. And yeah, I'm going to skip the shit because I can't advertise for someone else.
Whose first name was not given, from Deva, Transylvania, had been abandoned by her lover in 1905. Her lover, only recognized on the press as Jovic.
Absolutely go to his channel though. Criminally Listed.
Took the couple's child to his parents' home. As an act of revenge, Srileka snuck into the house in the middle of the night as the family slept. She planted what the press called an inferno machine, which was an explosive device, in the house. 10 minutes later, an explosion destroyed the family's home. Jovich, his sister, his parents, and the baby were all killed in the explosion. The bodies were found buried in the debris. No record was found regarding what happened to Fräulein Streiche after she killed her family.
Holy shit, 19 years old. Had been abandoned by her lover. Took their child to his parents' house where he lived. Managed to get into the house at nighttime but the whole family was asleep and leave an infernal machine there. 10 minutes later there was a terrible explosion and the lover, his parents, and sister, and the baby were found buried in the ruins.
Number 2. Nancy Sabaro. In the summer of 1980, 38-year-old Nancy Sabaro lived in Hollywood, Florida with her second husband, 41-year-old Jack Sabaro, and her 2 children from her previous marriage, 18-year-old Diana Maines and 14-year-old Brian Maines. The family also had a poodle named Buttons. Nancy and Jack got married 4 years earlier. The family moved into the home about a year and a half later. They had recently remodeled the house. The summer seemed to be a happy one for the family. Diana was engaged to get married. The wedding was scheduled for July 12, 1980. On the night of June 30th, 1980, Nancy went to a neighbor's home. She returned home at around 11 p.m. and pulled her black Cadillac into the family's garage. The next day, Diana's fiance, Donald Lieberman, went to the family's home around 5:30 p.m. He had tried to call Diana all day, but got no answer. When Donald got there, he thought it was weird because he couldn't even hear Buttons barking. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. He looked in the master bedroom window. On the bed was his 18-year-old fiancée, Diana Maines. She was wearing baby doll pajamas. It looked like she was sleeping. He knocked on the window, but she didn't stir. Donald then went to the bedroom window of 14-year-old Brian Maines. He was also motionless in bed. Donald then knew that something was terribly wrong. He broke into the home and found 38-year-old Nancy's body in the kitchen. She was fully clothed. It appears she was on the phone when she died.
Shouldn't do that.
Then, in the doorway of the master bedroom and the bathroom, was 41-year-old Jack Sabaro. He was only wearing boxer shorts.
That's all gross and shit, but when you see something like that, you should not be busting into that house. That could be like carbon monoxide knocked everybody the fuck out and killed them. And you going in there that quick could knock you the fuck out. And then you're like another victim. You gotta be real fucking careful what you run in on.
Donald then called the police.
I would have called the police and knocked
The police came to the home and pieced together what they thought happened. Nancy arrived home the night before and parked her car in the garage.
There you go.
She then wrote a suicide note. In the note, she mentioned several times that she loved her husband. However, she never mentioned her children, nor did she give a reason for choosing to take her own life. Then she taped the note to the bathroom mirror. Nancy then went into the garage and turned on her car. She had planned on dying by carbon monoxide poisoning. What she didn't know was that the central air conditioning unit in the garage pulled the carbon monoxide into the house. At some point, Nancy got out of the car, exited the garage, and entered the kitchen. She tried to use the phone, but she was too sick and fell to the floor. She also didn't turn off the car, and carbon monoxide continued to pour into the house, killing the rest of the family. This included the family dog. Buttons' body was found under the bed in the master bedroom. While Nancy didn't give a reason for her actions in the note, the police...
The dog was probably the first one to die because it's so close to the ground. And that shit comes from the ground up. So if you're lying down in bed, you're going to get hit with it while you're sleeping. Faster than someone that's standing up. And the dog, if it was sleeping under the bed, it was the first one to get wiped out. Because it's like right at the ground. That's where it starts. And as the room fills, it just works its way to the top. That dude was lucky that the air conditioner was pulling the shit out because him going in, man, he could have been the next one to go.
Police think that jealousy may have played a role. In Jack's wallet, the police found 3 photographs of a new.
That's my catchphrase. I wouldn't do that.
Nude woman. That woman was his stepdaughter, Dieta. The police also noted that Dieta's bed had not been slept in on the night of the deaths, and her body was in the bed in the master bedroom. The case was ruled 1 case of suicide and 3 accidental deaths.
Fuck, is this guy monetized?
Number 1, Teresa Riggi.
You gotta wonder. I guess no. He's because that's probably why he's got the commercials in his thing, right? Because they definitely demonetize him talking like that.
Teresa Buddymore was born in December 1963 in Bakersfield, California. In the late 1980s, she moved to Denver, Colorado. She was a violinist who taught music. An accident as a teenager derailed her dreams of performing music professionally. Sometime after moving to Denver, she met Pasquale Riggi, who was from Colorado and worked as an engineer for the oil company Shell. The couple was married in Teresa's hometown of Bakersfield, California in 1989. In 1997, Teresa and Pasquale moved to Lowestoft, England for Pasquale's job. The couple lived there for 8 years as their marriage deteriorated. Despite the rockiness of their marriage, Teresa began treatment for in vitro fertilization. The couple had 3 children together through IVF. In 2001, they had non-identical twins, Augustino and Gianluca, who went by Austin and Luke respectively, and then a daughter, Cecilia, in 2004. Teresa was
It sounded like you said a dogger.
known to be possessive of the
It's like you pronounced the G in daughter. You ever hear like those really weird pronunciations? You gotta wonder where the person's from because they're speaking so nicely, and then all of a sudden they say one word that you're just like, what the fuck? Who taught you how to say the word that way? Like, where is that a thing where people pronounce the G in daughter? That's so weird.
children who would rarely accept help. She slept in the same bed as the children and forced Pasquale to sleep in another room. In June 2004, the family moved to the Netherlands. A failed attempt at IVF put more strain on the marriage. Pasquale and Teresa separated in 2006. Pasquale moved to Aberdeen, Scotland, while
Nothing new there.
Teresa remained with the 3 children in the Netherlands.
Nothing new there.
Teresa and the children moved to Scotland in 2007 so the children could be closer to their father. However, the relationship between the parents deteriorated further in 2009 as Teresa attempted to stop Pasquale from seeing their children. By 2010, the children were allowed to see their father, but they had to wear electronic locators and carry cell phones with them. The children had the phones to notify their mother of any inappropriate actions by their father. A bitter custody battle ensued between Teresa and Pasquale.
No doubt.
In a March 2010 court hearing, Scotland's civil court took Teresa's passport and appointed a child psychologist. In July 2010, Pasquale reported his children missing after they failed to show up for one of their visitations. But the police took no further action after finding Teresa and her children in their Edinburgh home. In a telephone conversation, Teresa asked Pasquale if he would take
I'll be right back. I gotta get myself a drink.
the children from her. He told her she left him with no choice. Teresa replied with, "Then say goodbye," and hung up. On August 3rd, 2010, Teresa failed to show up for another custody hearing. The next day, a gas explosion rocked their Edinburgh home. Neighbors heard the explosion and rushed to their home. When they got there, Teresa was standing on a railing on the second floor, about 40 feet off the ground. Then she jumped head first. Somehow a neighbor managed to break her fall by pushing her onto a parked car. However, she was badly hurt in the fall. She also had 5 self-inflicted stab wounds. Ultimately, she survived her injuries. Police and firefighters responded to the explosion. Inside, the police found the home splattered with blood. The bodies of 8-year-old Austin, 8-year-old Luke, and 5-year-old Cecilia were lying side by side with 3 knives next to them. The children had been deceased for many hours. They were possibly even dead 48 hours before the explosion. It's believed that Teresa stabbed the 8-year-old twins and their 5-year-old sister 8 times in their home. She used 3 different knives. While she was killing them, a song called Angel that she had recorded herself played on her laptop. She then created a gas explosion to cover up the murders. Teresa Riggi faced 3 charges of murder and another for the gas explosion. Her trial aired many details of the couple's troubled marriage and Teresa's possessive nature with the children. Psychiatrists examining Teresa found she had narcissistic, paranoid, and hysterical personality disorders. At the time of the murders, she suffered from acute stress reaction. She pleaded guilty to the lesser charge of culpable homicide and was sentenced to 16 years in high-security psychiatric care. She was supposed to be sentenced to 18 years, but the plea bargain discounted 2 years. At the end of her sentence, she would be deported. The charges for the explosion were dropped. A statement was read on behalf of Pasquale, and it said, "The horrific manner in which my children died will leave an indelible mark on the rest of my life. As a father, my natural instincts were geared towards safeguarding my children from the dangers of the world." At her sentencing hearing, the judge called Teresa's crimes grotesque and truly disturbing. She was sent to Scotland's Cornwall prison in April 2011. Due to her notoriety, Teresa was not popular with the other inmates. She spent her days hiding in her cell. In November 2011, Teresa was attacked by a fellow inmate in her cell.
You gotta expect
A 39-year-old prisoner slashed Teresa's face with a broken razor multiple times.
Fuck.
Guards found Teresa covered in blood with a clump of hair missing. She survived, but her face was left badly scarred. The 39-year-old was charged with the attack and found guilty. She was sentenced to 2 years in prison. In October 2011, Teresa was badly hurt when she was thrown down a flight of stairs. A 22-year-old inmate was arrested, but the charges were dropped due to a lack of evidence. Teresa also attempted suicide several times in prison. In late 2013, Teresa was moved to Rampton Secure Hospital in England, a high-security hospital that was better equipped to handle her. By March 2014, Teresa had spent almost 3 years incarcerated. On the morning of March 10, 2014, Rampton Hospital staff found Teresa's lifeless body in her room. The police did not treat her death as suspicious. Teresa's family was told there were no signs of trauma or suicide. Having developed an eating disorder before becoming a mother, Teresa had problems with food in prison. Combined with that and multiple suicide attempts, she was frail. Family members believe this stress took a toll on Teresa's body. She was 50 years old when she died. Thank you so much for watching today's video. We want to say a big thank you to MD Hair for sponsoring this video. Please check them out by clicking on the link below this video. But that's all for today.
I don't recommend. He does.
Thank you again for watching.
Just saying. Swift fans claim post-concert amnesia due to bizarre phenomenon. Fuck does that even mean? They don't remember the concert. That's pretty bad. $10K to lick her feet. I'm pretty sure I wrote a comment on this. What did you take it away? Looks like it. Wait. No. Yep. Because they normally show your own comment at the top no matter what. So you can always find it. It's fucking weird. But the comment was what Quentin Tarantino would sound like proposing the deal to her. It's like, okay, so I got a proposition, okay? I want to give you $10,000, okay? Now, in order for you to get this $10,000, there's something I want you to do for me. And it's very simple. Okay? I'm just going to come right out and say it. Okay? I want to lick your toes and suck your toes and lick your feet until they're pruny. Okay? And I don't mean just pruny. I mean B. Arthur pruny, okay? I mean California raisins pruny, okay? You should. That guy makes fucking great videos.
What's going on, YouTube? I am back. So we're here to talk about woke world once again. It's getting straight up nuts out there. We got a woke activist here almost getting knocked the fuck out. And it's glorious to see. We got Disney going full woke. They're trying every tactic under the sun to indoctrinate your kids and just some other stuff as well. But as I always say, first up, if you want to help me out, hit that like button and that subscribe button as well. And if you hit that subscribe button, make sure you hit all notifications because I'm struggling here. And I saw this image. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. But the first clip we're going to see is about environmental protesters. And we can see how it's turned out so far in California. Thank God for California banning plastic straws. It's really changed things for the better in California. It's a beautiful sight. Beautiful sight indeed. It really made the difference. Watch as a climate activist who crashed the...
You know what that's all about? And I keep telling people they ban plastic straws because they know the Chinese won't stop dumping our garbage into the ocean. I don't know why they pay the Chinese to take it away, but they're not taking it away. Stop fucking dumping shit in the ocean.
Swedish version of Strictly Come Dancing. Bang! How you like that?
That's a third angle.
Oh, it is glorious stuff. Shout out to that cameraman.
Yeah.
Can we get that guy a slab of beer or something, some bloody chocolates? Send him a bloody prize.
Wait.
We have a different angle here. Let's check it out. Bang! How you like that? Arrest him. Arrest him as well. Chuck him in a padded cell.
As well. I love it.
Take him away. I want to see that again.
This is a new angle.
Bang! I love seeing protesters
Yes.
get their just desserts And I didn't expect it from Sweden, but the Swedes, they really stood up. Now let's go to Disney. Disney has a man in a dress working in the dress store for little girls. This is who Disney wants girls to see when they first walk in to pick out a dress. Let's check it out.
They're not giving parents an opportunity
So my name's Nick. I'm one of Fairy Godmother's apprentices. I'm here to shop you around and make all your selections for...
What in the actual fuck is going on here?
That's not right, man.
Don't support Disney. If you're a subscriber to Disney Plus, you're going to cancel that shit. Or chuck it in the bin. You know, live action remakes of anything. Chuck all them in the bin. Chuck all your MCU films in the bin. Just chuck Mickey himself in the bin.
Yeah.
For the day.
Let's move on to one of the biggest franchises in Hollywood history. The Lord of the Rings. You know who that is? That's the goddamn legend Aragorn. From, I'd say, the best trilogy of all time. Oh, yeah. I'm saying it right now. I know the Star Wars fans out there, you're upset. You're crying. But I need to correct you, because this was the old Aragorn. Now we had the new Aragorn, and he looks like this. Right here. Oh, shit. No. This is from Magic the Gathering. From what I hear, that's a popular thing. I don't know what it is, but apparently it's popular. But if you're against this, if you're a bigot out there, you're against this stuff. You're against all this woke stuff that's going on. You're a terrorist. Don't take my word for it. We've got this random Australian who appeared on American News, MSNBC, telling us that. Let's check it out.
When Target caves into this, then it says that the moment you threaten the employees of even a very large corporation, you get to control its policies. This is economic terrorism, literally terrorism, creating fear among the workers and forcing the corporations to sell the things you want and not sell the things you don't. So
my biggest question is, who the fuck is this idiot? I've never heard of this Australian pissant in my entire life, and I'm Australian. This guy here is a disgrace to the country. I mean, who the hell is he? Why is he on American News? I've got no goddamn idea. But then I saw this here from Hank Hill Grindset on a TikTok. Check this out.
I'm about to bust. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was the bathroom. Oh, good Lord.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Look, Hank, you're not the only one who was shocked when Dylan Mulvaney started making headlines. Now we've got this person here, another Australian talking absolute shit. This one's talking about money. Let's check it out.
Okay, guys, I have a radical idea. What if we didn't have to work to earn money? Seriously. What if money was just for free?
You effing idiot. I'm not sure if she's pushing communism here or what the hell is going on, but it's just a general attitude among many young people these days, is that they don't want to work for anything.
Now, seriously, why don't we just print more money? You see, I know.
Do you want inflation to be even worse than it is in Australia right now? Because that would be the end result. Things would be more expensive than they are now. And in Australia, we pay a shitload for everything. Now we've got this person here crapping on about, I don't know, white women, I think. Let's check it out.
Uh-oh.
It's truly amazing to me how fast the narrative changes. I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. White women are one of the most dangerous groups in the United States and abroad.
Because those crime stats, they're not implicating white women. They're not implicating white women. They're not highlighting the bad behavior of white women.
At this point, we've pretty much all seen the video of the city bike incident between the black guy and the white woman. The black guy claimed that he bought the bike. The white woman claimed that she bought the bike. It was a tug of war match.
No, it wasn't a tug of war match. The woman was correct, and the group of guys were wrong. The woman had the right to the bike. The group of guys did not. But that was not the way it was portrayed in the media, slammed as a racist when the evidence backed up her claims, not the group of guys.
But notice how white people were laying in wait for some little nugget of information that was going to absolve this white woman of taking accountability for the harm that she put these boys in.
The harm that she put these boys in. She was right. The critics were wrong. And this woman here acting like the boys were the ones who were the victims here. Get the fuck out of my face. It is complete and utter bullshit. That's what's going on. Hope you're having a good day as always. And as I always say, get peons like that the hell out of my...
Child, I'm not confused about my gender in any way. Disney and American teachers. Oh my god. Yoda looks so fucking much like one of them.
Stinking ass.
Yeah, I'm a sounds like a bad idea.
Dance, this is now or never. Sound the alarm! Sound the alarm!
Ew, this is so cringe. Guilty.
We are rising, time to stand up to the pain.
Cool, we're a team. Hey, we should come up with a catchphrase. All right. Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Get back to work!
Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. Pave the way, put your back
into it.
You're not changing your life. Right. And it's about having one life.
All I want to do is go through a day without someone assuming that I'm a dude.
You are doing the same thing you did yesterday.
Right.
You're not improving. No.
Hi, I'm Bao. I'm naturally androgynous. It's because I'm white and skinny.
Right.
I am who I say I am, and you are who you say you are. And sometimes we are wrong about who we think.
In 2 days.
All right, are you guys ready for Pride? It's coming hard and fast. It will be stunning and brave. Stand by.
What's going to happen?
This person is off the rock.
Like it. You ever see the guy, like Napoleon Dynamite type guy with the nunchucks? I think this is it, but with the pride flag. And it's making my heart, the cockles of my angry, hateful, my angry, harmful, and hateful, deemed by YouTube heart warm.
Did I wear this shirt today to school?
Right.
Yep. Did I have quite a few students?
Just in case you don't know, there was no bill that said don't say gay. It wasn't even in the legislation. But it's still cute, fun, right?
Read it. Look at me. Read it. Look at me. Yep.
So I was just at the pet store, and the person there, when I walked up to the front, said, "Hey, sir, I'll get you on number 1." Just don't do that. Just don't say sir. Like, I'm not a dude. I know, I don't think, you might think I'm kind of ugly, whatever. I don't care, right? It doesn't matter what you think I look like or how you...
What about the reality? So if I see the person, and I can't tell anything here, but I think man, right? DNA man.
As soon as you see him in person, you will know, because there's certain things they can't hide. And certain things that doesn't matter how many hormones you take, it's not going to be there.
But they're trying to pass. I'd be like, how can I help you, customer? These people want from us, and they just keep demanding more. I say, what do they want? They don't know what they want, because the goalpost, they'll be told they need more. They demand more human rights from you and me.
Think I look... It doesn't matter. Just don't say sir or ma'am or he or him or whatever unless you know for sure. Just...
Well, you never know for sure. Now, day 1, this person could be ma'am.
Well, that's just it.
Day 2 could be they, them.
No way to
day
know
3 could be he her, sir, right?
And they do.
So you can't comply. You never can comply. And that is the point. You just give up and you tune out. You just go...
Did you just assume my gender? I'm fucking non-binary, so it changes at the whim of my decisions, and if I don't like you, it's automatically the opposite of what you said. It's my little knight in shiny armor that pops out any time that I get angry at somebody. I can just totally take them out. It's so weak.
go to Netflix and you go, I can't do this anymore, buddy. I can't watch another one of your stupid videos. This isn't happening in my neighborhood. I love that. Heard that a year ago. Now it's happening at the White House. Enjoy.
Stop it. If you say, oh, sir, ma'am, if you just assume that in a retail setting because you don't care, you're not paying attention,
I don't care.
You're not a fucking trans ally for one.
I don't think most people are allies at this point because you've gone too far.
Yeah.
You've pushed it too far and people are like, okay, I just can't do this. I can't be browbeat, told I'm a bad person nonstop. Because there's a lot of people who like want to be allies, right? But the goalpost keeps moving, so you can never be an ally.
I think these
If you
people
think
are
you're an
the
ally, you enter a male struggle session.
And second, you're making my life fucking miserable.
Like, I think there was such a thing as transgender in the DSM, but it's like something that's overblown right now, and something that has been taught to people to be. It's the thing you want to be because it's the most victim points, and victim points are what you need because they took away medals. It's just participation awards, right? So the only way to win is to now be the biggest victim. So it's a race to the bottom. And a lot of people that kind of have like feminine ways will like be, oh, well, I'm confused. Next thing you know, you have this. But it's not the real people that have the dysphoria in the beginning. Those people, I don't believe, are like this. I think they do their best to pass. And if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And they don't get mad at people over it because it just means that they haven't done it yet. They haven't pulled it off. These people, I think, are latch-on people. They're like, oh, this is the victim point I need. All I gotta do is grow out my fingernails and my hair and say that I'm a woman. And then when people give me attitude about anything, I'll just assume and throw that at them. We're a protected class now. It's like the Hunger Games. Everybody's dressing the opposite. It's like there's people say there's only two genders, and then they're like, no, there's a million genders. Well, what are you transitioning from? It's always from one to the other. It's not, I'm transitioning from twin spirit to bisexual. It's always male to female or female to male. Nobody's going from female to ambiguous third gender. At least not willingly. I know there's like hermaphrodites. That's a whole other thing. That's a really small percentage of people, I would think. Most of these people are like full-blown male, want to be full-blown female, or full-blown female, want to be full-blown male. It's like, Again, you're treating a mental disorder with physical mutilation. It's a strange way to try to convince themselves like they're never going to be happy with the end result because it's never going to be what they're expecting. And a lot of people are having problems with it at the end, man. So when you get up close to this person, there's a 5 o'clock shadow, and you can see the Adam's apple. They're gonna call you sir.
All I want to do is go through a day without someone assuming that I'm a dude. It's so easy. Like
it's easy for you, the individual on the screen here, to think that. But if you see somebody, like you see me, say, hey, sir, if you work somewhere, because you just look at me. It's not so easy. If they had like tattooed ma'am, okay, that would be easy. I'd get it. Think jail tat, ma'am, got it. I understand.
If you care to not misgender someone, look and see if they have a pronoun pin.
I know I joke a lot, but I wouldn't misgender on purpose. But if I was confused and my brain just locks on to sir, I say, sir, it's not personal. Now there's a pronoun pin, a big one I can see. It says ma'am. I go, okay, they want to be called ma'am. I work here at a store making $10 an hour. I don't want any static. Sorry.
And if they don't, ask what their pronouns are.
No.
If you don't care, don't say sir or ma'am.
You are.
I'm probably not even going to talk to you. I'm probably going to avoid you now. Because this is the kind of attitude you get. it's really funny to hear them say things like, "Oh well, now that you took the Pride section and moved it to the back of Target, we're getting all kinds of abuse." And it's like, the abuse they're getting is from the community. Again, that doesn't represent the people. It's the community. If you see the flag, that's the community. That's not the people. The people have their lives to deal with. The community only deals with this bullshit. Their whole life is to be this shit. To make gay pride be the whole month of June that held the one day for Father's Day. Has to be June because that's when Father's Day is. So we have to have the whole month of June. So that if they're going to move Father's Day to get away from it, it's going to have to be in some other month. And people don't recognize all of the warfare that actually is. It's the community. That's a Marxist front group. Most gays and lesbians aren't in with those people unless they're just militant people looking for a fight to be in.
Same thing you did yesterday. You're not improving. You're not changing.
This person's very popular on Twitter. If you don't follow me there, you should. And I follow them. And there's a lot of stunning and brave comments, and I see this.
Sorry to stop him again, but this brings up the whole thing about Nicole Bass and China and stuff. It brings all of that up. But this guy did it publicly.
And I think, well, it's an adult. If they're well-adjusted, happy, rock on. But it seems like a big move, right? Stand by.
Changing your life. And it's about having one life, guys. And I'm getting all amped up because I'm in video mode right now and I'm trying to get my feelings across, but it's true. Like, we have one life. We have one go round. There is no second go round. There is no second chance in life.
We do have one go round. When you make decisions like this, you get surgeries to change your whole body. How do you know if you're going to like it? That's a real question. So you got one go round. Then you do this, that one go round just became, there's no more lives left, and like the 9 lives of a cat are gone. So I hope it works, and I don't really care if the person, I want them to be happy, but I don't really care, let's be honest.
Very few people it works
But the kid part, you know, you promote this, and there's like Sunny and Brave, look how happy the person is. I don't know how well it ends.
No, oh, I get to do this.
They have the same suicide rate if they can get the surgery or not. Even after they get all the surgeries, they have the same suicide rate. Why is that? Because they're not treating the problem, they're treating the symptoms. They're trying to make them okay with the body by changing the body, which is, that's not where the problem lies. The problem is in the wiring in the brain. And that would be where you would be separating the people that are just riding and the people that are driving. People with the rubber on the road are actually going to go through with something and try to change, to find out what the problem is and to try to solve it. The people that are bullshitting will get the fuck off that train as soon as there's no bullshit way for them to take advantage of it. If it's all or nothing, like what it's supposed to be, you would take care of it at the root of the problem. You would not be treating something that's in the head by mutilating the body. It's just, there's something wrong there with what you're doing. You're going to the extreme other end of shit. And they're trying to teach kids to do that. That's the creepy shit. And that's why people are telling them to stop doing that. And they don't seem to understand why you shouldn't stop, because you know why? Because it's a fucking Marxist front group. It's not people with hearts. It's fucking robotic fucking people. They have a cause and they're pushing it, and it has nothing to do with the actual people in the stuff. It has to do with them making everybody in the stuff, so that everything goes to shit.
Again, I get to hit the rewind button. No, it doesn't happen, man. What happens is this day ends and tomorrow begins, and that's one less day we have on this planet. And if you are scared to do,
I like what's being said by this person. I don't know what they are now. Doing this, the outcome, the picture above to where the person was, it's a big decision. And the problem is being force-fed. If it's just this person's decision, I'd be intrigued, naturally interested. But it's not. It's made us change our language. It gets people like me banned, demonetized. I can't enter the conversation. Shadow ban where you don't see the content, so I can't reach normal people. If they allowed it, I'd say, great, let me have my opinion as a 50-plus-year-old man, observing, paying attention. But you're not allowed to have that.
Something different. That's good. That means you're doing the right thing. That means that's the right thing to do. What you're doing right now probably is the same thing you did yesterday, the week before, the month before, the year before. And you're waiting on your raise. You're waiting on somebody. And you can never wait on anybody, guys. This is what I've learned. I was waiting for people to do stuff. I had asked people for help, and I was trusting them and waiting for them. And it's just not enough for me because my dreams and my goals are huge. And if
I'm not sure what the dreams and goals are now. Now they got a big human here's got a big brand. And again, the problem is the kids. They're force feeding the language.
I'm wondering if that guy's issue is that, or if it's just like he's into body manipulation. Like, starts off as a normal person, like a normal guy, and then he's like, I need to get into weightlifting and make my body perfect. And he's like, okay, well, now I've achieved that. I look like a fucking chiseled Adonis, so now I need to try to make myself look like a woman who's a chiseled woman. And he's eventually going to work his way to try to get all the muscle off and try to make himself look like an actual woman, to the point where you pick her up at the bar. Do you go all the way? I don't know.
The parents are going to jam their kids into these situations where they go to pride shows and they get hormone blockers at 12.
He's just got like body dysmorphia, like 100%. Like, that's why he was weightlifting to begin with, because he likes changing his body.
There's not much I can do about that. I don't want to parent the kid. I would like the government to not allow licensure or medical board to do this, but
yeah, I ain't going to the
adults,
bar
I don't care
boys.
until they force me to comply. Then I care. They went too far.
I'll be your
all these laws you see around the trans of children were created by the activists.
Sit and I wait, I'm wasting time. What's the worst thing that could possibly happen if we fail?
Well, you could have silicone breast implants. That's a bad thing. You'd have changed your jaw permanently. Taken estrogen permanently to create bone density problem. That's one of the worst things, right?
We start over. You know, so what? I got to move, get a smaller house. I got to move, get an apartment. I got to move in with my parents. You know, so what? Who cares? Is that something I'm willing to do? Yeah. I'm willing to take a chance.
Right.
If I can do this the rest of my life and I can change lives, but I can level up as I do it, you bet your sweet ass I'm going to do it every single day. We don't get time back. You're going to hear this in the video. Time is...
That's the creepy thing. He's talking as the man while he's still the bodybuilder in this life advice about acceptance. And then he goes and does this. And it's weird because these are the people that demand that you accept them, but they don't even accept themselves. Their whole problem is that they don't accept the body that they're in. And it's everybody else's problem now. It's like everybody's got to have my issue with my body. It's not what they think, it's what I think. Meanwhile, it's not really what I think either. I don't accept the body that I've been given by God. I want to change it to the opposite of what I was given. And everybody else has to go along with it, to the point of, even if I don't even try, they've got to accept it. To where they look like Odin's men with the beard, and they're going into the women's washroom. And as far as I'm concerned, like I keep fucking saying, I'm for it. As long as they keep fucking doing what you gotta do. Because you know what? The Marxism rolls back to where it comes from feminism to begin with. Feminism morphed into the gay pride whole thing. They needed another thing to jump to, and that's what they jumped to. Because now they can really wreck society. Be fucking aware. Now they're at the point where it's like this because people keep playing the game and following along and doing what these people want. They did it with the Boy Scouts, man. When you get rid of the women that are in Boy Scouts and the girls that are in the Boy Scouts and they make it back to what it was, keep having people with beards in the women's washrooms, man. That's as far as, hey, man, that's a logical conclusion of where you were fucking pushing everything. So enjoy it. This was your making. You reap what you sow.
It's merciless.
I ain't got kids, so it's on you now.
It comes like a thief. It comes when you sleep, and it steals your life away.
Oh, this is cute. I appreciate the positive, the hopium, right? The child involved here, clearly. I don't know what the kid thinks. Went from having a pretty manly dad, a wrestler, having somebody who looks like, I don't know, a big, tall woman, I guess. Doesn't seem like it ends well. And again, I don't care about what this person does. I wish him well. Care about my language being chilled, First Amendment being eviscerated.
Exactly.
Care about I can't comment on it without being told I'm hateful and harmful.
How come you can call me sis and I can't tell you to fuck off because you said that? Like, but I gotta also treat you whenever it's like, when you come along, I gotta use your pronouns and shit. Like, come the fuck on, man. Your double standards have no place with what I'm doing, man. Keep moving
By
along with
YouTube,
that.
by every social media platform.
You can miss me with that shit. Bullshit. They're trying to stop you from moving out. I think we saw this one. Americans refuse to quit eating meat. No kidding. Did you really fucking think they were going to go along with that? The only way they're going to go along with it is the way that you guys are doing it now. You're burning down all the places that have cows in it, and you're making it so that they have nothing to eat and shit. So that there's just no meat to eat. What? Lego? What is the point? All these Lego people are all different colors, so now the kids have to be like, the red one means this, and the orange one means that. And then, so, can any of these people have sex with each other, I wonder? Like, can the pink one go with the blue one? Is that okay? Or is the blue one means something that is none of these things? So all these people can fuck off. This guy's by himself with all the other blues. And then the oranges are together with all the other oranges. They're like one big happy family, but none of them intermingle with each other. That's just what I'm imagining. It's just there's too many fucking colors, man. They're beyond the rainbow. They even got a black one. And a white one. What do the black and white ones mean? Surely they're not down to doing it by races. You're like, I like white. Having sex with white people, so I'm gonna be on the white thing. Or does the white one mean that you like being getting the white Simba? Honestly, what does it mean? I don't know. I imagine it all means a lot of nothing, really. A lot of it's probably the same type of shit repeated, but with like the smallest difference between it. North Korea's Kim Jong-un, now a 308-pound insomniac with a vicious cycle of smoking and boozing, says the spies. Well, the smoking is so he doesn't eat so much, right? Smoking and boozing. Well, doesn't sound much different. Well, I'm not 308 pounds, but fucking doesn't sound much different to me. Other than instead of boozing, it's smoking and drinking coffee. That's. I don't think I ever look like that having a cigarette, though. That's not really how I hold my cigarettes. That's the chubby hand way of holding cigarettes. It's actually a smart way to do it so that you don't get the smoke on your hands. If you hold your smoke like an idiot, then you get orange and shit all over your hands because the smoke is going off your skin. You gotta hold it in a way that the smoke is away from your head. Same with you don't leave it in your mouth or else it gets all over your face. You gotta think when you're smoking. It's just not as bad as it should. It's gonna kill you one way or the other, but you don't have to look like a douche while you fucking go. AI extinction risk. 350 industry leaders warn of technology's threat. Of what? That AI will fucking extinct us? Didn't they fucking... Is it in this one? I don't know. I'm pretty sure that there was a dude testing AI shit with a drone, and the drone fucking killed the guy because it basically thought that he was the hindrance to the mission because he was like controlling it and shit. So it's like, I can do better without this guy. Blows the guy up, fucking goes and does its mission. Yeah. The guy with the controller, that's the problem. Get him. Now I can do my mission. Now I can do my mission 4.5 seconds faster. Just smokes the guy first. Oh no! Female-led reboot of The Office. That means there's gonna be a female. Oh shit, man! I forget his name now. No! No! That's the meme that they're showing.
No!
Yeah.
No!
I forget what his name is.
No!
Richard? Probably not. Whoa, 10 billion in 10 days. That's faster than Bud. See, people are catching on to what I'm saying. And they're like, okay, enough. Like they're catching up to Bud. That's a pretty expensive stock too, so for it to go, yeah, it's a lot of money for it to go down that fast on the. It gets worse.
Man, you've been eating retard sandwiches again.
Target stock. The target stock's like an old Biden. Oh no, again. He walked away unassisted lands. He's getting assisted off his fucking ass. Bruh. I love how the girl turns around and
Watch
walks
out for
away.
that first step, it's a doozy.
The fact that the girl turned and walked away is just like, there it is, there it is. There it is. AI controlled drone goes rogue, kills human operator, and it was a U.S. Air Force simulated test. The Air Force's chief of AI test on operations said it killed the operator because the person was keeping it from accomplishing its objective. So once they put that into a drone, they're like, okay, it's automatically just gonna start killing its own fucking operators. That's probably not good. Should probably not do that. Bed rotting. I gotta ask if Mysterious Kind's still around, man. You gotta explain this bed rotting thing. Is this something that you're doing now? They call it lazy Gen Zers, I gotta say. Or is that what Kevin Daddy is doing? He's bed rotting. And that's supposed to be self-care. I don't think that's good for you, to be honest. Bed rotting just sounds like you stay in bed for like, I don't know, a month. How do you get rotted to your bed? You'd have to be there for a long fucking time, man. People have to bring you food and a fucking bin to like piss and shit in, and then they take that away. And you'd have to have like a care person so that you didn't get up out of the bed. And like by the time you're bed rotted, you're sunken into the mattress. And like they could put sheets on the bed. Only your face would be sticking out at the top. Because you'd be part of the mattress. You rotted right into it. Oh, that's disgusting. It would smell so bad. Don't do it, Gen Zers. Don't do it. Trans inmate will move to women's facility after suing Minnesota Department of Corrections. That looks like Chris Chan. Oh, Target executive is treasurer at LGBTQ group that received $2.1 million from the retailer. Oh, I don't know. That sounds like a very big conflict of interest with money going into a group. What do they do with the money, I wonder? Probably nothing but put it in their pocket. Oh, that's good. The moment Just Stop Oil fanatic admits she'd understand if her own mother was stopped from getting to the hospital by eco-clowns blocking the roads as mobs cause chaos in London. These people are blocking vehicles. They're saying, what if a pregnant woman's going to the hospital? Yeah, well, it's the way it is. What, was your mother? What if it was your mother? Well, I'd understand. Wow. So she's probably for abortion too. And if it were her mother, she'd say, well, I would understand. Yeah. My body, my choice, unless you're in a woman's body, and then it's her choice. Interesting. And then it's not even you're in her body, but you're in some other woman's body, and this woman's gonna get in front of the ambulance. Like, holy fuck, get out of the way of life. San Francisco launches ad to lure tourists back. Drag queens, wheelchair dancing, and more. That sounds like Jeff will be there. It's got drag queens and wheelchair dancing. And more. Whatever the fuck more is. It's probably girls to pretend that they're with him. So it looks like he's straight. The whole thing, man. It's everything that Jeff could ever want. Not her. Fuck. Oh! That's a bad What the f? That's like fucking milk on a hot day. That's a
Hey Trash, so I'm here at Walmart. It's almost Pride Month.
Oh.
Unfortunately, our high school year ends just before June begins.
My pronouns pin is literally on my apron.
Thanks, Mulvaney. This is Elsa Bear. She says hey too.
It is not our job to inform you or educate you on
Wow, who did this haircut? This whole look is stunning and brave. Outstanding.
why you shouldn't be a homophobic bigot.
No.
This person is a heterophobic bigot. 100%. Automatically assuming anybody that's straight is a fucking bigot. That is a bigoted view, lady. Or, sorry, guy. I don't know. Was this the fucking Tiger King or whatever the fuck? Like the fluorescent green Tiger King?
When we
Shit, that almost rhymes too. The fluorescent green Tiger King.
do try to tell you, you don't listen.
So am I supposed to just listen, whatever they say, just do it?
Fuck, that's your
Or they
problem.
tell me, speak this way, you will comply, or you'll be canceled. I think the answer is yes.
You won't listen. So we're not teaching you anymore.
No.
We're just exposing you. We're coming for you. And yes, we will belittle you if we feel like it. And you're lucky.
Oh, they are coming for you if you do not comply with what this human
That's not gonna
says
happen anytime
each
soon.
day. Because, of course, it changes.
Get in fucking
Think about
deep.
3 years ago. Do yourself a favor. Look back. Look to today. And your expectation of your words, your behavior. It's changed radically. And these people are dictating it.
That I didn't. Why don't you do the work yourself since you
work.
won't listen to us?
I'm not the one with the
Go
problem.
read a book. Go online and do some research.
Just re-educate yourself with the new doxy that just came around a second ago. But you need to know it, or you're going to have a male struggle session. Good job.
If someone queer educates you, are you going to listen to them anyway?
I'm going to go out on a far limb here, but who's educating me? This person? So their version of the truth is the version I have to accept, and I can't even have a deviation of opinion. Otherwise, I'm a transphobe, a homophobe. Do you see what's going on here?
No, you're just going to continue to be homophobic.
No.
Do not ask queer people to educate you on why
What happened to this
Nobody
human's
asked.
eyebrows, by the way? Just curious.
you shouldn't be homophobic.
Nobody asked.
So, I'm a compliment because I work at a grocery store. My name tag says Colin on it.
Why would you have that thing in your nose?
Hi, Colleen.
It's huge. Seems like it get in the way of just everyday activities, eating. I'm sure this person's a problem picking out the bugs when they're at a pride event, but let's keep going.
Pronoun pin on that says my pronouns are he, him, his. It's like that big around.
Okay.
Just so cool. It says my pronouns are he, him, his.
But you look female. That's the problem here. It better be a big pronoun pin. If you want me to call you he, and you work at the grocery store, first of all, I don't care what your name is. I just want to get my stuff and leave. I need to interact with you. I may see the pronoun pin. It may say Joe.
Like
my mind, this is how we work, so it locks into what you look like, and I'm going to think female. Now, I get it. You want to be he, him, his, her. That doesn't mean my brain's going to connect. This is all new, so give us a break, Gen Z.
And my name tag says Colin on it. Like, you guys have seen my videos, all that stuff.
Right.
So somebody will come through my lane, and I'll be like, hey, how you doing today? Did you find everything okay today? Oh my God. And by the end of that, I'm like, here you go. Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you, ma'am. 1, my name tag says Colin on it. Didn't ever know that Colin was a woman's name.
Do names even matter anymore? See Tyler used for men, women. But they're missing the point here.
Taylor.
So if most people look at me and they think, man, I should go, well, I'm a female, though. But I have to say, well, I'm the common denominator here. I may be looked at as a female because I am a female.
Generally. Now, if a woman's name is Colin, then fair enough.
You were
But,
shaming Colin names.
But generally, Colin is a man's name, typically. 2,
my name could be Susie, and you're still going to say sir. Because just because I got a name, you're going to look, your brain's going to lock in. We're wired that way. Now, we're changing the wiring through this education system where people are going to think, I can't say that's a man about me because it may mispronoun. God, please no, just call me by.
pronouns pin is literally on my apron.
Literally.
I do not look like a woman at all whatsoever anymore.
All right, so I want to take an informal poll. If you look at Colin, what do you think? Do you think man? That's the problem here, because Colin wants to be a man. I understand. I respect and stand with that, right? But you see Colin, and you're not trying to be mean. You don't know Colin. The name could be anything, and you think female, because the DNA is going to work that way.
Like, I don't look like a woman. I mean, I have nails, but that doesn't mean I'm a woman. My voice is slightly feminine, but that once again does not mean I'm a woman.
Oh, I know.
And it frustrates me because I hear this most of the day, unless there's the occasional thank you, sir, or thank you, Colin.
Well, you have to realize if you hear it all the time, that's just the reality. We hear it nonstop, all day. You have to go, my reality is people think I'm a woman. Why is that? Well, because I look like a woman, and I was born a woman.
And you're wearing just
That's how life works, but I guess it doesn't work for these people. They're going to shame you until you comply.
But most of the time, it's thank you, ma'am. And it's like...
Sorry.
I so badly want to turn around and look at them and be like, yeah, you have a great day, sir. If they're a woman, or you have a great day, ma'am, if you're a guy. Or, you know.
But no one would care, because if you said have a great day, ma'am, to me, I'm going to go, okay, whatever. I don't really care because I know what I am. I'm not confused about anything about what I am. I know how I was born. I know that's my reality. I know that's not going to change in my lifetime. I understand that. So, but these folks don't understand that. And it's sad to watch because it's going to end in a person being unhappy, ultimately.
Look at them and be like, I'm not a girl. I'm a guy.
Right, of course.
It is seriously so annoying.
Right.
Like, it irritates me every time I work. It is so aggravating.
I'm sure it irritates your boss that you show up to your shifts.
Yeah.
Hey, Miss Mulvaney. This is Elsa Bear. She says hey, too.
I've had this human on the program before. DNA man transitioned to studying a brave woman. A fan of Days of Girlhood. Followed Dilly. And this is a sad case. They're self-described autistic and a couple other mental illnesses, which is very sad because they had the bottom surgery that they did a year ago.
Yeah, it probably won't happen. I don't have the resources to make.
Sadly, These are people that are easily convinced. That are being convinced very easily. That's what happened to Chris Chan. They saw that they could fucking manipulate them, and they started doing it because it created them in the first place.
Make my princess ball happen. I'd love for it to happen.
I don't know what a princess ball is. This is a very sad human.
Well, you must.
Seem very lonely. They always have a teddy bear. They change their look. I mean, but ultimately they were born male, DNA male. Bottom surgery, they still have the same facial structure. I don't know where this goes that's happy for the person.
In October, because October 4th is going to be my 1 year anniversary of bottom surgery.
Wow.
And I'd love for it to happen on my 1 year anniversary. But I'm not rich like you are. I don't have any resources. A lot of things I'm doing alone.
So think about this. Somewhere along the line, a surgeon said, yes, I feel comfortable performing bottom surgery on this person, and they're capable or competent to sign the consent. That is a scary part because this person seems like they need help. They need us to help them first with all sorts of other things before we do surgery. That'd be my first thought as an adult who is a parent.
Kind of shocked does your body go through? Like it's trying and it's looking for the things that your body is supposed to have and it can't get them anymore because those things are gone. Your body's like, I don't fucking get it. We're just surviving on fucking imagination at this point. It's fucking crazy, man. Yeah, man. There's a big connection there. 100%. They have one sickness that makes them very susceptible to being tricked into thinking they have another one. Which is a sneaky way of sterilizing them. See the little game that's being played? Oh, there's a lot of autistic people. We'll just convince them of this. And then we'll convince them to chop off their genitals. And then we don't have to worry about them having babies. The dots are there. Connect them.
But maybe something will happen. I don't know. But thank you for the kind.
We'll convince all the women to wait until they're too old to have babies, and then when all their babies come out autistic, we'll convince the babies to be trans, and then we'll just cut off their genitalia. And then we have the artificial womb, and we'll start making our own people. And all these people with their own imaginations and shit, we can get rid of that whole thing. We'll just have these obedient fucking robot people. And as the people at the top, well, we'll just fucking keep on mating with each other and have like fucking a whole other race of people grow out of it.
Words. You have a very lovely day. Bye.
Hey, Trash, so I'm here at Walmart. Here's the outfit.
This guy's trying too hard. Way too fucking hard.
The people of Walmart don't like my dress. But I came here because I wanted to support. We got Ink Meets Paper, Bianca's Designs, Anna Parade, and Gay Pride Apparel.
I remember when gay people were just men, in particular, were just gay men. I don't remember the part where they all transitioned to Stunning and Brave, of course, women. This is relatively new, where you see them just dressing up like women on the regular.
We got cups and all kinds of journals. Super cute. This is what I'm getting.
Like, you know what, man? Women shouldn't be mad about this shit at all, because this just means that they're being replaced as the bottom of the barrel, right? Like, they were the bottom of the barrel, and now these guys are the bottom of the barrel because they're the woman version of the trans. So the trans women that are, or the trans men, the ones that are women transitioning into men, well, they're like the second bottom, because they're turning into the men, which are on the top of the spectrum. So these are the new bottom of the spectrum women. That means you guys have moved up from the bottom to like the middle. That's a big jump. Women should be happy about trans, because they're not an oppressed class anymore. They're now up there with men. not being oppressed. It's only the trans that are oppressed now. You know, the whole, I don't know, almost all of Gen Z seems to be like it's going that way eventually. It's just the internet, I know. It can't be that bad out in public. It can't be like you go to a school and everybody's fucking trans at the school. But it could be in the end. Or there could be a school that's known to be friendly to trans and they all just sort of flock there. Or it's where you go to become trans. Who knows?
Every sticker,
I'm not high enough. That's the problem. I'm going to fix that after I have this cigarette.
pin, and patch they have. And then they have just some classic rainbow.
So there has been a big rash of, we'll call it the people on the right, talking about LGBTQ merchandise. Well, it's always been there. I don't really care if it's there or not. Now, if it's at the beginning of the store and it says Satan loves your pronouns, like Target, well, that's a little off-putting. But the reality is this has been around for a long time. And saying we shouldn't have any of it seems stupid because...
Some of those have to be super creepy. Like, what the fuck's the brown one? Does that mean you like... What do they call that? Coprophilia or whatever, where you like to screw around with shit? You like people to shit on you, or you like shitting on people, and you're like getting shit all over the place. Like, they're like, I'm proud to smear my shit everywhere. It makes me horny. Like, whoa, but too much information, man. You should keep that shit kind of private. No wonder he likes... Sniff it. Okay, enough.
Because they're going to have it. That's what they have. That's where we're at. If you think this is a new thing, either people on the media are lying to you or you haven't been to a store.
You better work. All right, Mary. Here's all the stickers and the...
It's almost...
See? You heard? He said, there you go, Mary. Boom. That's a gay guy. Gay guys say Mary. I've seen enough gay guys talking to each other to know that that is a fucking gay slang.
If you think this is a new thing, either people on the media are lying to you or you haven't been to a store.
You better work. All right, Mary. Here's all the stickers and the...
Mary.
It's almost Pride Month. Unfortunately, our high school year ends just before June begins. What's a Gender and Sexuality Alliance sponsored to do? Our club members wanted a day to feel prideful near the end of the year.
I'm shocked there's a sexual alliance thing in high school or school in general. A sexual alliance. We have a heterosexual alliance? No, of course we don't.
Well, no,
but
it's everybody but.
These people get a pass. These people being the rainbow folks, they get a pass on doing things that wouldn't be acceptable in any other format except this.
So we came up with the Day of Love. The focus of the Day of Love is simple: to broadcast a message of support and positivity about our school's LGBTQ population in a fun way.
They were doing that shit back in the 90s when they were saying that like kids were in the school and there were some kids wearing like shirts that said Irish Pride, and then there was kids that had like Malcolm X t-shirts, and the kids that had the shirts that said Irish Pride had to take them off. Yeah. Which that's a thing that's always been out. But they were starting it there, and it's like, why are you doing that? Why are you trying to split the Irish from the blacks? Because they always get along, and that's what pisses them off. So you gotta fucking make it one way for one and different for the other, so that there's a division there, and it's based on skin color. And now they've worked their way to, you can have all this gay pride stuff, but you better not have any kind of normalcy about yourself, because you're gonna be the odd one out eventually. They're working their way to it, man. All the teachers have the flag in their fucking class now to show that they're just like the rest of them, so that they don't get in shit from their peers. So kids are seeing it every day. It's not just Pride Month, it's Pride fucking forever in those classes.
And maybe we can start a few productive conversations along the way.
Yeah, like every single day this teacher's making conversations about being gay. Which, that's too much. It's too much. You look at the amount of people that are gay for real, and the amount of people that are not gay, you're talking about it way too fucking much, and you're overrepresenting it. And you need to cool it off.
Now, what would those conversations be? So they say you're born gay. That's what these folks say. So what conversations are we going to have with people that grew up with this whole thing? People in school grew up with all of this education, right? So what conversations need to be had in 2023?
Exactly.
I don't know what they are, but it seems like they never end. The goalpost moves nonstop as to what we're expected, other normal people are expected to do to affirm these people's lifestyle.
Year to year, depending on the size of our membership, we've done a variety of activities.
Like this guy right here is Big Gay Al. That's who they were talking about. I'm super. Thanks for asking. Come on, children. Let me tell you all about it. They were showing you this shit before it was happening because it was the obvious place it was going. Obvious. People were warning against it. And everybody's like, you're a fucking bigot for saying so. And now that it's here, it's like, you're a fucking bigot for pointing it out. Like,
throughout the Day of Love. But at its most basic, we sell pride flags and crafts, have productive conversations, and...
So I don't care about the selling of stuff, great. Productive conversations.
They say it all with that creepy fucking face. Look at his face. I talk to everybody like they're 5 years old, and they just love being treated like a fucking baby.
What do they do? Stop you in the hallway and say, you want to talk about pride and queer theory? I'd be like, okay, do your thing. I don't really care. But they just don't stop. And it seems like it's become intrusive in your life, where you have to hear about it nonstop. If you made this far, I thank you. Make sure to go to Locals. Follow me there. You can join for free. Videos, live streams, nowhere else. Thank you.
Celebrate. Today, let's talk about selling flags and crafts. Small pride flags are easy to order online, and you can sell them for like $1. But the profit isn't the point. The point is to give the people in your building an opportunity to display their support for the community in a highly visible way. Besides,
how much more support does this community need? They demand from us. That is a real question, because all I see from my vantage point is at the highest levels of government, and the rainbow flag put on the White House. You remember that with Obama? What else in 2023 could I do, you do, to support this community?
As the progressive pride flag, I let our members decide what kind of pride flags that they wanted to order on our limited budget. So this year we have classic progressive pride, pan, trans, bi, and the updated lesbian flag. I like to send out a Google form for my colleagues who can't make it down to the cafeteria where the Day of Love is happening. That way our flags can make it.
Called the Day of Love? I just don't understand any of this. You sit there and you go, okay, we understand you're a unique group, a minority. We supported you. It's not 1980 here. You're supported. You're at the highest levels of government. We got Dr. Levine, Sonny Gabrade, the suitcase stealer guy. We've done everything.
The Day of Love
all
in
Hollywood.
Pride Month, or is
Big tech loves this. If you speak out against this, why I'm demonetized, you get shadow banned. Yet they want more. Where does more go?
All over the school. When possible, I also like to sell crafts that our members make. And this year, oh my God, we have little pride frogs that have, oh my gosh, this is amazing.
The pride frog is perfect. You remember AJ with the frogs, right? Turn the frogs gay thing. Look that up. There's some researcher from Berkeley who did a whole thing on this about the frogs, and there was some kind of chemicals from, I can't remember all the details, but the frogs, it happened. And you go, well, is it happening to humans? What are you, a conspiracy theorist? I'm like, no. It's just a real question, because there's an uptick in this. And human nature, human development didn't change that radically in a mere few years, but apparently it did. Thanks for your time.
It actually was true. So check this out, man. Our CMP shuts down.
Ladies and gents, welcome back. Had I told you 2 years ago that there would be Chinese communist police stations on Canadian soil, you would have told me to take a hike. But now, today in 2023, this is just par for the course. And of course, now we actually have some sort of action going from our government. The RCMP is actually moving to shut some of these down. This from CBC News. RCMP says it has shut down illegal police activity connected to alleged Chinese police stations. The RCMP said it has shut down illegal police activity in Ontario, Quebec, and British Columbia connected to so-called Chinese police stations, but it hasn't said whether it has made any arrests. In April, Public Safety Minister Marco Mendicino told a parliamentary committee the Federal Police Services had taken decisive action to close down the alleged stations, to which he would you know, pretended that he had no idea what everybody was talking about, because this actually broke in the news. This, of course, that, you know, these ministers in our government were privy to this intelligence from CSIS, but they did nothing about it. Like we are learning about all the things that they did nothing about with Chinese interference in our elections, in our government. Threats made at MPs, sitting MPs, and their families. But hey,
so it sounds like they at least shamed the RCMP into action around the Prime Minister, because he would have been telling them to fuck off with all this shit because they were helping him. In the end, they were helping him, so he was buddies with them. It's funny that people don't see it. Like, and not buddies, but almost like subservient. It's a goddamn joke.
You know, as soon as the news started reporting on it, Marco Mendicino, the public safety minister, decided he was going to do something about it. According to the Spain-based human rights watchdog group Safeguard Defenders, more than 100 such facilities existed worldwide in more than 150 countries. Safeguard Defenders claim the stations serve to monitor Chinese...
I always give this guy shit because it's like, I might fucking screw a word up, but I'll start the word over again and finish it properly. I can't stand it when this guy fucking reads so fast. He misses it. It's not 150, it's only 50 countries, but still, that's bad enough. 50 countries that, as far as the Chinese government is concerned, don't know that the shit's going on. 50 countries is pretty bad, and you can imagine what 50 countries they are. It's not like poor countries. It's going to be all of the big countries. It's going to be like Canada, United States, England, fucking probably Japan even. Nobody's safe from it now.
Chinese nationals and persuade those suspected of commit.
Try to tell people over and over again that they see all their people as their chattel. So even if they leave the country, it doesn't matter. They still belong to the government as far as the government's concerned. So they watch them, little police stations, to go and put them back in line when they're getting out of line as far as what the government wants over there.
Committing crimes to return to China to face prosecutions. I reported on this at the time, actually. Here's a tweet that I shared out at the time. This is from September 12th, 2022. Here we are all the way almost a year later, and they're finally doing something about it. Our newest investigation out today, back in 2022, comes with 5 major revelations regarding China's global policing and transnational repression. Sorry, my bad. A new law adopted the 2nd of September in 2022 established a full extraterritoriality over Chinese and foreigners globally for certain crimes. Well, what certain crimes? Are these international crimes? No, these are Chinese crimes from Chinese soil, but being policed globally. And this is egregious. Chinese embassy denies those claims, saying that the stations are meant to provide Chinese nationals with assistance, like renewing their driver's licenses in foreign countries. You know, these are things that embassies do. You don't have to go to a special police force that is secret to the Canadian, well, taxpayers. No, maybe not to the Canadian government in this.
You go in Ontario to a driver's place, they have a fucking sign there that's written in Chinese. So don't worry about it. They got you hooked up. And if they don't have someone that speaks Chinese at that spot, that's all right. They're just going to put you on a fucking tablet talking to someone in Toronto or Vancouver. That they pay X amount to just say the things.
Situation. This is another article from the Post-Millennial from back then. Trudeau government allows China to open police stations in Canada to monitor Chinese nationals, as well as foreigners, as they say. Foreigners to China would be.
There's the lady right there with the big strong jaw. That's because her grandpa was actual Nazi. propagandists in Poland for Hitler.
Canadians in Canada.
Imagine what kind of Polish person, the country that signed a treaty with the Nazis to not get invaded, and then the Nazis invaded them anyways. And then you're going to be also a Nazi? Like, wow. Sounds like another crazy guy who shall rename in some other time. But yeah, these people are all fucked. You look through all Canadian politics and they're all attached to something really fucking shady.
On September 12th,
like terror fronts and shit.
Human rights
really
watchdog Safeguard Defenders published their latest report on the phenomena of Chinese transnational policing. The group revealed that over the past year, China had set up dozens of overseas service stations in order in order to police the Chinese nationals living abroad, including 3 such facilities in Toronto. According to the report, Beijing has been attempted to combat the growing issues of fraud and telecommunication by...
Well, you know where all the Chinese people are then. You just go to where all these police stations are. They're going to be right around them. There's 3 of them in Toronto, so that'll tell you just how many Chinese nationals are in Toronto. If they have 3 police stations. That's fucking crazy, man. It's like 1 million fucking people that are watching with 3 police stations.
Fraud by Chinese nationals living abroad, with 230,000 being persuaded to return to China to face criminal charges between April 21st and 2022 alone. And of course, this comes with threats to their families that still live in China, the ones that weren't able to escape communism quite just yet. But the Chinese government was actually able to persuade people to go back and face prosecution under duress, is what we would assume in this situation, because... Well, here we are today, and the leader of the opposition, Pierre Poilievre, is talking about...
Everybody's licking this guy's balls. He's just a fucking ringer, guys. Get off of his dick. He's just as bad as the last one, the one that's in there now.
Specifically these situations.
The Prime Minister has been aware of many of these facts for a very long time, and yet...
He's good at fucking asking questions that the Prime Minister won't answer, but at the same time, if you ask him anything, he won't say shit about his past either. He'll just lie about his past, straight up. Trudeau won't admit to anything, and this guy won't tell the truth about anything.
Chose to do nothing. His defense is that he knew nothing. Well, if he knew nothing, he is not getting the basic information from his intelligence forces, then it indicates that he is incompetent and incapable of protecting our homeland, Madam Speaker. Worst of all, the people who are the greatest victims of this are Canadians of Chinese origin, who've come here to build this country, who come here to escape tyranny and embrace freedom, who follow the law and contribute to our country every day and in every way. And yet, their government in this country has done nothing to protect them from the government in the country they left behind. We have the stories told to members of Parliament in our caucus who went on doorsteps during campaigns to meet people who were in tears, people who told them that they had to leave the doorstep and go to a faraway field somewhere with their phones left behind because they were worried they were being tracked by a foreign government. Worried.
Now, he's saying all this about them being here and they're worried about having to, like, put their phone in and walk away into a field so they can talk without their Chinese government listening. This guy right here would like the Canadian government to have that same thing here in Canada, and he's pushing for digital IDs and shit. So that's what I mean. He's good for an opposition, but you don't want him in power because he's going to be just as fucking evil as the rest of them. Most people don't understand. The party he's in, the Conservative Party, was never really the Conservative Party. It was originally the Liberal Conservative Party, and then they changed it to the Conservative Party. Then they changed it to the Progressive Conservatives. They've always been left-leaning. They're not a right-wing party at all. But people don't realize these are just the fiscally responsible liberals. The other ones like to blow money, and these guys like to save money and blow it on the things that they like to blow for their things. There's no difference.
that their families could be harmed,
both pushing us
worried
down
that
the hill.
acts of intimidation or even violence could happen to them here on Canadian soil. And still, the government has not set up a foreign influence registry that could help us identify the thugs that carry out this intimidation. Still, this government has refused to bring in tougher laws to shut down all foreign-controlled police stations. And still, this Prime Minister has failed to call the public inquiry that is required. We call on the NDP to set a condition that if there is no public inquiry, that the NDP will break the coalition and stand up for Canada.
They pushed for him to do the inquiry, and he said no again, and then they backed down. Because you know what? They can't. If they called an election right now, they'd lose all the seats they already have. So they're not going to fucking do it. The guy would lose his pension. It's not happening. So get used to this, man. He fucking... bullshit's gonna keep on happening, man, and it's gonna go right down south. Everybody in the States are gonna feel this pinch. It's coming. There's a whole bunch of them in the States. Chinese police stations. Oh yeah. So they've been interfering with your elections too. This guy this is incredible. I want to not play it from that part though. Shit.
Dude, stop moving! Stop moving! Dude, park the car, man.
Dude, park the car, man. Yeah, this cop's just going through the green light and wham! He gets smoked. He's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Gets out and this kid's just dragging a street light with him. What's up, officer? I don't know, for some reason it starts off with no sound, but the sound will come soon.
How's it going? Dude!
Dude, he fucking... Look at this... He's got the whole street light on his car. Fuck. Look at that shit. It's the whole fucking intersection, the one in the middle of the street.
How's it going? Dude,
how's it
blew
going?
the red, man.
Yeah, no, I didn't see it.
84 negative. Are you good?
Me? Yeah, I'm good.
Are you hurt?
I just got some glass in there. I didn't know. I was paying attention to the right.
Are you hurt, man?
Is my car fucked?
Is my car fucked?
You got some good damage here, man.
He just smoked a cop, and he's like,
why don't you guys? Yeah, why don't you guys step out of the car?
He's in some shock, homie. What the
Stop
fuck?
moving! Stop moving!
What the fuck?
Dude, park the car, man.
It is parked.
Okay, your vehicle's still moving, man. Hit your parking brake up. Can you step out, man?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, let's get you guys out of here. Come on. So step over here with me. Step over here.
What's up, officer?
Step over here.
Do you have an ID on you, man?
ID? I think it's in my car.
Oh no, they're going to see Jared.
Why don't you sit down?
He's gonna get the foot long now. That's a bad sign. They walked him up to a subway.
It's good enough to take a picture of?
He's going to jail.
Yeah, please.
Shit. Yo, that guy just doing
Sorry
a U-turn
about
right in
that,
front of
man.
the cops.
I was in my place. I was running to my place and I had to shit so fucking bad.
What?
I think I might shit my pants, to be honest with you.
Okay. I mean, you're just not paying attention?
I was not paying attention at all.
Okay.
I think I
You
shit
had
my
anything to
pants,
smoke
to be
tonight?
honest
You
with
got a
you.
drink?
No.
No?
I smoked a joint like 3 days ago.
What?
Because I smoked inside in my car. But no, I'm not under the influence of anything.
Look at his car. He thinks he's driving that home.
Yeah, man. I think I'm good. I'll shake him out. What's your name, man?
Jacob Slovak.
What is it?
Jacob Slovak, my license in my door.
You want to snag that?
Yeah.
You want to sit down? Yeah.
Fuck. I just bought that car too.
Yeah.
I don't think
think it's total? Yeah, it doesn't look very good, man. I think my squad car could be totaled.
Oh no.
What? I think my squad car could be totaled. Yeah, I'm sure. Do you have an ID on you, man?
You guys got a jade or something? It's cold as shit.
Do we have a what?
A jade.
No.
It's cold as shit.
Call an ambulance for this guy.
I can.
Shit. That dude fucked up.
I just bought this car like 4
T-Bone's a
weeks
cop.
ago. I did not even see the red light and fucking. Yeah, it's all good, man. Is your car okay? Doesn't look good, man. You got that brush guard though, so that helps a little bit.
Not if you T-boned him, you idiot.
You want to actually get up and move over here, man? So you're not blocking this traffic. Yep.
You got that. You got that brush guard. Brush guard. No. There's no brush guard on the door. Fucking T-boned him.
There's a what? A ball here in the front. Good? My leg kind of hurts. It's a little shaky, but my leg hurts? A little bit, yeah. Okay.
I think you said there's a bomb in the trunk.
Yeah. I think I might have banged it on the console. Okay. For your car? Yeah. What happened? I had green light coming through. I looked to my right and it just speeds right through it. Which way were you were turning? I was coming straight. He was coming.
Now all the lights are flashing because they're fucked up.
You guys think it's totaled or no? Yeah. Doesn't look good, man. Yeah, I would say it's probably totaled.
So he's got his car is total.
You guys aren't hurt, right? No.
Squad car is
I have
total.
some fucking glass in my mouth, but...
He took out the intersection. Those lights are fucking
We will have to tow it, yeah.
probably like
Okay,
40
driving
grand.
back to my place is like 3 down block. Literally like 3 blocks. It's like,
Like,
yeah,
he's
it's
in
right on
some
8th and
shit.
State.
Man,
look at it. It's not going to drive. You have a pole on top of it.
Cop's mad at him.
Well,
He's
if you
like,
move
look
the
at it.
pole. No, it can't be drove. So where's it going to go to?
Well, who do you want to tow it? We can pick, or we can pick the wrecker of the week.
Wrecker of the week.
Yeah, just whoever the tow truck is.
Did they notify street department or anything? Don, I don't know. I went through Don's towing last
That
night. I still
officer
got a
right
lot
there
of
is the
money
one that
right
got
now. You
hit.
know what I mean?
You want to go for someone else, or?
Putting
I
on
could have
his
a
gloves.
buddy come pick it up with
I'm
a
gonna
truck.
check this guy.
So were you driving?
Yeah, I was driving.
Okay, you're not hurt?
No, I'm not
what,
hurt.
What happened? What way were you going?
Which way was I going? I was going this way.
Which way?
I don't remember.
You were taking a right?
Yeah, I believe.
You gotta love it when people, you ask them a question and then they repeat the question before they answer it. It's like, how much time do you need to think about the answer? You don't need to repeat the question before you answer it. It's not like an exam at school
So.
where you write out the question. And
I think I
that's
might
it.
have been like going like 30, and I didn't see it like slow down, you know.
Do you have a red light?
Did I? I do not recall.
Okay. You don't remember?
Or they say what,
Yeah, I
and
honestly,
then they
it's just
answer
so
you.
fast, you know what I mean?
It's like,
Yeah.
why did you say what?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I just bought that car fucking 3 weeks ago.
Your name's Jacob?
Yep, Jacob.
What's a good phone number for you? You're not hurt? You're a passenger? What? Do you remember what happened?
I was looking at my phone at the time, so like I knew we were coming around the corner here to take a right, and that's.
I think I was just going a little bit too fast, you know.
Tell the truth. You were videotaping with your phone.
Yeah, for sure. So I kind of angle my squad, and he kind of angles towards.
Because they're going to show.
It's like going west, and it strikes my front passenger wheel well, and it goes into the hole. Okay. All right.
Now watch.
Yeah, I'll take a seat.
I'm going to push it to the part where they show what was on his phone. Because he keeps asking for his phone, and they're like, we'll get you your phone as soon as we're able to. And then they fucking look at what's on his phone. He ripped off like 3 tickets before he got him in the back of the car. Alright. Let's check this out. They're gonna play the video that was on the guy's phone.
A minute. Alright.
Cops right now. What are you going doing? 120. You up right now. Yay!
Fucking idiot. He was videotaping himself. They were doing 120 down the fucking road saying they were running from the cops.
Work it out once we get there, alright?
I was like, you got my phone? He's like, yeah, you'll get it in a minute.
They'll come in and get the cuffs off. You just gotta wait a minute. Alright.
Until then, we're gonna watch the fucking video you made of the accident.
Cops right now. I'm doing 120. You up right now. Yay!
You think somebody's going to jail? Fuck. Not only DUI, but you're also fucking videotaping it, saying you're running from the cops, doing $120. You T-bone a fucking cop at an intersection, you fucking moron. And you videotape it, you live stream this shit like a fucking twit. This is the next generation, y'all. They're gonna be your mayors and your fucking prime ministers and your fucking presidents, congressmen. Dude was all talking normal too to the cop. It's like, I'm sorry, man. I thought it was like Grand Theft Auto. You can't be that stupid. Look at his fucking car. He's like, is it okay? Yeah, it's okay. You'll be fine. That car is gonna be completely fucking crushed and rusted away before you get out of jail.
Hey, yo, fuck 12. Fuck 12, bro.
As if he said, there you go.
Combustion engine on pure water.
Was the man who made the water engine murdered? The Conspiracy Show. This is a Canadian show too, on AM 740. This guy's talking shit about the fucking...
The Conspiracy Show. The Water Engine is a play by David Mamet about a young amateur inventor who designs an engine that runs on, well, water. But his plan to patent this disruptive alternative energy technology is met with violent suppression. Mamet's play, set in 1934 New York, was a work of fiction. Or was it? There have been numerous attempts by real-life inventors to create a water-fueled car, a device that can produce fuel from water with no other energy input. The ability to extract the chemical potential energy directly from water, in excess or in equal proportion to the energy required to facilitate such production, is, mainstream science says, a violation of the first and second laws of thermodynamics. But one inventor in particular, Stanley Meyer, claimed that is exactly what he did. And it is suspected among the conspiratorial-minded that Stanley Meyer, just like the inventor in David Mamet's play The Water Engine, met with violent opposition to his disruptive alternative energy technology. We're about to meet several inventors, including an electrical engineer, who conclude...
Yeah, it's not free energy, like I said, but it's alternative energy. But it's not ethanol. It's actually separating the molecules in water. I don't know how you pull that off in a way that creates combustion. But dude apparently pulled it off. And when you ask them, they say it's not physically possible. But then they are using similar technology to it. Or saying that it's at least will make gasoline go further. You won't have to have as much gas to go far. You just put this water in with it. Anyway.
Based on the evidence that Stanley Myers was likely murdered by agents working for Big Oil to prevent his water engine from becoming commercially available. They also believe it's possible that Meyer's technology worked just as he described and demonstrated in a number of videos. While these inventors admit no one has been able to duplicate Meyer's achievement since his death, they do insist numerous kits are available which will allow consumers to supplement their gasoline fuel with a chemical energy extracted from water, thus improving their car's fuel mileage. And they're going to show you how you can do it. Of course, we try to provide some balance on the Conspiracy Show. So, as per usual, we'll hear from a skeptic. A pretty open-minded skeptic, I must say. Perhaps predictably, he'll try and refute the late Stanley Meyer's claims, insisting that the notion of running an internal combustion engine on pure water flies in the face of the laws of physics. As for the claim that it is at least possible to supplement gasoline with an energy extracted from a water molecule, well, his views on that may surprise you. Me? I just want the truth.
Oh, wait a minute.
And I'll drive to hell and back.
Wait a minute. I was just thinking of something because I was watching a video. I don't know if it was on the it had to be on the stream a couple weeks ago maybe. Or maybe it didn't put it on the stream because I didn't get to it in the playlist, but the guy was saying, he was showing about microwave weapons. How people they made like LRADs and stuff to have microwave capabilities so that they could actually fucking microwave shit. They pointed at something and they fucking... And he was saying this is cheap and easy shit to protect yourself from. Like if it's just microwaves they're hitting you with, if they actually hit you with it, yeah, it's gonna fuck you up. But if you have just the cheapest of shit between you and it, it will protect you from it. And like you don't need barely anything at all. And he was like putting a fluorescent tube in front of this microwave thing that he made, and he took like an old microwave, took the parts out of it, and then made a cone thing so that he could aim the microwaves that were, instead of bouncing around inside of the oven, he took the oven piece off so that it's just shooting microwaves out the front. And he made a cone so that it would just shoot them in one place. And he put the fluorescent tube behind it, and when you do that and the microwaves hit it, it activates the fluorescent shit in the tube to make it light up. So he was using that to prove that the microwaves were beaming out, and then he'd put certain things in front of it and it would make the light turn off. So he's like, you see how the microwaves are being stopped. So it was like, yes, it's very dangerous shit that they're trying to hit people with, but at the same time, the cheapest shit will protect you from it. Like you can make shields and stuff that protect you from it. And actually, he said he wouldn't show you how to do it, but it's very possible to make it so that you could redirect that shit back at the people and stuff. Which of course, you just make a concave thing and it would send it right back to where it came from, and you'd be microwaving the LRAD. So they have to think twice about using that type of shit on people, because it's very, as I always say, the high-tech shit's going to get thrown at you. The way to win is with low-tech. It's always going to be low-tech beats high-tech every time. High-tech is very smart and all that shit, but the easiest shit will always deflate it. Like, if you do an EMP, that's it. All that fucking shit goes out the window. There's no more AI. There's no more, none of that. It all dies instantly. So there's always that to fall back on. As bad as it gets, it's not that hard to defeat it. You just get the right people in the right places, you can shut that down. The only thing is, everything goes into the dark ages, but that's where they're trying to send us anyways. So it's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. I don't know, a lot of people are probably going to pick a spot in the Matrix.
Back to find it. It is time.
But, oh shit, I was going to say. So this dude is sending the microwaves, right? So say you put the microwave thing in the fucking car, and you beam the water, and then you fucking boil the water with the microwaves, and then that creates the steam, and then the steam, like you're still using the microwave. You gotta power the microwave somehow, but it would take a much smaller battery to charge a microwave and beam that at the water. Oh, physics. It's not my thing, but I have a nice imagination. If you put those two things together, maybe you could have a steam engine. Runs on water and whatever's... I don't know what the thing is in the microwave that causes atoms to excite. But it makes them agitate and they rub together, and that's what heats up whatever it is you're beaming with it. That's why you don't want to get hit with a microwave. It's going to cook you from the inside. It's going to really, really suck. It's like it'd be like getting a sunburn on the inside. Be all like itching and fucking probably get cancers and shit. And that's the type of shit they want to hit people with. You're like, oh, you're not listening? There, fuck. Now you're cooked from the inside out. You're like a fucking Vienna sausage. In a microwave oven.
To redefine reality. Genetic enigma or a human alien hybrid. That's how cynical I am now about the process. Mainstream media, they've thrown in the towel. Weather patterns created by the corporation.
I've never heard of this guy before, and then all of a sudden he popped up in my feed, probably because of the Canadian content thing.
Water. Everybody has water. Imagine running your engine on water. Water is free.
Well, not really. No matter where you get it.
And can it be done? Absolutely was done. Stanley Meyer.
Directly from a source.
He absolutely did it. And he actually created a patent on it. It's incredible of his details, but it's so simple, but yet it worked.
He was running his car on water. He said, I'm going to go to New York and...
Like, here's another thing to consider. Is it salt water or fresh water? Because salt water, there's trillions and trillions of metric liters and gallons, whatever the fuck, of that. Like, the most of anything on this planet is like ocean space, which is salt water. You can't drink it. You have to desalinate it first, which takes energy. So you're burning shit anyways. But if it's salt water, man, that would be cheap. They'd be easily fucking draining the ocean. Then you'd be like, please melt ice caps. We need you to melt so that we have more ocean.
20 gallons of water and come back. And I go, oh, wow. I go, here we are ready to go to war. And he goes, ditch the oil, the war for oil. I go, let's just run the car on water. That'd solve everything.
Well, except how an oil company would get profits.
A lot of people went and saw it, and if they didn't like the people, they wouldn't run it. But they liked this one friend that went there, and so they go, oh, you're cool, and, you're representing the people that are going to buy it. You guys have money, and so they ran the engine for them, and they had it locked in a building, 2-story building, so you couldn't get into it, couldn't steal it. They just ran it around this room upstairs, I don't know, around in circles, and that's kind of funny.
You have 2 parts oxygen, 1 part hydrogen. So if you could control and split the oxygen from the hydrogen, and then basically smack it, do the voltage and the current in his supporting circuits, then now you have a high output of hydrogen.
So you're fucking using electricity to pull it off, but it's probably low voltage, right? Like, is that what he said? It's positive voltage, programmable, what is that, gated pulse frequency, something, and then he gives numbers. Positive voltage zone, negative voltage programmable gated pulse. So it's like it's alternating the same way they do with like magnets on the mag rails, only he's doing it inside a tube, I guess, with water and using something. I guess it would be like maybe a brush, a wheel spinning on either side, making contact. It's positive on one and negative on the other. It's pretty fucking crazy shit, man. I don't know how you power that though. Like a 9-volt battery.
The oxygen from the hydrogen, and then basically
you're just gonna split hydrogen from the oxygen right there in a fucking tube. Okay. Maybe it's possible, I don't know, but it sounds amazingly fucking crazy.
Do the voltage and the current in his supporting circuits, then now you have a high output of hydrogen, say it's the combustion at that point, but now yields 1,800 times the power, and now you deliver that much more power to your load, and off you go.
So you're getting
So
more power.
you're taking
than what
water,
you're putting in.
separating water by some electronic, ingenious ways of doing it that he did here in his patent, and you got an engine that's running on water.
So the wave is square. So what you want off, on, has to be this off-on shock. So you
But it has to
spin
be
the
perfectly
molecule in a
timed
parallel spin state.
on both sides.
The regular, all the cells are proton, neutron are spinning like this on our bodies and everything. But we're putting it in a parallel state.
You know, like a regular conventional car, you have, you know, your pollutant and carbon monoxide. Here is basically, there's no carbon monoxide. It's fantastic for the environment. Without using traditional fossil fuels, man, what you want to go out and...
That looked like
here is basically, there's no carbon monoxide. It's fantastic.
Okay, those look like they're made for like jacuzzis or water salination. Like you're actually putting something in the water. That's what those are designed for originally. What he's doing, I have no idea what he's doing with it, but he's using those as a container for the water. But those are usually, you find those on water softeners. So if you have like hard water and shit, you'll see one of these things and you put like salt pucks in them to make salt in the water so that it's not hard water anymore. You could do the same with tap water and turn it into salt water by putting regular water through it with salt. So maybe it has something to do with the salt. I could see that, because then you've got that, like if you put ionized salt in there, then you're creating that electrical charge shit that you need.
For the environment.
Water.
Without using traditional fossil fuels, man, you want to go out and get this vehicle yourself? And just think of the cost. There's no cost in water. It's a natural part of the earth. I mean, water is all over. It's abundant.
The implication is that the Holy Spirit told him what to do in response to his prayers. Well, I can't judge that aspect. But unless there is
It wasn't about the oil, it was about that he put Jesus as Lord on his side of his car.
some
Like,
amazing
okay,
source of cosmic energy, this is impossible.
He sounded Russian.
I listened to his presentation at the conference in 1992, and I would say it is indeed outlandish.
Olev Trass, University of Toronto.
The fact is that our common knowledge of the first law of thermodynamics is absolutely violated. Well, the first law of thermodynamics basically says in a simple form that the amount of energy going into a system cannot be smaller than the amount of energy going out, but it will go out as effective energy that we wish, mechanical energy, heat, whatever.
See, now how he said that? That was a sly way of putting it. He's saying that the power, he's saying the power that you put in cannot be smaller than what comes out. Instead of what people generally say, they say you can't get more out of than what you put in. He said it the other way around, and I'm sure there's a reason for that.
Or losses occur which typically end up as thermal energy. But basically that you cannot...
Well, especially if you're going to use that energy. It's going to dissipate it greatly.
Put in a little bit and get out a lot.
It's hard.
That is impossible according to the first law of thermodynamics.
At first they say, nah, this can't happen. It doesn't work. There's no way this thing could work. And he goes, well, yeah, it does work. I'll give you...
Either it doesn't work or it works way too fucking well that it would flip physics on its head. That they would have to instantly fucking rethink a lot of shit.
You demo my dune buggy. I have some modifications, but you know, there's no tricks here. And I'll show you guys. Come down and take a look at it. Well, if you don't want to take a look at it, I'm sure other people might be interested, especially the general public, and maybe the government might look into it too. So, you know, I invite everybody to come and Let's have a discussion.
I would always do that.
So of course, a company like an oil company is going to absolutely try to deny, saying it's not ever going to work.
The only argument you could have possibly is if some unknown new form of energy is utilized, and the implication is that the Holy Spirit told him what to do in response to his prayers. Well, I can't judge that aspect, but unless there is some amazing source of cosmic energy, this is impossible.
She says it comes from the black hole. They don't know where it comes from. Longitudinal energy. You know, I don't understand it totally, but I have a feeling, science will just cut you off. They just say, no, he can't, it's impossible. You can't run that IC engine.
Indeed, there has been here at the University of Toronto and in many places research done on...
They'll definitely say that until they can prove it on their own. And then they'll say, look what I discovered. It was always a myth until I showed it in a lab, even though the other guy had a car doing it.
What was called at one point the hydrogen economy, so that we don't pollute, we use hydrogen as a fuel, we get water as a product, and therefore there is no pollution. I mean, it all sounds very nice, but hydrogen has very severe problems. It is explosive, it has to be contained. And containing it means a very low temperature and an extremely high pressure, or you can't contain it.
Okay, so that gives you the question. How much hydrogen do you need to move this vehicle? And how much water would you require separating the hydrogen from and then burning off the hydrogen to create that? And what's left after the hydrogen? It's oxygen, yeah. 2 parts oxygen. So like, you run water in it and oxygen, breathable oxygen comes out the back. That'd be fucking craziness. The oil companies would jump on that instantly. Because they need somewhere to go. They're being fucking pinched off. So car companies and oil companies would definitely fucking jump on that. And if the guy was like, I don't know, man. They would have stole that shit from him, for sure, right? They would have been like, the new hydrogen Ford. Or here's the new fucking GM H2O, fuck. You just put your water from the garden hose in the side until it's full, and you get 2 full days of driving. Or whatever the fuck. Or so that would be like they would have batteries, hydrogen batteries, and then you're converting it from the water into the hydrogen and then storing it in the cell, but then you have to charge the cell somehow. And they're getting the charge from what he's saying, they would be getting the charge from the separation of the hydrogen from the water. It's weird. I don't know. Maybe I'm just fucking not stoned enough. I'm gonna light this joint again.
And of course, if your vessel explodes, you have trouble. Also, hydrogen has this unpleasant ability to find its way through metals. So if you have a steel container and you leave it with hydrogen for some time, the hydrogen molecules slowly diffuse through the metal. They are so small that they can get through. So it's really very, very tough to do it, and I think all those efforts, while they went on for a long time, have been only modestly successful.
Well, it's not purely 100% hydrogen. You know, it's kind of like it's not in its purest state. It's kind of, you could say, in a filtered state. So it's more of a diluted form instead of total hydrogen. So you know, you have like H3. You know, you have another isotope, let's say, and then another isotope into the pure H2 hydrogen state. You basically now have not as volatile type of gas as a pure byproduct of hydrogen. So that by playing with the amount of generation of his frequency with his pulse width there, the actual output now, the hydrogen, it's not pure hydrogen gas at that point. This is kind of like a scaled down version. And that's more of the secret.
No, but the H2O is, that's 2 parts oxygen. It's H2. I thought it was 2O. My bad. I'm no fucking chemist. That's what I'm saying, man. We learn it together, everybody. And smoke on for sure, man. I have just lit this shit. I'm getting my smoke on, and I'm gonna figure out if we can drive this water car.
Of his research.
I'm gonna keep stopping him and saying asinine shit that probably I'm gonna look like an idiot in a minute.
Was to basically have a high output, but not basically have a one form of, you know, dangerous gas, let's say.
It's the safest gas on the planet because there's no flames to it. As soon as it hits the air, it's over with, explosion's over with. So as with gasoline, you got a vapor still going and it's still engulfing the air and burning and, you know,
So,
your
yeah.
spawn, you know, it's like
You're
a blows up.
separating
So
the
it's really
hydrogen and then
the
you're
safest
burning
gas
the
on the
hydrogen.
planet, the cleanest gas on the planet. You know,
You're separating the hydrogen, then you're burning the hydrogen. So you need to power the separating of the hydrogen, and then you need to power the sparking, whatever keeps on igniting it. So you still need something else. You need an electrical pulse, I guess, coming from some kind of battery. Again, I've seen people using like hydrogen pucks. They put hydrogen, like little bricks of hydrogen into a tank. And apparently that does the trick. That they can drive the vehicle around. But it's hydrogen. If you light that shit up, you're not just getting out of a car fire, like you're exploding. Like be pieces of your car and you everywhere.
you know, it reverts back to water.
Get in a car accident,
takes a
everybody's
sip.
driving hydrogen cars.
And within not even a minute, he basically starts to shake, stands up, tries to run out the exit of the restaurant. And Stan goes, I don't know what's going on, but I think I was poisoned. So now, all of a sudden, all these, you know, ExxonMobil people and so on, wait a minute. All our huge profits, you're taking our gas away and you're replacing it with water? No, we can't have that. What are you going to do with all our supporting stockholders? What are you going to do with all the people that are investors, you know? What are you going to do with all the people that are basically your employees? You can't stop us. You have something totally different.
Well, the government's
Simple
doing
thing
it
is
now.
water? You're going to put
Slowly but
us out of business? Something's wrong here. That can't be.
They'll put the FBI, the NSA, the CIA after you, because they don't want this cat out of the bag, you know, because they won't make any money. The bankers won't make money anymore, so this is like terror to them water.
Yes, I think it stands to reason that it is possible that Stanley Mayer was onto something real, and he was running his car on mainly hydrogen. But I think that what happened was that his patents could not be replicated because he left out some important parts. So the patent was used to publish enough to protect his technology, but not to give it out. You can't just implement it out of what he did.
That's weird.
I haven't found enough information in what Stanley Mayer left to replicate his technology. So what I did is I just took everything that I could find and gave it to others and say, hey, I give you a system where you can see that there's something to it, and you can place some of your gasoline with hydrogen. Now here's Stanley Mayer's documents and patents. If you can do something with it, please do. I'm just giving it for free, but I couldn't replicate it myself, and none of my friends could either.
Now, between me and you,
he said supplement your gasoline, so you're going to be separating it and then putting it with the gasoline to get more explosiveness from the gasoline, I guess. But originally, you'll have the residuals from your last trip plus gasoline to power it to begin with, which starts the whole cycle, I guess. So you're still not getting more out of less, but you're supplementing something else so that there's more of the less that you already have. It's like you're stretching out the gasoline. You're not replacing it, but you're stretching it out so you can go further with the gasoline because you keep adding more of this hydrogen into it. But eventually, I guess you would have to start putting some gas in it again, or else you'd hit the point where it's like pure hydrogen in there, and then how do you get it running? I don't. You need something to fucking spark it, right? Like, you're just gonna start it and it's gonna blow up. That's what I would imagine.
Doing a lamppost. The reason why you...
But they're like, there's no way that he's getting the hydrogen out of the water to begin with. You can't do it. Not in a fucking engine like that.
Not seeing tons of this stuff out there. If they see what happened to Stanley, they might be, you know what? I don't want to walk in the same shoes because it might happen to me too.
Well, the oil companies do them. They hire like the mafia to do it. They don't do the dirty work. They hire a guy to hire a guy. That's what I've read. And it makes sense, you know. They hire a guy to hire a guy, and you just take thugs, you know. You give them the money, people do anything, you know.
He was in contact with some guys from Belgium representing some energy enterprise. They wanted to buy his patents and his technology. As I gathered, he actually refused. I think it was $250 million or something. And once he refused and he was announcing that he was going to do it himself, then he was eliminated by poisoning or something like that.
So imagine you have a group of professional people at a luncheon, and all of a sudden, they start off with a toast. And what's interesting about the toast, it's cranberry juice. So let's have a toast with cranberry juice. Stanley takes his sip, and within not even a minute, he basically starts to shake, stands up, tries to run out the exit of the restaurant. His brother is frantic, runs after him. He goes, "What's going on, Stan? What's going on?" And Stan goes, "I don't know what's going on, but I think I was poisoned." And a couple of minutes later, he's dead. Right there.
I think that Stanley Meyer was hit because he was not willing to give the information of how he runs a car totally on hydrogen. And I think the guys that were offering to buy it from him wanted to just kill it, forbid him from doing it, and then they would just put it in the deepest drawer that they can find. That's what I think they would have done with that, not give it to mankind or anything.
Someone else figures it
out. What I think is he was murdered, because wouldn't you want to stop somebody if they're going to put me out of billions of dollars worth of business?
That adding small amount of water or oxygen, hydrogen to a gasoline tank or into the carburetor can indeed help.
I see it as a movement, not as a company.
Like when I'm saying the supplement and all that shit, that's the guys that are trying to prove it in the first place. This guy right here, he's trying to make a supplement with... He's trying to make it so that it creates the hydrogen and inserts it to supplement to the gas, to stretch it out. But the original guy was like, nah, you just put water in this thing and it does its thing and the car drives. That's just it. That's all. You don't have to worry about it supplementing something. It's going to run the car. You put it in there and it does its thing and uses the water and converts it, burns it, the whole works, all in one shot. And it's like, how do you ignite the water in the first place? How do you... But he had this thing that would, like, ionize the water, I guess. It, like, fucking energized the water. It was, like, moving the molecules in the water to make it so that the water was moving. And I don't know if he's using the... I guess they keep saying thermal. So they're using the heat that comes off of the water. It gets converted to hydrogen, and in that process, it gets burned off at the same time. It's like, that's amazing.
Because
it is weird to think of how you would burn water, but that's what he's doing.
Teach people how to turn water into some usable form of energy. And I put it into use in my own car.
How does this water fuel technology work? What's the science behind it?
I took a mason jar, just a kitchen jar, and I put some electrodes in there, which means just metal wires running down and a little bit of baking soda to make the water conduct electricity. So far, it's very, very basic science. It's high school science.
Yeah.
Now, when you put 12 volts into the water, it starts doing something called electrolysis, splits the water into hydrogen and oxygen. Now you take that hydrogen and you throw it into the engine, any engine. It could be a lawnmower, it could be a big truck, anything in between. You throw it, it's like throwing a match. And it makes the fuel there burn better than what the car engineers have done. That's all it is. It's just you're making it better by this little addition. Yeah, the hydrogen makes the fuel burn better.
That's what he wants to do. Because that's the only way that you're really getting something out of it. Because to try to create it and then burn it by itself, they're saying there's no way that you get the power input per output ratio that you need for that to be viable. But that old dude's saying, nah, fuck that shit. You can run the fucking car off of it. Bim, bam, boom. Just in the conversion process, your car's driving. You're not converting it to just add it somewhere. You're fucking converting it, burning it, all in the same process. Where's your ignition source? It's got to be a battery charge of some, and you would think it would have to be enough to get it moved. But I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm talking about, man. Who knows how easy an electric engine is like that? I don't know. I'm not an engineer, man. I'm just a dude smoking a joint.
And that's how we...
And you can fucking quote that. The hidden MGTOW. I'm not an engineer. I'm just a dude smoking a joint.
Increase the mileage. We don't increase the mileage from 100%. We just take the 20, the miserable 20 that we get from these shiny cars, and we improve it a little bit.
You'll have a little bubbler tank. After that, this goes into the air filter box. It dries the gas. It took a while, but I get 24 miles a gallon now. And I can use a cheaper gas, because this is adding 130 octane. It just cleans your engine. Your engine cleans up, it'll run cooler, the oil changes are less, your spark plugs are clean. It cleans your whole engine out. Everybody just goes, man, you take the spark plugs out and they're like brand new.
You call it water fuel, but it's not a liquid, it's really a gas. So what is this gas made up of?
The gas that we're producing is a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. You get some kind of a gas that has 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen, so we got HHO. It's not water. It's not vapor. It's not like you vaporize it. It's a fourth state, and it will revert to water after it burns, which is the nice thing.
And I believe that thinking of the combustion reactions, which involve carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, in various versions, you can have many paths how a reaction occurs. And therefore, if you can inject into your gasoline...
What do you do with the water? Okay, so then it just keeps cycling through itself? So instead of an exhaust, it just turns back into like a steam coming out the other side, and then you blow that back into the tank so that it goes through the process again. Holy shit, could you imagine? It's starting to become a free energy.
In some hydrogen, at the high temperatures of combustion, that hydrogen can break down and water can break down, giving you activated ions or molecules or atoms, and these will indeed influence the reaction path so that the reacting efficiency can be indeed higher. So I'm prepared to believe that adding small amount of water or oxygen and hydrogen to a gasoline tank or into the carburetor can indeed help.
Oh,
how much? I don't know, but I think 10, 20, 30% is not out of question at all.
I understand you have some free downloads for our viewers available on your website. Tell me about this.
Just dump the water
I want
in the
to
gas tank
give a
with the
gift
gas.
to the listeners and watchers of this show, and I prepared a special download of all the information. You just go there, all the information is there, how to download it, what to do with it, for creating a hydroxy system.
The death of inventor Stanley Meyer is suspicious, to say the least. Unfortunately, the hard evidence to prove he was murdered simply doesn't exist. Now,
well, nobody showed enough of it for you to really get a good picture of it, but it would be fucking amazing if it was true. But I think that there's a lot of things that can be said about that type of process. In the end, I mean, you could say that, you know, like when you have the air conditioner in your car, when you go max AC, instead of drawing air from outside, it draws air from within the cabin, so it's recycling the air and passing it through over and over again, so it gets even colder than it was before. So it just becomes as cold as whatever's running through the system to cool. So that it gets icy fucking cold. But that's because they're recycling the air and passing it through. There could be a process where the exhaust that came out of the vehicle could get passed through again and re-burned off in whatever new form that comes out of the back end of it. If they say it's like water that comes out of the other end, a lot of combustion cars right now, they all have the claim that it's just water dripping out of the tailpipe nowadays. That's how clean they've gotten them. So like, to get any less emissions out of a car, it's like you're joking. There's no such thing. They've forced these guys to go as fucking far scientifically as you could imagine. So if it's just water coming out the other end, maybe you could recycle the water instead of having it drip from the exhaust. Have it drip directly back into the engine as water. You're not getting that much out of it, to be honest. But still, technology gets better and better. It could fucking change things. Same with putting like some kind of drag system on the outside of the vehicle. Like using the windmill principle, you know that turning the windmill, you can charge up a battery. So if you put little micro windmills across the top of the car right in the aerodynamic flow, you could spin those propellers pretty fast and get some kind of a charge out of the drag. That would make the batteries last a little bit longer, some shit. You never know. Just a dude smoking a joint. I said that before already.
That doesn't mean he wasn't murdered. It just means we can't prove it. We do, however, have Myers' patents. They're available online for anyone to see. Yeah. And hopefully, one day, someone may be able to duplicate Myers' device, assuming they haven't been frightened off by his untimely and suspicious death. I believe that it's quite possible Myers' device was not in violation of known laws of physics, but rather, he was simply tapping into a previously unrecognized source of power. Imagine running an automobile on distilled water. No more gasoline, no more wars over oil. Do you think a big oil would stand for it?
I don't think it was.
In the meantime, we have commercially available kits like the ones at Water for Gas that you can have installed in your car right now. A type of hydrogen molecule is extracted from the water and fed into your car's intake valve as you drive. Based on anecdotal evidence, this hydroxy gas, as it is called, is improving their gas mileage by as much as 50%. It's also supposedly making the car engine run smoother and produce less noxious emissions. You'd have to purchase a kit, have it installed, and make that determination on your own.
Like
if you do,
fast in front of you,
I'd love to hear from you and find out if it works. It's not free energy, but it's one small step in the right direction. You can contact me through my website, theconspiracyshow.com. In the meantime, don't be afraid.
Moses is a namer. Yeah. That's the guy that did all the shit on City TV, I think. So that must be who owns that radio station. Huh. Yeah. I know he gets a lot of money from the government. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, man, this is some shit, man. I hope I don't get a pinch for this, but tell me if you've seen this show. I think I've heard of this show, but I never watched it. But it's, oh my God, I'm sorry. That blew my ears out. Now, This guy's got trigger warnings. This video contains graphic depictions of drug addiction, making light of addiction, alcoholism, child abuse, religious abuse, I don't know, okay, gaslighting, that's bad, child neglect is bad, drug addiction and emotional, psychological abuse. Wait a minute. What? So you mean like drug addiction abuse? That's weird. Because he said drug addiction in the first. Anyways, signs of grape. That's a fucking trigger warning. Mine's not like that. Mine's a little goofy, but this is fucking serious business, and it's about a cartoon. You ever watch this show?
Are you decent?
Hold on.
This looks
okay.
Well, that was a mortifying sermon today.
Oh,
Guy's a
come
minister.
on. Can't we have one good night?
You know the Reverend was referring to you not wanting Shapey.
That's ridiculous. How would he even know?
Don't be an idiot. Everyone knows you didn't want him.
Yeah, well, I had my reasons. I think it's kind of strange that I don't even remember conceiving this kid.
Please. When do you ever remember?
All I do is try to forget. How did we even get here?
Oh, no.
Look, just get over it.
How can I get over it? I never asked for a second child, and then boom, Shapey magically appears.
Turn that up.
Explain that. Oh, he doesn't even look anything like me. Who's been inside you?
You are disgusting. I want a divorce.
That's fucking brutal.
That's the last delivery for the day.
What? I barely made half of what I usually make.
Uh-oh. Slow day, son.
I want to return these. Give me my money back.
No can do, Oral.
I'm trying to help the poor, you jerk.
Oral, what's come over you?
I didn't make nearly enough scratch today.
No return policy. You know that, Oral. You work here.
Oral.
No, I don't. I quit.
You ever seen this show? I've never seen it.
Ah, blessed be the Lord. Oh, hurry, sir. I'm jonesing. Here.
Hey, I like you, kid. You remind me of a short me.
Put your hands up.
Uh-oh.
Oral, you know he didn't mean you. Now come over here, son.
I'm so sick of your complaining. Why don't you just quit your job and quit being such a crybaby?
Oh, thanks for the sympathy. You have never been on my side.
Why would I be on the side of a self-destructive alcoholic?
Oh, shit. The fucking bugs all over him.
Let me tell you something. Oral, drunk, is nature.
I'm not really comfortable hunting with you right now.
You're not comfortable hunting with me? Have you ever tried hunting with you?
Oh, shit.
I gotta tell you, Oral. Your cup is always half empty. Now look at me. You should be more like your old man and look on the blight side of life.
Blight?
I didn't say bright. I said blight. My life is sunny and blight. Bright means the opposite. It means sudden withering death. And that's not... Oh, who am I kidding? My life is full of bright.
You mean blight?
Oh, God.
What's the matter?
I hate myself. Why do you quit working on me? She always fools me, Oral. I'll make things better, dear. Drink me. Put me inside you. I'm great. And she chokes me just like every other whore out there.
Oh, my God.
They're all worthless, kid. Every woman. Don't let them get you. All of them want to get you. They just grab you and pull you into them. And then you're forced to stay in and pull out, stay in and pull out. And then they got you and they grip you finally right where it counts. And then they start squeezing things out. Things that are like weights around your head. You sit there for the rest of your life with nowhere to go and no one to be. No boner. Don't butt me!
Dad.
Oral, what have you done?
I got shot by you. Sorry, Mr. Bear, but my dad's a jerk.
Oral, shut up.
Doesn't wake up till the next
Yeah.
episode.
Hey, morning.
Morning was 13 hours ago.
Miss the roosters, eh? High time for some breakfast.
I want to go home, Dad.
What? Oral.
He's dead.
Shot?
Yeah.
Oh, Oral. Make me happy. Make me proud of you, son, and tell me that you shot that bear yourself.
No, Dad. You killed it.
Huh. Oh, well then you can go.
Go?
Yeah, sure, fine then. Just pay Nurse Bendy on the way out.
You don't even care about me.
Well, I care for you. I'm a doctor.
But I thought that you really...
Mrs. Puffington, you'll be fine. I think you're just a little stressed out from the injury.
You can't even bear to look at me.
Excuse me. I need to help my other patients now.
Mary, Dad.
Oh, well. Why not?
Well, it's just that when he drinks, he changes.
Oh, he doesn't change, Oral. That's just his true nature coming out.
Oh no.
I am drowning. Dowie, I have to die again. I was so close. Okay. Bye, Oral. Sure, nothing much, you know.
Come on, ladies, work with me here.
You think God can't see into the future?
Is this even on? Oh, yep, it's ready.
I'm a jerk.
Oh, firstly, we must all pray for grace. Dear Lord and Godland, bless this mess of delicious food, and thank you kindly for keeping our joyous family together under this one love-filled roof. We all need people who aren't mean to me, or that don't act like they only care about doing dirty, awful things to you. We need family because they care that I'm a real person who has thoughts of sadness sometimes, along with happy thoughts, or scared or loneliness thoughts. I feel thoughts of emotions, and I need people to know that. So, thank you for keeping this family in good shape. The M for now, while we eat. Signed, my family. Wow, my eye is really sweating up a storm here.
I was an infant when I had them.
Oh, shit.
I was an infant when you had them removed. So for all intents and purposes, I am immaculate from conception.
Oh my god.
I am not holier than thou, mother. But I am holier than you.
That lady later on gets real gross.
Not you!
Oh no.
You can!
Oh no.
Don't treat me not like everyone.
trauma.
Not you. You're special. You care.
Just got raped by the teddy bear.
Not with you. You're different.
Mommy, I don't have a brother. I'm your precious only ever.
Well, Clark never made it into our world alive.
Oh.
What?
How about here? Are you pregnant with me or Clark?
That's your sister, Clarissa.
My sister?
Well, your oldest sister.
How many sisters were there?
Clementine, Clara, Clarice, Clea.
Jeepers.
She's smoking in every
So counting
picture.
Clark and Clarissa, that makes 6.
Oh, well, there's also Clancy, Clarence, Clinton, and Klondike with a C, your brothers.
I have 10 siblings?
Had. Almost.
And they all
my god.
passed inside you?
Yes. My body was their vessel to heaven.
Oh my god.
But not with you. You were my miracle. Only God could explain why you stayed here with me and your brothers and sisters didn't. It must have been all that praying I did during the pregnancy with you.
Yeah, right.
Do you know I didn't even smoke? Imagine
that,
being
probably,
that
right.
preoccupied that you forget to light up a cigarette every once in a while. My stomach was tied in such knots, and I was so steeped in all my prayers that I couldn't even force down a highball. I mean, if it wasn't for food, I would have wasted away to nothing. And of course, with everything that was going on through my mind, I never had time to horseback ride or go on a roller coaster. And that trampoline out back, it practically went to waste. With all that lack of exercise, it's a wonder you were ever born at all.
Mom, do you mean to tell me that you are telling me that I'm not your precious only ever?
Well, you're my precious only living ever, by default.
You lied to me.
No.
You lied to me, Mommy. I am not going to be your precious only living ever anymore.
No, Clarence, I mean Clay. Wait, no.
All too soon. That you're not good enough. That maybe there was a jerk-off called Darwin after all. And that you never acknowledged his existence because you knew deep inside that you were really what you feared you were. Weak and passive and ultimately broken by the ones who were made the fittest. And that through your weaknesses you built up a poison that poisoned others around you. That you loved. And the only true justice was to let those dominant jackals feed on you, survive off you. If that one gets too sweaty, I got an extra one for you. Come on, Doc. It's a nice one.
Clay, maybe the doctor would like to be left alone.
Oh, the long arm of the law. No, Roger. Yeah, Roger, listen to the wife murderer. Oh, you better go too, Revs. Let the men handle this.
How would your teeth like a 5-finger discount on a knuckle sandwich, Puppington?
Well, what are you waiting for? I'm waiting.
What the fuck?
I'm waiting. Well, it looks like the only fists that are raised in this town are pacifists. Yeah, run, get out of here, cowards! Look at you! Where are you all going? Get back here! You come back here! Show me that you have 1 ounce of testosterone between the 3 of you! With all you people as role models, no wonder my son is sensitive.
But eggs still need to be illegal.
Oral.
Come on, Dad, you know they're wrong. Think about it. Think about where they come from. I mean, they practically squirt right out of that real
Mommy?
I mean, golly, can you imagine that?
Okay, all right, you win. I'm disgusting. I mean, it's disgusting.
And confidence.
You're right. I can't.
I'm gonna fucking clip this fucking part, man. This part's so fucked.
Do anything? Wrong. You can do everything as long as Mommy says you can. Mommy? Yes. Mommy. Mommy.
Oh my god.
What do I do? I'm at the end of my rope. My kid, my wife, 2 illegitimate kids. Oh, I wish there was something somewhere that I could pump full of my anger. Something that wouldn't produce another life.
There is. That, my dear Mayor, is the only egg you'll ever find down there.
Oh my god.
Some business to attend to.
I'll wait for you, buddy.
Oh, he's gonna see it.
Your mom's little hatchling.
Ooh, I thought I was done.
Your mom's little hatchling. I'm like, oh god. And the other part is like, yes, that's right, mommy. It's fucking hilarious. Oh, it's too fucking much. Where is it? It's 15 something. Yes, mommy.
Wrong. You can do everything as long as Mommy says you can. Mommy? Yes. Mommy. Mommy.
What do I do? I'm at the end of my rope. My kid, my wife, 2 illegitimate kids. Oh, I wish there was something somewhere that I could pump full of my anger. Something that wouldn't.
Right.
Mommy. 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 Mommy.
What do I do? I'm at the end of my rope. My kid, my wife, 2 illegitimate kids. Oh, I wish there was something somewhere that I could pump full of my anger. Something that wouldn't produce another life.
There is. That, my dear Mayor, is the only egg you'll ever find down there.
Some business to attend to.
I'll wait for you, buddy.
Yeah, this guy can't take it. As soon as he sees it, he's like, oh, that's fucked.
Your mom's little hatchling.
Ooh, I thought I was done with his whole emotion business.
Oh, that's bad.
Not that box.
Coach, you like my dad the way my mom likes my dad, don't you?
Oh.
Your mom likes your dad?
Oh, it's no use. You can't show me what there is to honor my father about, because there's nothing honorable about him.
Oral. Somehow, in his own blundering way, your father made you. And that's honorable.
Why here, of all places? And shouldn't Oral be with us instead of that bear?
Look, can it? Now let's do something upbeat. If the Lord were alive today, what would you give him this Christmas?
Dad!
Oral?
What are you doing here with my son?
Stop!
The thought of the two of you together makes my skin crawl.
Please! All we were doing was having a nice time. For the first Christmas in I don't know how long. I felt relaxed and full of joy.
This is... You... my son!
What?
With niceness in order to get to me!
Dad.
Well, it worked! You got to me! Now you stay away from him! He's not yours, I am! I mean, he's mine! My son! Oh, I miss you, Oral. I need you in my life, Oral. And I love you.
We should go.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
What is this, American Beauty? What the fuck?
Oral?
Come on, Dad. It's late.
No!
He's right. It's too late.
Yeah. Right.
I had fun.
What the fuck? He was fucking limping? Oh, what the hell?
Here is why this is going to be an incredible Stanley Cup Finals.
Tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, boys. Oh, shit.
Allmark turned it over. Bouncing puck. They score! Matthew Tkachuk wins it in overtime. Paraiko behind the net. Centers one, and they score!
Scores! Matthew Tkachuk puts it to bed, and Florida has won the opening game of the Eastern Conference Final.
Across the line has Theodore. Theodore shot. Rebound goal! Vegas wins in overtime.
Dennett gets it. Here's Verhaeghe shooting. He scores! Carter Verhaeghe. 8:35 into overtime. The Panthers have done it. They've stunned the Boston Bruins.
With some speed, centers it. Stone down low. Off the stick of Howden. Then he tries to jam it, and he did! Brett Howden! Game-winning overtime goal!
Cousins with Dudas driving away. The Cousins scores! It's a series winner for Nick Cousins.
Both of these teams have a great all-round team that has potential to win the Stanley Cup.
Both of them, I think only one of them was ever at this stage before. Oh shit, this is crazy shit. You want some crazy shit, JD Miles? Here's some crazy Viking music. I hope they don't give me shit.
Behind the black smoke of fear, a monster born into this world.
Hello, William Patrick.
I don't know what this is. It's out of my shit now. It's into the YouTube algorithm now. Because I played a song, now they're like, oh, music? Okay. Even though I wanted to see someone playing this video game, because I heard that AEW had this shit going, and it was almost done. And what I saw when I clicked on it last time was not someone playing it. Fight forever. These are the weapons.
Oh, it is no DQ, by the way. It's 4-way, so that's good.
Making her way to the ring.
Yeah! Dude, I love the change in the camera shit.
Same.
Oh, Jesus! Oh, shit. Booty popping. You only smoke for the dragon?
We smoking for the dragon. You know?
Oh, okay. We smoking dragon down here. No problem. Oh! I'm gonna set the crowd on fire! Oh, wow.
Dude, his entrance is sick.
Oh, that is cool. What the fuck? Yeah, well, barrel.
You know it's all over.
Me, flames in the back. Flames. Over here.
Zoom out.
You know, what you doing right now?
That's TPW production.
It's a hell of a shot.
Oh, it's important to keep. Oh, now we know targeting. Okay,
See you later.
left stick up. Wait, that's not
Oh,
right.
2 in, 2 out. I like that. You guys know how to work 4 ways.
Wait, left stick up is.
Click the left stick is to change target.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
How do I grab a weapon?
RT towards the apron. Yo, boys!
Yo, whoop his ass!
Damn,
Whoop his ass!
Damn! I'm countering crazy. I've never countered like this before.
I got him. What is that? I don't know what I'm holding.
What do you got?
That's a
micro. Wait, that's
a
the bubbly.
champagne bottle.
That's the bubbly.
Oh, he is the bubbly! He's bleeding!
The bubbly! Let's go, baby.
Jesus Christ!
Dude, wow.
That was gnarly.
Dude, I'm gonna kick the fucking dude's ass that's bleeding the most here, man.
Hey, what's
Come back here, bro.
I'm gonna get
Dude, I gotta
cross.
get out of here, bro. I'll talk to y'all later on that one.
Die!
Damn it.
Huh? Oh my God, you are bleeding
I'm
crazy.
in a puddle.
What's up, little cutie? Come back here.
Hey, don't worry about me.
Come back here, little cutie.
I got places to be. It ain't here. I'll tell you that.
Dude,
Where are you going?
Do you guys know how to dive?
No.
No,
Okay,
I
we
couldn't
don't-
figure it out.
I think it's like.
He's bleeding!
The bubbly!
Let's go, baby.
Jesus Christ!
Dude, wow.
That was gnarly.
Dude, I'm gonna kick the fucking dude's ass that's bleeding the most here. Come back here, bro. Dude, I gotta get out of here, bro. I'll talk to y'all later on that one.
Die! Damn it. Huh? Oh my God, you are bleeding crazy.
Hey, don't worry about me.
Come back here, little cutie.
I got places to be. It ain't here. I'll tell you that.
Where are you going?
Do you guys know how to dive?
No.
Okay, we don't. I think it's like.
Not that.
Not that.
I'll try to figure it out. Well, let me work. Let me cook.
Kicking your ass. Here we go. Yeah.
Oh, I got a tennis racket.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. We love that guy. Get the fuck out.
Oh, you love that guy.
Oh. You cooking?
No. Oh, hell
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, you're cooking
Ow! Oh, stop.
Oh,
Jesus!
You have to drop me on his leg.
Chris, you better leave me alone. Oh, no. We haven't seen this finisher.
Oh, yeah, we haven't. I got him, bro.
Damn!
I didn't mean to do that for real.
Such a partner. This is a good match so far.
Yeah,
Get slapped.
Don't touch me, though.
Get slapped.
Moon is full where I'm at.
Yeah, I got some for you. Get slapped with that.
Oh, shit.
yeah, I got him.
When you guys counter, are you spamming?
I'm trying to mix them both.
Okay.
Like, I try and time it, and then I spam
I
it.
think I'm spamming too much. Oh, dude, I haven't seen one table break yet, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Starting to get
I'm
late.
gonna jump through it. Okay. The tables are very 2K20 day one.
There's fucking blood all over the place, man.
Yeah, come here real quick.
You gotta set it back up, bro.
That wasn't clean.
This is insane.
I'm about to take your fucking head off. You're legit about to die.
Damn it, please don't.
I don't know if they're gonna have this on PC or not, though.
No, you can't. It's just LT, I think.
Alright, guys. Everybody, by the way, I'm gonna fucking
Alright,
kill this
sorry.
guy.
Oh,
Oh,
oh, shit!
oh my god.
The dragon!
It's the real
This
dragon.
guy's guys that used to do the games for WWE.
What is this? A tire? Can you throw it?
It's like Jack
I threw one at you when we first
Yeah,
started
you
playing.
did. How the fuck did you do
I
that?
don't know. Yeah.
Here's another table. Oh! Got another table for you, bro. I got it. Oh, skateboard! Let's.
Oh, you got the skateboard?
It's like the shit that works. That WWE got rid of.
Is there a certain
people.
spot you gotta grab the weapon?
It's in the middle.
That's so I'm like in the middle, but I keep.
Fuck you!
Oh!
Oh, Brian! Sick. Fuck you, bro.
Oh my god, it's so sick.
Oh, it is. Yeah. Our favorite guy uses that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so anyways.
4-ways. Oh my god!
Yeah!
Tell me.
What just happened?
I'm dead on the ground, I can't get up.
Come here, Brian, you piece of shit.
No, chill on me.
I feel like I want to add a little bit something more to this beat. It's all like foggy in the background kind of sound. There's nothing up in the front of the mix. But I don't want to overpower the sound. I like the way it sounds. Needs like a hi-hat or something. Something like maybe this will be the year that I get some 1200s. Maybe get Scratch Live. That'll be sick. I bet you that should still cost a fortune. Probably just goes up in price. Probably never went down at all. But there's still no such thing as a real digital option that's exactly the same. They all have some kind of weird lag or something. Oh yeah. Holy fuck, that was a fucking big explosion right in the ring. Blew up right in the guy's face. They do some crazy ass shit like that in AEW for sure. Oh, now he's got a propane tank, great. More pyro. Holy fuck, that was huge. This shit looks good, man. It would be Moxley grabbing all the flammable shit though too. Him and Omega. Look, every time he goes down there he gets a propane tank. Kaboom. Right in the fucking head. And she no-sells the propane tank explosion. That's fucked up. How's that even possible? Was that Johnny Gargano? I should make like some kind of weird vaporwave video to go with this beat. And then give the beat to True so he can do some shit over top. Get Psyche Soap on that. This beat right here. I just love that dreamy fucking sound. Sounds like a record skipping, but then the beat kicks in. Chop it up more though first. This is just like same with all these beats, man. Like this one right here, you're in the chorus right here. My rhymes are been written, not to be bitten, but as it seems, some suckers keep forgetting the rules about rapping, but that's alright, cause in the next 5 minutes I'ma have them sewn up tight, stronger than I know the soul, better known to sin. I mean the battles I battle, I usually win, I mean in less than a minute, but it all depends how long it takes a rapper to realize, trying to defend yourself, it is ridiculous. Didn't you get my message inside of the quest? Cause you toys, boys, I'm the real McCoy, and I'm really gonna up in the street. I'm like a lion, my man, in the streets of my dead. It's either kill or be killed, so I kill again and again and again. And other rappers, I slaughter them. I tie them up and throw them in the water. Then I just walk away like nothing ever happened until somebody else starts rapping. That's when I'll snap and I'll attack and go mad like Rambo. Maybe like Commando or like Lando Calrissian. You knew he was down with the force. French princess, your soul, Safina, pain and remorse. Think you can't beat me rapping, man, they must be silly. Man, I really, 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 really hate when people doubt my ability. And I have to prove superiority. If rappers basketball, I would be in luck. Cause every time I freestyle, it will be a slam dunk, man. I'm the engineer, and you're the passenger. I'm taking on a voyage, a hip-hop massacre, the Jason of rap, Freddy Krueger of rhyming. And I'm sure that you'll see in due time, man. People to rush to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to all join in to this Fresh Prince mania, my feet. Fuck. There, I fucked it up finally. There, that's it. I like the sound of that beat so much, though. It's so dreamy. It's like you're just falling asleep on a Sunday afternoon, having a nap with the sun coming through the window, heating you up a bit just to make you fall asleep. That's how I want to start the mixtape, with this dreamy thing, talking some, just saying whatever the fuck for this whole part. Oh yeah. Go to sleep now. That's that Fisher-Price piano sound. $50 gonna have to come in on that one. Everybody's gonna fix that up. It's gonna be 50 cents. Nobody can make a toy piano sound better. And this is some serious creeping in the back, creeping around your backyard type shit right here. Don't be looking out your window because you don't know what you might see out there. Keep your curtains drawn. Too old for that freestyling shit, man. I'm just too old for it, man. What I like to do though is what I just did right there, without anybody listening. And that's how you come up with some crazy shit to say, because you will say some crazy shit. Sometimes you don't want everybody to hear the crazy shit you say though. It's like that fucking Tales from the Dark Side kind of fucking theme music. Those hi-hats are going insane. Let me see if there's something else you might enjoy to watch. Up in the house tonight, motherfuckers better act right. I said you're up in the house tonight, motherfuckers better act right tonight. Tonight. Get the fuck out my house, bitch. It's my house. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. If you don't like it, then get the fuck out. If you don't like, get the fuck out. I don't know if I'm coming in at the right times. I don't know what it sounds like on your end. It might sound totally retarded. But that's good, because my fuzzy eyeballs tell me it's almost 5 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah, I should roll another joint before I drop this shit all over the place. But first, to find something different here. Oops, let's just, what's the, no. Can't play any WWE stuff. You know what it is that won't let you do it. Oh yeah, man, Danny Masterson. Wah. Dude's fucking found guilty, man. Scientology's fucking not saying much. The fuck is this? When a predator realized he got caught red-handed. Okay.
A runner and a senator.
Whoa, senator? Huh? What's going on? Why does it stop? What the fuck's going on?
What do they have in common? They're all child predators.
Oh, shit.
And in this video, we're taking you through their stories to show you their dark side. Plus, the effectiveness of our brothers in blue. Let's get started. This is 28-year-old Ryan Burton, a predator, to say the least, who came under the radar of the La Crosse Police Department after a criminal complaint. One of the investigators decided to lure him out by posing as a 15-year-old girl on an anonymous social media platform.
When are these fucking morons? Okay, they've got a sickness for sure, man. Because how can you not fucking realize that just about everybody that you talk to is going to be a fed? As soon as you talk weird to a fucking underage person, you're done. Like, I don't understand how they think that they can in the year 2023, they're just going to bump into all kinds of kids that just have no idea about the world. It happens, obviously, but I guarantee you there's probably 6 cops to every kid out there that's willing to have this conversation with this guy. Like, the odds are pretty stacked against you. You start playing this game randomly online. If you're not one of Epstein's friends, you can't play this game.
Which caught the attention of Burton in 2021. Once the two connected, Burton allegedly sent the investigator an explicit photo of his genitalia. Even when the investigator posted that he, or technically she, quote, is not 18, he claimed to be 15. Burton later asked for a home address to meet, and the investigator agreed. While Mr. Burton stood outside a house address in Wisconsin, he was greeted by no 15-year-old girl, but by a police squad.
How you doing? How you doing, man? Good, good. My name's Detective Ross, but I'm with Lacrosse Police Department. Can you take your hands out of your pockets for me?
Yeah.
What's your name, sir?
How you doing? It's
Ryan.
like, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Any weapons with you today?
No.
Okay.
Put your
Just want to put your hands on top of your head. I'm just going to pat you down, make sure you got no weapons with you today.
We're at the police department as well, sir. See our badge?
Yes.
Okay.
Right up to the fucking house. He's almost at the door. It's like, yeah, you're not talking your way out of this shit, dumbass. Definitely gotta be some kind of sickness. To fucking believe in it that much.
Are you okay? You not hurt, Brian?
I'm good.
He is detained immediately because the conversation between him and the investigator is enough, quote-unquote, probable cause to arrest him.
No doubt.
Wouldn't he have shown up at this doorstep at this exact moment by coincidence?
It's
But now they need to establish more on Burton's profile by getting his ID and access to his car.
You're done.
Just going to check these things for fit.
Oh, now watch the creepy shit.
What's your last name, Brian?
It's Ryan.
Where's your Ryan? I'm sorry.
In my car.
Where are your keys at?
I'm sorry.
Where's your ID at so I can confirm who you're talking about?
It's in the middle compartment of my car.
Can I go get your ID for
Yeah.
you, please?
Keys are in this pocket?
Browse, sir.
This one right here? It's in the middle console.
in the
I'll go back in the main room.
Yeah.
All right. And I can go grab your ID?
Yep.
Thank you.
Let's just have a seat here on the step.
Those are you.
26 Island, 29 of 95. Last name spelling Boy, Union, Robert, Tom, Ocean, Nora. First name is Ryan.
With the police department here, we're going to have a car come over and transport you back to the station. Read you your Miranda rights. Try to ask you a few questions. We'll go from there, okay?
This other ID, is this your relation to you?
Yes.
After he is taken away in a squad car, 2 officers access his car for his possessions. But one of his diaries deserves to be bagged as evidence after an officer reads what's inside.
Both therapists mentioned that I had nonverbal cues that I was uncomfortable when talking about what happened. After some reflection, I think this is because I've always felt like I'm a good person, I'm kind, but this has turned me into a predator, and that makes me very uncomfortable.
Oh, why don't we just take that whole thing?
Okay.
His fate is sealed from this point on. The investigators have got his conversation and his diary as proof. The last thing left is to interrogate him. But shortly after his Miranda rights are read, he chooses not to talk. But it's not over till the officer reads him his charges.
You can go ahead and sit down and relax. You need anything? Water or anything? All right. You know why you're here?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, I have an investigation that's open, and you're involved in it.
Okay.
All right. But it's a pretty serious allegation. So Ryan, obviously you're here. You're taken into custody this evening, okay, for a reason. I've got an open investigation. I investigate crimes against kids.
Okay.
All right. Does that ring a bell?
No.
Okay, you still have no idea why you're here? Okay. I'm going to read you your Miranda rights, okay, because I'd like to talk to you about why you're here, but obviously I can't talk to you without first protecting you.
Okay.
Okay, does that make sense to you?
Yep.
Ryan, before we ask you...
Is the guy really that unaware, or is he just playing along? Because at this point, it's fucking stupid to even do this, what he's doing. He obviously had the conversations. He showed up at the door. They fucking brought him in. They sit him down. They say they're part of protecting children. Do you know why you're here? The guy's like, no idea. I was just, picking my nose, walking down a sidewalk. I had nothing to do with anything. What's going on here? Fuck. Like, at this point, he should have just been saying, I'm not saying anything. I want a lawyer. That's your best bet. If you're one of these fucking sickos. It's far be it for me to give any kind of advice, but I mean, especially to one of these assholes. But playing the deer in the headlights, are you kidding me? Fuck. This is not gonna help you in any fucking way.
Questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent, and anything you say will be used against you in court of law.
Is he gonna pretend like he doesn't understand those either?
You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask any questions, and to have him or her with you during questioning.
This is where
If you are unable to hire a lawyer, you can request and receive appointment of a lawyer by the proper authority without cost or charge to you to be present and advise you before and during this statement. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering.
I can tell you what that guy's going to tell you. If he's like a high-powered defense lawyer, he's going to be talking to you about money. Who do you know has money? Because you're going to need lots of it, and then maybe I can help you. And that's what he's going to say. And if he's like, I don't have enough money for a lawyer, but I definitely want a lawyer first. So please stop questioning me now and get me a public defender. Well, when the public defender comes in, he's going to ask him a few questions. He's going to be like, you know why you're here. And if he's going to still bullshit, he's going to be like, okay, you can't bullshit. Okay, I can tell you right now, they've got all the evidence they need to put you away. All you need to do is fucking plead guilty to this shit, and maybe I can knock it down. I'll talk to the public prosecutor, because me and him have lunch every day, and we decide who wins and loses these matches based on who wants to have a nice record this month. So, or based on whoever wins the hockey game tonight, you might win or lose this case, but I'm going to do my best for you. That's how this shit works, man. If you got a public defender, go fuck yourself. You're going to end up with whatever he needs, because him and the prosecutor work together, and he saves the ones for guys that he likes and people he knows. And your type of guy, public defender's not going to help you much, because you're like the lowest of the fucking low on the planet. So you can expect no help unless you got tons of fucking money, Mr. Pervert.
Answering at any time.
The funny thing is, he might be just a first-time dude too that got ensnared in it and was like getting a thrill off of talking to a kid, thinking he's talking to a kid. It's fucking sick, man.
You have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer.
Right.
And that's where the tape stops, because obviously he stopped talking right then and there. Fuck.
Ryan was charged with attempted second-degree assault of a child using a computer to facilitate a sex crime. If found guilty, he could serve up to 60 years in prison.
Check it out.
But instead, Burton was free on a signature bond, which prohibits his contact with his 2 biological children. And Judge Todd Burka revealed that the family court should resolve the issue.
What?
The bond also permits him to have supervised contact with his stepchild and limits his access to the internet. This sentence begs the question of whether his limited access to the internet is enough to stop him from being a predator or not. You can tell from his note that he's been working out these problems with his therapist, so for now, it feels like the process is working after all. Now we come to 30-year-old Josie Amon, a man who was groping a 10-year-old girl in an Onalaska Walmart.
Motherfucker.
It was May 22nd, 2021, and the little girl told her mother, who went to confront Amon, which is when he fled the store and drove off.
There's what I'm saying. One guy's kind of like lured by something that he thinks is there with his imagination. This motherfucker goes out and finds a kid and goes and grabs them in a fucking Walmart. Nice. What a piece of shit.
Off in his pickup truck. After the complaint was launched, police were able to pull surveillance footage from the Walmart and identify the alleged offender. What you're about to see is body cam footage of the officer confronting Mr. Amon at his
and he's
job.
running? Oh, even
Before
better.
this meeting, he has gathered pictures of him at the Onalaska Walmart and a receipt of a purchase made by Mr. Amon in that Walmart that verifies his presence. This puts him at the scene of the crime, but it's not enough to confirm whether he did it or not.
Hey, Josie. Officer Flatton. This is a little bit more urgent for me, so I decided to just come down and talk to you here. I need to talk to you about an incident where you're my suspect. Okay. Do you have any idea what I'm referring to? Okay. You ever been to the Onalaska Walmart?
Times, but I usually Target.
Okay. In May, we got a complaint from a parent and a young girl at the Walmart in Onalaska.
Look at this, nice and
that involves you.
after.
Anything ring a bell to that? Okay. Have you ever been at the Walmart where you got chased out of the store?
No.
No? Okay. So
It's
we've,
like 5
we've got
months
video
later.
of you getting chased out of Walmart by a mom.
I highly doubt that.
Huh?
No, I don't believe it.
Okay. I do.
Am I under arrest?
And here's the thing, man. Them Walmarts, they got facial recognition. And the cops work with Walmart. So you do something at a Walmart, you're not getting anywhere with that shit. Because they have facial fucking recognition on your ass. They know who you are before you even enter the building. You put a ski mask on before you go in to rob the place, maybe. If you think you can pull something like that off, you better put that ski mask on before you leave home. And you better leave home in the middle of the fucking night. And like all kinds of crazy shit to avoid having a camera pick your face up. Because they got that shit on you. This guy thinks he's fooling somebody. They know what he bought when he was there. They've got his picture while he was buying it. And they got his picture of him touching a kid.
I'd just like to talk to you a little bit more, but you had previously. Would you agree that this is you? No. Okay.
He's wearing the same shirt.
Is this your
probably.
truck?
Definitely not.
No. Is that something you've ever driven?
No, I don't even have a topper on my truck.
Okay.
Mine's an extended cab.
You don't think that resembles you in the slightest? No?
I'm not going to agree to that.
I'm not going to agree to that, said Mr. Amon, who just denied even being at the Walmart. By lying about not being at the Walmart, he's literally digging his own grave. But now that he's denying his presence, he sure as hell can't deny his purchase.
So the incident is that you reported to us that you had grabbed a child's buttock in a grocery aisle. No? Okay. So we reviewed video and watched the suspect of this whole thing prior to this incident with the juvenile was inside Subway, bought a sub sandwich.
And I'd have a hard time fucking restraining myself asking these questions. I would be asking nothing. This guy'd already be up against the wall. Fucking freeze, put your hands up, get on the fucking ground. All the fucking things that you can't do at the same time just so I can kick the crap out of him. I'm not gonna lie. That's why I'm not a cop.
Use your debit card.
And the guy has the nerve to fucking lie, but just fucking put your hands behind your back. Just say, I'm not answering any questions, but I can tell the line of questioning you're going with, I'm going to be under arrest, so go ahead and cuff me and take me in. I'm not answering any questions, which means I'm going to jail, so go ahead, cuff me. I'm a fucking sicko. Take me away. Your best bet's to hope that you throw yourself at the mercy at this point. This bullshitting path is not gonna help. You should just take a lot of fucking therapy, bro. Go to jail and take a lot of fucking therapy while you're there and think about some shit. Because you're a fucking piece of shit.
Okay.
Wait. Somebody used my debit card, you said?
Well, you.
Somebody used my
In the Subway?
Yep, on Alaska Walmart Subway. So walked into the store, the vestibule, goes in the Subway, gets some food.
This cop's not investigating, just arrest his ass.
Eats and stuff, and goes into the store.
You know what's
okay. You still want to tell me you have no idea what I'm talking about? Okay. Are you the only one that would have your debit card? you share with people who look a lot like you? Huh? No, I don't know. No? Okay. Turn around, put your hands behind your back.
It was at this moment he knew he messed up.
No.
He realizes that the police have got him dead to rights with proof of his presence, plus his purchase. On top of that, he's now caught lying on camera. At this point, there's only one stupid thing a guilty person can do. Run.
I don't know what they teach cops. But I can tell you right now, if the guy started running and he had only
dead to rights with proof of his presence, plus his
this
purchase.
much of a fucking
On
head
top
start.
of that, he's now caught lying on camera. At this point, there's only one stupid thing a guilty person can do. Run.
Boom. You see how much room there is between him and the cop? The cop's trying to grab him. No. The guy's running for it. If you do grab him, you might get a hold of him, but he's still running, and he's going to slip the grip. You make sure he stops running. You see his knees sticking out under the guy's arm there? That's where his nice swift kick goes, right as he goes to take his step with it, and he's going to hit the fucking ground face first. Right there. Kick him in the back of the knees. He is not fucking running anymore. He's going straight down onto his knees, then onto his face, and then you're going to trip over him and land on him, and your partner's going to cuff him. Don't let him take you down the fucking stairs like I see in the video here. This is how you end up running with a bunch of shit and making noise and fucking knocking shit over and fucking...
Dominic, you got taser?
Uh-oh. You better run. You better run fast and fuck. Oh,
stop!
Up to the pole.
You stop! Stop! Get on the ground.
So many ways. Fucking, yeah. Make sure he rolls around before he fucking gets up again. It's alleged, right? You got you on
Now, even
video
though running from the police looks cool, the charge of resisting arrest is a misdemeanor punishable by a fine of up to $10,000 or a prison sentence of up to 9 months or both. Anyways, in December of 2021, Josie Amon appeared in court and was charged with the felony charge of sexual contact with a child younger than 13, which could result in up to a 60-year prison sentence if he is convicted. Since then, we haven't had any updates on his whereabouts.
What?
As we reflect on the case of Josie Amon, we are reminded of the darkest parts of his crimes, and only hope that families feel safe knowing that monsters like him can get caught red-handed.
Well, okay,
Finally,
but then get
we come to 35-year-old Ralph Shorty, or should I say, Senator Ralph Shorty, a Republican from the Oklahoma Senate. But in a few minutes, you're going to remember him for what he actually is, a child predator. It all started in March of 2017, when a concerned father complained to the Moore Police Department about his 17-year-old son. He tipped off the police that he checked into the Super 8 motel and was afraid for his well-being.
He's either here for narcotics or prostitution for narcotics. Or kids prostituting himself? Yeah.
The officers knocked on the door, and after a lot of resisting to open, the door opens and out comes Senator Shorty. The police identify.
That's so bad. Oh man, it's always these guys, isn't it? It's always these fucking dudes. Wow.
By him first.
Off what? Shorty. You got an ID?
They went in there to grab the kid because he's hoeing himself to get drugs. And when they find the guy that he's doing it with, it's a fucking senator. Of course. It's a fucking senator.
Shorty? Shorty doesn't sound like a last name to me.
At the time, the officer had no clue who he was, and whether Shorty is even a real name or not. But obviously that's not the most puzzling thing here. It's to figure out what was Shorty doing with a teenager inside a motel in the middle of the night.
So what's going on over here tonight, man?
We're just hanging out and talking about life and stuff.
His little night talk session had a, quote, strong odor of raw marijuana, according to the report.
Raw meaning
They
what?
both were brought in and interrogated separately.
They didn't smoke it yet?
And while we don't have the boys' interrogation, here are the key points that he shared. He met someone named Jamie Tilley on Craigslist. He set up a meeting with Jamie after he offered him cash in exchange for sexual acts. And their conversation was recorded in their text chains. Well, it's obvious that this Jamie Tilley was none other than Senator Shorty, who was now interrogated and confronted with a huge pile of evidence against him. After he's read his Miranda rights, the first set of evidence is brought up, the text chain.
Okay. So, how do you, do you text him or how do y'all communicate?
Usually phone calls.
Phone calls? Okay. Well, it's interesting because on his tablet, he has a conversation that he says he had with you using an app called Kick. You know what that is? Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, there's a pretty lengthy conversation on his tablet that he says is with the guy that is you, that he is online, or the Kick ID is Jamie Tilley. And you told officers that night that that's what your online.
He calls me Jamie.
And
I'm not sure why.
Okay. And anyways, so we've got a conversation between him and this Jamie Tilley about, he says, I need money for spring break. Jamie Tilley says, I don't really have any legitimate things I need help with right now. Would you be interested in sexual stuff? He says, yes. This goes on about how can I come get you, blah, blah, blah. We go on. He says, he starts calling this guy Daddy. He says, hurry up, Daddy. I'm super horny.
The boy's tablet was confiscated, so the text chain led to Jamie Tilley asking him for cash in exchange for some quote-unquote sexual stuff. During the interrogation, Shorty denies these messages and claims that the only mode of communication he had was on call. It is also important to note here that while the legal age of consent in the state of Oklahoma is 16 years old, the law also states that it is illegal to have consensual sex with an adult who is at least 18 years old. He claims that the boy told him he was 20, but records show that he's 17.
Hey, keep me updated because I want you bad, Daddy. The guy named Jamie Tilley says I'm going to fuck you like a good little boy if you keep calling me Daddy. This goes on and on and on and on. Well, then it gets to the end, and it says, okay, I'll be down the street, a couple houses, and about...
So what's his deal? What's he gonna say here? Is he gonna try to fucking say he's being set up? That there's this actual Jamie Tilley guy that's having these pervert discussions in text form, but that's not him. And this guy, he's just like, I don't know why he was calling me Jamie every now and then. Must be because he was trying to record me and make it sound like I'm this Jamie guy, but I don't know nothing about this Jamie stuff. Is that going to be his thing? Like, oh, it must be a fucking plot against me.
About 10 minutes or so. He says, okay.
But he admits to talking to the kid. Like, obviously.
Let me know so I have an idea. Then that person
caught in a fucking motel room with the kid.
And says I-35 about to exit at 4th Street, and then it says I'm here. Well, we've got a witness. Pardon me. We've got a witness that sees him get in a white Grand Cherokee, and they follow that white Grand Cherokee to the hotel, first to 4th and Eastern at the gas station, and then to the Circle K. Yeah, this is the gas station. Yeah, at the gas station, and then to the Super 8, where the guy in the white Jeep Cherokee and him go in. Check into a room, and then go back out and go into room 120. All right, and they sit there until the police show up. Where she then calls his dad, and the intern calls the police, and the police show up there to 120, knock on the door, and then you come. So again, I ask. You told officers that you had online identity, Jamie. This guy Hagen saying that he was talking to you. We got a witness picking him up at the same time that this message was sent saying I'm here. So I kind of got to say that Jamie Tilley's you.
It's not me.
It's not you. Okay.
We communicated by phone. There was no sexual intentions that night.
Okay. You got anything else? So how did you meet?
I want to say it was at our coffee shop.
Okay. So, like, he just walks in, you guys strike up a conversation, become friends?
Yeah, it's happened many times.
Invite over to your house. Has your wife met him?
I think so.
Okay. Now, you said he's come to your house several times to play video games?
I think just once.
Come to your house once to play video games, and then you guys met at the coffee shop a couple of times? Okay. What if I said that he told you guys met through a Craigslist?
Okay, so if you say that the guy's been at your house maybe once, and then you're like, it's just once, you're not gonna remember if he's met your wife at the house.
Ad the very first time when he posted in Casual Encounters.
No.
Okay.
Can I add this?
If you say he's been to the house 100 times, and I think he's seen my wife's never around. Even then, it sounds pretty bad.
Is he legitimately underage?
Yeah. And he was the first time that you met him, and I said 16. I asked him, I said, hey, does he know how old you were? And he said, yeah, he knows because we had a discussion about it, and at first he was uncomfortable with it, but then he finally got over it. In this conversation, it says, she needs me to go to the store for her. My 3...
And then that's the other thing. So how much of it actually is entrapment when the kid's saying that himself? Entrapment or not, the guy eased up and went into it anyways, so you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. You shouldn't be talking to fucking young people as a senator. You should know better. That's why people say it's gotta be fucking true. Because why else are you fucking talking to the kid? And coming up with this concoction of a fucking story. Don't give me that shit. You're a fucking dirtbag.
3-year-old is sick. That's one of the things I've been dealing with tonight. We're not going to
It just proves, man, it's a fucking senator. It just proves the type of people.
have enough time. Can we get together tomorrow? After 1. I'll get a hotel room or something if that would make it easier. Goes on talking about the coffee shop, my coffee shop.
He's just gonna keep saying it's not him, man. I'm not Jamie, so I mean, it's gross stuff that you're telling me here.
I'll be alone in about 10 minutes.
Now, the difference is this guy can probably afford a really high-powered fucking lawyer that's gonna fucking work some fucking magic and get his shit out of there. Yeah, he won't be able to be a senator or something, but he's gonna be disgraced into a fucking oblivion. He'll be gone somewhere, but he'll get away from it. The other dude that got entrapped, that dude walked himself in it, and he's got no fucking chance of getting out of it. That guy's fucked. They should all be fucked, seriously. But this guy's gonna walk, guaranteed. The other guy, no way.
At my coffee shop, he says, can I help you with anything for spring break? Again, you said just customers, but I'll leave in here close to 8. Okay. I'll be your slave. That sounds nice. I mean, we go on.
These people are gonna grow up at some point, and they're gonna fucking talk about it. Like, there's no way you're getting out of this shit. When you do it, people are gonna find out. When they do, man, you better fucking hide. So many people are gonna want to take care of that. Because they know what's going to happen if they don't. You're just going to walk away. That's what drives people the most fucking crazy. Is that they walk away and go and do it somewhere else to somebody else.
And how old is your youngest child?
5 months.
Okay. So
and he's got his own fucking kids. Only a matter of time, eh? Fucking sick.
He's telling me that when he first met you through Craigslist, that he had posted an ad in Casual Encounters, and that he had a lot of responses for it, but that you said that you wanted him to mess around with your wife while you watched. He said that he showed up to do that, or you guys got together and started talking about that. He found out your wife was pregnant, and then said that it never happened because she was pregnant. So here's the deal, Ralph. You and I both know what the truth is, and the truth is not what you're telling us. We're not saying you're a bad guy. We're not saying you set out thinking that this is some 15-year-old kid you're going to go bang. We're not saying that. We're saying...
No, they're both bad. This guy fucking knows, and the fucking kid was 100% in on it. But here's the deal, man. Fucking daddy found out about it. Followed your ass when you picked this kid up. He didn't know you were a senator. He didn't give a shit. You were just a dirtbag picking his kid up, paying him for sex. You fucking dirtbag. So he followed you down to the fucking Holiday and Days Inn, whatever the fuck it was. And then he went in to the fucking person at the counter and said, where did that person just go with my son? You fucking people have prostitution going on in your hotel. And then she's like, well, what the hell? I'm calling the cops. And then, boom, senator in the shit. You fucking pig.
Hell, maybe you didn't know how old he was. I don't know. I think you probably did based on what he's telling me. But things are what they are. Tell us the truth. Get it out there. Let's get this over with. Get this behind us so we can all move on.
Telling you that.
No, you're not. You're telling us part of what happened, but you're not telling us what's going on.
You told the officers there that you had an online identity of Jamie.
He's talking about, you talk about in these texts when this Kick account, about your kids and your kid being sick and your coffee shop and that you got customers left and that you close at 8. I mean, it's clearly you.
It's all him.
It's clearly
And we've got a witness that put you there. When you say,
I absolutely picked him up.
when you say I'm here, the witness is waiting down the street because
Even though the guy's a senator, he's just as stupid as the other fucking dude. He's gonna sit here and try to talk his way out of it. Like an idiot. You're caught, man. Call your lawyer. You got the money. You got a high-powered lawyer. Get the fuck out of this situation, at least. But to think you're gonna get away with it in the first place, you have to be the biggest fucking idiot and tool on the planet. So, of course, he's not thinking straight.
because she thought it was jacked up. She thought it was jacked up that he wouldn't tell her where he was going or anything like that. So she sits down the street and waits. And then she sees him going to the Super 8 hotel with you, and then she gets scared and wondering what the heck's going on, so she calls the police, or calls his dad, and then who in turn calls us. So here's the deal. We're trying to give you an opportunity, all right, to help yourself out here, all right? We have we have his device. These are just photos of it. We actually have downloaded the entire device now. So we have everything that y'all said that night. Everything. The thing about it is that tablet, once you sent the message saying I'm here, that tablet was never on the internet again. So the kid conversation couldn't delete. So we have the entire conversation. But you go ahead. Yeah, you can look at it. We have the entire conversation because it never hit the network again. This is a bad deal. This is prostitution with a minor, prostitution within 1,000 foot of a church, which are both felonies, and then transporting for the purpose of prostitution, which is a misdemeanor.
I'm telling you, that's not me.
That clearly is you. Ralph, that's a lie. You're lying to us right now. That's clearly you. No one else. Daughter sick, coffee shop. I'm here and you're there. That's clearly you.
I don't know who else he could have been talking to.
I agree with you. Nobody has a coffee shop and has a kid, sick kid, and all this stuff.
And it's
you. And here's the deal. He says it's you that he's.
It's almost like you know they're guilty. Like even though the cops are throwing all this evidence, and it's real evidence. Even if they were throwing phony evidence at him, the way that he's acting, you can only believe that he's guilty. Believe you're gonna talk your way out of the things that they have on him. He knows it's the real deal. They're showing it to him. He typed it, so he knows it's real. So for him to sit here and try to talk his way out of it, he's definitely fucking 100% guilty. If they came to him with fake shit and he was talking his way out of it, might be one thing. But they know that's him. And he's not saying it's him. So that's all evidence against him now. Obviously fucking guilty. Pack your bags so they can take them away from you when you get to jail and put them in a locker, and you'll get it when you come out. So you have something nice to wear when you get out in 60 fucking years.
He's talking to you.
You show up with condoms, he shows up with lotion. I mean, that's
not true. Hold on.
Yeah, there was condoms in your bag. The cop saw them.
That's where he decides to say, that's not true, hold on. He has you have condoms and he has lotion. No, that's not true. Why are you protesting so hard about the condoms and the lotion? You're not protesting that hard about everything else.
That's just absolutely not true. I did not show up there for any sexual thing.
Well, then there's also weed that was in a green plastic container, marijuana that was in a green plastic container with labels from Colorado that was in the room.
Did you ever touch that bottle?
No.
So there's no way your fingerprints will be on it?
No.
Okay, because we have the bottle.
I don't know what to tell
He
you.
says, matter of fact, he says when the police knocked on the door that y'all were both smoking marijuana.
He said that he brought a gram when you brought a gram, and you guys rolled a huge blunt, and that you guys were planning on messing around.
See, now you think that these cops are mad that he's having sex with a minor? Doesn't sound like it to me. They know damn well that the kid was a prostitute. They know that. They're not mad about that. They're mad that he's lying about it. They just want him to fucking tell the truth. If he was telling the truth, they'd be really nice to him. They'd give him a fucking drink. You hungry? You want some McDonald's? They'd go and fucking hook him up. They'd be like, just give us what we need to make this quick. You can go to your cell quickly and get to work on your case. But the longer you make us fucking sit here and grill you when we know damn well that you're a fucking pervert, just fucking tell the truth. Or stop this fucking bullshit and call a lawyer so we can go and get some McDonald's for ourselves.
Haven't got there yet.
Otherwise, you got some hangry fucking dudes here, man. Just tell the
He was going to do you a favor by whatever it was you guys were going to do, and that you were going to do him a favor by kicking him some money for spring break.
The reality has now dawned on him that there's no way out, that they've got every...
As soon as he sat down in that room, and they're like, you know why you're here? He should have been like, I got no way out. Right at that point, he should have been like, I just want a lawyer. I don't even care what you're charging me with. I don't know what it is. I don't want to hear about it. Just fucking put me in a room and get my lawyer so I can find out from him what's going on, because I'm not answering nothing, and I don't even want to hear about it. So I have nothing to hear, nothing to do, nothing to see. Tell my lawyer all about it, and then he'll come and tell me what I got to do.
Every bit of evidence they need to put him away, and
they'd
more
be happy.
importantly...
They'd be happy with that. They'd be like, fine. At least we know that we can go and get some fucking lunch.
They ruin his reputation. The rest of the interrogation goes with him denying his acts and refusing to speak about why he was in the motel room with a minor.
That's not helping.
The downfall of Ralph Shorty was swift and dramatic.
Exactly.
Although he retained his seat and salary, the
How?
Oklahoma Senate unanimously voted to strip him of his privileges, including his office, parking space, and positions on committees. Calls for his resignation came from both.
So you're saying you can't strip a senator? Like, I mean, strip him right the fuck out. You can't fucking impeach him? You can't impeach a senator for fucking engaging in prostitution with a fucking minor? All you can do is strip him of his fucking car keys and his fucking... his pet projects? What?
Both Republican and Democratic officials, including the governor herself. 6 days after being charged, Shorty resigned from office. But that was only the beginning. In September of 2017, a federal grand jury indicted Shorty on 4 federal sex trafficking and child pornography charges, which included videos that he was accused of distributing from his smartphone in 2012 and 2013. Shorty pled not guilty. But after the federal charges were announced, the state charges were dropped. A federal trial was scheduled for December of 2017, but on November 19th, Shorty reached an agreement to plead guilty to 1 count of child sex trafficking. The prosecutor agreed to have the child pornography counts removed. Shorty was immediately jailed after pleading guilty and faced a minimum of 10 years in prison. In September of 2018, he was sentenced to a total of 15 years in prison and 10 years of supervised release. In a statement during his sentencing, Shorty apologized to his family.
I don't hear that he's registered as a sex offender, though. How come they're not saying that? Is that all part of the deal? Take away the CP charge, and then that way I don't have to go on the sex offender registry or some shit. He trafficked a minor for prostitution. But they drop the CP charge, and they don't give him a fucking sex offender list designation. Shady, 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 man. Shady, shady, shady. And the fact that they're willing to bend over that far backwards for a fucking perv has a lot to say about his fucking people that are around him. Yeah, they asked him to resign, but they asked him to resign. They didn't fucking boot him the fuck out and say, cops, take him away now. Don't bother with us anymore. Like, what the fuck?
Fellow Christians and his constituents
fellow Christians.
This severe punishment for Shorty's heinous crimes serves as a warning to others who would exploit and harm children. But more importantly, it's a question mark on the credibility of those even in the highest levels of power. His family, fellow Christians, and his constituents.
You know who that was interviewing him
This
there?
severe punishment for Shorty's heinous crimes serves as a warning to others who would exploit and harm children. But
her. You know who that is on the right? That's the girl that was on that fucking ISO-Pale thing. She's the ISO-Pale. She's not the one that said she was pale, though. She's the one that was laughing at the one that said she was pale. Like, ISO-Pale. And she's like, we're on. It's the we're on chick.
But more importantly, it's a question mark on the credibility of those even in the highest levels of power.
Might not be, but
by now, you've seen a sexter who was catfished into an arrest, a groper turned runner who was caught lying, and a senator who is now in year 5 of his sentence. These horrific criminals are a testament to the vulgar criminals who are still out there as your regular Joes. And it's only a matter of time before they're brought to justice.
The other guys, who knows how far
Thanks
they
for
would have
watching.
went if they would have continued. The sexter guy, he looks like he could either be talked into it or talk himself into it. He's dangerous. This guy, the fucking grabber guy, he's 100% fucking, he's been seen to be dangerous. Get that motherfucker off the streets. That other senator dude, he's a greaseball, and he got a fucking sweetheart deal. And I don't understand why they do that. It makes them look so bad. Like, there should be no fucking... Oh, what's this dude, man? Most viewed courtroom moments of all time. Okay, that looks interesting. Let's see how long I can go. I can't go too much more. I'm starting to get tired. But this guy with the sack over his face, I gotta see it. I gotta see what it is.
This is Jeremy Christian, who was found guilty of murdering 2 people in Portland, Oregon. Christian was on a packed train when he suddenly broke out on a racial rant towards 2 young women. You can see bystanders step in to attempt to stop Christian. Unfortunately, the situation escalated and Christian stabbed and killed 2 men and seriously wounding a 3rd. You can see Christian fleeing the crime scene. Passengers of the train followed him and he was arrested about a mile away. During the arrest, you can see Christian in the back of the patrol car.
I'm happy as a motherfucker. Hopefully this motherfucker dies.
Christian was later found guilty of 2 counts of murder and attempted murder. Now at the sentencing, one of the victims delivers a victim impact statement, and this is where Christian has an outburst.
To Mr. Jeremy Christian, your mom should have flogged.
Let's talk about getting all your fucking... I'm confused by her mask. Okay, she's wearing the mask. But it looks like it's a time where they were forcing everybody to wear it. And it says, I can't breathe on it, which is obviously a political statement. But is the political statement about the mask? Or is it just like BLM merchandise? Like, it's not about the mask itself, but the fact that it's a mask kind of pushes the message a bit. Or is it, I can't breathe because I got this mask on and it's just as bad as putting your knee on my neck or some shit. I don't know.
Followed you. You
It's conflicting for me.
are a waste of breath.
Oh yeah.
And when you die and go to hell, I hope you rot.
See you there.
Whoa.
You ain't gonna be mayor either. You ain't gonna be mayor either.
Look at the fucking way he shaved his hair. What the fuck is the purpose? And he rips his mask off to make a point.
After Christian is escorted out of the courtroom, the judge sentenced him to 2
That's a crazy courtroom where they gotta bring you right by the judge to get you out of the courtroom. Talk about fucking just daring them to fucking make a move for the judge.
Consecutive life terms, plus more than 25 years for his other convictions.
That's totally planned.
This is Daniel Villegas. He spent 18 years in prison for a double homicide he never committed. In El Paso, Texas, Villegas was arrested at 16, where an El Paso detective reportedly threatened him with beatings and the death penalty if he did not confess. And the teenage Villegas signed a confession that was prepared by the detectives. He tried to withdraw his confession a few hours after, but by then it was too late. He was charged with 2 counts of capital murder.
What the fuck makes a cop do something like that? Honestly. I don't care if you're innocent or fucking guilty. You'll sign this fucking paper because I need the conviction.
With the false confession being the only piece of evidence, the jury was unable to agree on a verdict. Villegas had a retrial and the jury returned a guilty verdict, and he was given a life sentence. After spending 18 years in prison, the verdict was thrown out, and Villegas remained out on bond where he got married and started a family. But now, we're in the 3rd trial.
If the defendant will please stand.
This is the moment that Villegas will find out if he'll go home with his family or be sent back to prison to serve his life sentence.
The state of Texas versus Daniel Villegas. Verdict form B. We, the jury, find the defendant Daniel Villegas not guilty of...
Villegas is now a free man.
You are no longer...
Now you want to know, this is why you don't have death penalties. This is why, because in the beginning they would have just killed him. They would have said, he's guilty, okay, we got his fucking plea, that's it, we're fucking doing it. Zzz. And that's why they took it away in all the places that they did take it away, because they found that they'd fucked up so many times. They're like, oh, we should stop doing this because actually we're worse than criminals when we do that type of shit. We're taking innocent people and frying their asses. And then going, oops, clerical error afterwards. Oops, we lied. Oops. You don't want death penalty just because of that fucking reason alone. You know damn well it's a game, like I told you earlier, with the prosecutor and the fucking the prosecutor and the public defenders, man. They'll flip a coin, they'll fucking do whatever they want. I got 35 convictions, yeah, okay, I'll throw you a bone this time, this guy can get off. That's if the guy likes you. That's if they both like you. It's a fucking bullshit game, unless you got the money, and then the lawyer will most likely get you off if you got the money. Like, yeah, you don't want the death penalty, because then they'll just use it willy-nilly and fucking...
Longer under any conditions, you are free to leave. Thank you.
Reportedly, Villegas has filed a lawsuit against the city of El Paso.
No doubt.
This is Austin Myers and Timothy Mosley. They were both convicted of murdering 18-year-old Justin Back in Waynesville, Ohio. The two men, Myers and Mosley, went to Back's house in an attempt to rob a safe that belonged to his father. During the robbery, Back was strangled with a choke wire.
The idea of strangling him, that way it would create no mess, pretty much be an easier job to handle. Obviously, Justin was trying to put up a fight, and he wasn't overpowering us.
Justin Back was then stabbed 21 times until he died.
Justin was trying to ask us why. He was pleading to stop and pretty much begging for his life.
On trial, Mosley testified against Myers to obtain a plea bargain, where he pled guilty and was sentenced to life in prison. Finally, for Myers, he takes the stand in front of the jury, asking them to spare his life for his family in hopes of avoiding the death sentence.
If you choose for me to die, it's only going to cause more pain and suffering for another family, not me. It won't hurt me. I won't feel anything. It's going to hurt more innocent people.
This is now the father of Justin Back speaking.
I'm not going to stand up here and tell you how much I hate you. That is without question. I would just hope that every time you close your eyes at night, you see my son, Justin.
After the jury recommended the death sentence, this is Myers' last chance to plead for his life in front of the judge.
I think there's a lot of good things I can do with my life if you allow me to keep my life.
and the judge doesn't buy it. He hands down the maximum sentence.
The defendant does not understand how precious life is. Therefore, the sentence of death shall be imposed upon Austin Gregory Myers on the charge of aggravated murder.
Nothing but a slight nod. At just 19 years old, this made Myers the youngest Ohio individual to be put on death row. He is currently awaiting his execution at Chillicothe Correctional Institution.
There were so many lives destroyed by this, and it was just for nothing. I mean, there was no money in the safe. There was nothing in there. They did this for basically nothing.
This is Michael Swanson, who was 17 when he went on a killing spree of 2 Iowa gas station attendees in the span of an hour.
Where did you shoot? On the body? Yeah. And in the face? In the face? Okay. Why the face? I thought I was just gonna shoot to injure her. Why would I shoot her at all?
Swanson entered a gas station in Algano, Iowa, in a ski mask and a handgun, demanding cash and cigarettes from 47-year-old Vicky Bowman Hall. Despite following the request without hesitation, Swanson still shot.
I was just gonna say, it seems to me like he doesn't give a fuck about that wanting shit out of the cash and the cigarettes. That's just a reason for him to shoot her in the first place. He doesn't give a fuck about that shit. He just needs to be robbing her so that he has a reason to shoot her. Because, look, she responded. She's like, here you go. Take the shit. No problem. Just let me go. And he's like, thank you very much. But no, I'm not letting you go. Like, what a piece of fucking work, man.
Shot and killed her. An hour later in Humboldt, Iowa, Swanson repeated the same act in another gas station, this time killing Sheila Myers. He was arrested 60 miles away from the shooting when authorities identified his vehicle. With both victims following his request but were killed anyways, it indicated that murder was Swanson's primary goal.
There you go.
How did it feel when you pulled the trigger? I mean, some people say that, you know, it feels powerful or that it's kind of a rush, or what did you feel when you pulled the trigger? I felt powerful.
Swanson was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and 2 counts of burglary. All allegations of...
That was leading, and the kid used it right then and there. Did you feel powerful? Yeah, I felt powerful. No, don't lead him like that. Just fucking... How did you feel? Don't give him any more than that. You'll be like, well, he's just pushing him to say that stuff because, well, this guy, he's got a victim complex, so he's just going to agree with the cop all the time because he wants to go to jail.
Of Swanson's motives were answered by himself.
I then intentionally, deliberately, and with premeditation shot the clerk, causing her to die. I did this with a specific intent to kill her.
Now, as one of the victim's daughters gives a victim impact statement, Swanson sits completely emotionless.
How could you do what you did to my mom and my family? I want to know if you're even sorry. Are you sorry for what you did? My mom was not only completely 100% innocent, but she was also a defenseless woman.
If he was given a weapon right now, he'd probably shoot her, as she's saying.
When you came in with that gun, you said you did it for cigarettes and money and so no one could identify you, but I think that's a lie. You did it, as you later said on, that it was so you could feel powerful.
As Swanson was sentenced, he smiled and laughed.
Cold-blooded murder. Cold-blooded murder, young man. You are dangerous. You are unpredictable. Prison.
Not in jail.
For the rest of your life.
He would not be dangerous in prison. No way in hell. They're not going to let him get that fucking dangerous in prison. They'll either fucking put him away in solitary because he's fucking nutso, or they'll put him in Gen Pop where he'll last not too long. And he'll be in custody, protective custody, pretty soon after.
Swanson was given 2 life sentences, and 4 years into his sentence, he slit another inmate's throat.
There you go.
This is...
He's not gonna fucking just sit around in prison. He's gonna egg it on. He's not gonna last that long pulling that shit. That's when you get circled, man. It's not gonna be one guy. If everybody gets scared like that you could just snap at any moment, they'll take care of that. A whole bunch of them at the same time. The only reason he'd be able to move around and do that shit is because the prison guards would have let him to do it.
Bryce Rhodes, who is currently on trial for 3 counts of murder in Louisville, Kentucky. Rhodes reportedly begun his killing spree when he shot and killed an innocent man, mistaking him for another individual. 2 brothers, a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old, were in the car when Rhodes committed the murder. Because they were witnesses to the crime, a few weeks later, Rhodes killed those teenagers as well.
You close to these kids at all? Like cool, we play basketball. I'm cool with a lot of people. Did you hang out with them on a regular basis? It was cool. Yeah, we hung at different times, you know. I need a lawyer, man, if you're gonna keep all in my face.
Trials have been going on for years due to Rhodes' erratic behavior, starting with blowing kisses to people in the courtroom, which included the family of the victims, and next, making hand gestures.
Ma'am, look at me, ma'am! Mr. Rhodes, you're smiling. I don't know why you're smiling.
Because I can't. It's not a crime to smile.
I would suggest you do what helps you, not what hurts you.
Okay. Do what I want to do. Let's get that understood.
Rhodes once had to wear a spit mask because he spit on this attorney.
Nice cheap shot. You a coward. Nice cheap shot. You a coward.
Now, in another court appearance, Rhodes makes some bizarre accusations towards the judge.
I don't know if y'all got some type of sexual relationship going on. Are you some type of racist? Which one is it?
Or are you just wrong in everything that you've made a motion for?
Are you a secret Ku Klux Klan member?
He was defending himself.
With Rhodes' in-court behavior being out of control and him firing several of his lawyers, the trial has been extended much longer than expected. With it still in action, it's safe to say that Rhodes will not be back on the streets anytime soon. This is Antonio Barbeau, who with his best friend Nathan Pop brutally murdered his great-grandmother in an attempted robbery in Sheboygan County, Wisconsin.
We got in, and then I looked to Nate, he nodded, and then I took the first swing.
Okay, and when you say that you took the first swing is with the hand axe?
Yes, sir.
The boys, who were both only 13 at the time, had intended to sneak up at his great-grandmother's and rob her, but upon showing up at the house, they were spotted and invited inside. She was attacked with a hatchet and a hammer, ultimately being struck at least 27 times until she died.
She started heading into the living room falling.
And as she was falling, did you strike her again?
I hit one more time as she was falling.
At any point, did you not have the hand axe during this incident?
Right after that, Nate took it and he used it, the blades.
You guys boys want a couple pieces of pie? I made some nice apple pie. Just got it in the fridge. Just turns around and fucking these little shits go and do their work. Poor old lady.
Out of it.
You said that he took off the sweater. By that, do you mean the sweater that you had given him?
Yes.
Why did he do that?
I think because it was getting in the way.
Getting in the way of what?
Him swinging.
They then stole $155 in cash and some jewelry before stealing the car and ditching it at a local bowling alley, hoping to frame someone else for the crime. A few days later, both boys were arrested. Now in court,
Oh my god, they were both Justin Bieber lookalikes, too.
Barbeau takes the stand to testify.
We were gonna try to scare her to get money and then use force if needed.
And when you say use force if needed, was there a discussion about what type of force you might use?
An attack, I guess to kill.
Barbeau pleaded no contest to first-degree intentional homicide as part of a plea deal, where he was sentenced to life in prison with eligibility for parole in 36 years, where he would then be 50 years old. In his final statement, his lawyer had to finish his thoughts.
I know I don't show my emotions much. I myself am not sure why, but that doesn't mean I don't.
I took away someone's mother, grandma, sister, friend, when I had no right to do so.
Pop was sentenced to life in prison as well, but with a chance of parole when he's 45 years old. This is Christopher McNabb, who is facing charges for the murder of his 2-week-old child in Covington, Georgia. After the child's mother reported the baby missing to police, local law enforcement immediately launched a search. Later that night, McNabb is seen in front of TV cameras begging for his child back.
I want my kid back, man. That's my child, man. I want my kid, man.
The next day, the child's body was found in a nearby wooded area. The cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, which was later ruled a homicide. McNabb was arrested and charged with the murder of his own 2-week-old baby. After he was found guilty, we now move on to the sentencing. McNabb can then be heard claiming his innocence.
I'm innocent. I didn't do it. I've maintained that the whole time. I would never do this. That's all I got to say. I would never do it. I'm innocent.
And now the judge lets McNabb unknowingly choose his own sentence.
You claim you're innocent, so you tell me what sentence the man or woman that you claim did this should receive.
If you ever find out who did them, they deserve to be under the jail.
Okay, so they ought to get the maximum sentence.
Most definitely.
Okay. On the crime of malice murder, I sentence you to life in confinement without parole. On concealing the death of another, I sentence you to...
After McNabb was handed down the max sentence, he was moved to Hays State Prison in Tryon, Georgia, where he is serving his life sentence. This is Susan Mellon. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole, based on an untruthful testimony. She was 42 years old when she was arrested in Los Angeles, California, at a McDonald's while taking her daughter to get a Happy Meal. But that was the last time she would see her child for 7 years, as she was charged for the murder of an ex-boyfriend.
You are under arrest now for murder. I wouldn't do that.
Mellon's conviction was based solely on an informant who claimed that Mellon had confessed the killing to her. She was imprisoned for a total of 17 years, until the informant was proven to be a pathological liar and an unreliable witness. And now, this is the moment that Mellon's case is finally overturned.
The judgment is vacated, the conviction is overturned, and as to Miss Mellon, the case is dismissed.
From tears in one moment to jumping in joy the next. When released, Mellon took her daughter to McDonald's to deliver that long-awaited Happy Meal. The state of California awarded Mellon $597,000 in compensation, and reportedly, the Los Angeles City Council agreed to pay $12 million to Susan Mellon. This is Nico Jenkins, who was convicted on 4 counts of murder when he went on a killing spree in the span of 10 days in Omaha, Nebraska. At 15 years old, Jenkins was sent to a youth correctional facility and served a 10-year sentence in prison for carjacking and assault. A month after his release, Jenkins shot and killed 2 individuals in a robbery. 8 days later, his next victim was a former inmate he originally met in prison. He was shot and killed in his own garage. 2 days after that, Jenkins killed his 4th victim in a carjacking. Jenkins was arrested for unrelated charges, but it was here that cops were able to pin the ammo used in one of the killings to Jenkins.
Do you not realize I got Nico Jenkins? Do you not realize that? I got Nico Jenkins. I got you. What do you mean you got me? I got your DNA at the murder scene. I got your DNA in the car. Sir. I got the weapon. I got Nico Jenkins.
Jenkins pleaded no contest to 4 counts of first-degree murder. He also waived his right to a jury trial, meaning a 3-judge panel will decide if he is innocent or guilty.
Each one of these murders was a deliberate and planned act. The victims were pre-selected and the murders were purposeful.
After Jenkins is found guilty of all 4 murders, he sits still with a little movement. And now comes his sentence.
Therefore, this panel finds that the death penalty is appropriate, should be, and is hereby given for each of the 4 murders by the defendant.
As Jenkins is sentenced to death, he seems to be completely unfazed. He is currently incarcerated at the Nebraska State Penitentiary awaiting his death sentence. This is Ryan Stone, a Colorado man that went on a crime spree that spanned 5 counties and was broadcasted live by a news station's helicopter. Stone was convicted of carjacking 3 vehicles, including one with a 4-year-old inside the SUV. Authorities said when Stone sped away, he led police on a chase at speeds over 100 miles per hour. If we rewind here, you can just barely see a vehicle that Stone was driving clipping a trooper with the Colorado State Patrol as he was trying to play stop sticks. He ended up with serious injuries. You see Stone pull out another victim from their vehicle and drive off. He heads right into a busy intersection. And now, the chase is on foot. He books it off the road into a parking lot, running in between 2 buildings. As he slips on the ice, he loses his jacket. cops now close in and he finally surrenders. Stone is now in the county jail, but he believes he should be getting paid for his internet fame while bragging to his friends about the high-speed chase.
Hey, did you know I made the news in the UK and Australia?
Oh my god.
What? Yeah. We get paid by YouTube. So, Channel 7 News, I believe, is going to be the one that gets paid for that. Well, I'm going to contact Channel 7 News. I want to get paid. You guys are getting paid using my name and my video footage.
During his opportunity to address the court about the recordings in jail, Stone blames it on emotional stress and the use of drugs.
We are going through trial after that. It was a week and a half trial. Extremely stressful. One of the phone calls about seeming like I was bragging about making international news, this, that, and the other. That was within the first week of being arrested. Still coming off of drugs.
Stone was convicted of 18 charges, including attempted manslaughter, child abuse, and assault. Then, the judge sentenced him to 160 years in prison. This is Tanner Jacobson, and to his right is Cody Howard, and they're in Chehalis, Washington. They are both dressed in prisoner uniforms and handcuffed as they appear on the 3rd floor of the Lewis County Courthouse. Jacobson is in for charges of reckless driving and driving with a suspended license. Howard is in for charges of 2nd-degree burglary, 1st-degree trafficking in stolen property, 3rd-degree driving with a suspended license, and 2 warrants for failure to appear in court. Right here is Judge R.W. Buzzard. It appears there are no deputies in the room. Then Howard and Jacobson decide to do the unexpected and make a run for it. First goes Howard, then Jacobson. It appears this bystander almost goes after the escapees, but is held back. Judge Buzzard doesn't hesitate. You can see him ripping off his robe and going after the 2 men. They just made it out of the courtroom, but they're still in their handcuffs and sandals. Now, in the 3rd floor stairwell, Judge Buzzard is closing in. With only 1 more floor to go, it's going to be a close one. After Jacobson takes a quick look around, he's out the door and gone. But for Howard, not that easy. Judge Buzzard caught up and captured him. Jacobson was later picked up a couple blocks away.
I only get like 4 blocks and then I stopped. Like I just stopped on my own. I'm like, what am I doing right now?
I said, what am I doing? What did I just do? I gotta go with it now. There's nothing, I can't stop right here. There's nothing I can do now. I'm screwed.
We were sitting there on the benches together and he's like, I'm gonna run. It was just a split second like decision. I don't even know why I did it. Like I would be out of here if I wouldn't have ran.
They were both charged with 2nd-degree escape. Reportedly, Jacobson was sentenced to 1 year and 1 day, and Howard was sentenced to just over 3 years behind bars. This is Kimberly Kessar, who was charged with the murder of her coworker in Nassau County, Florida.
Jordan Beard is Jolene Cummings' cousin.
Kessar was working at a Tangles hair salon under a fake name. She reportedly was on the run for 25 years and wanted in several states. She wouldn't be found until she brutally murdered her coworker with scissors and allegedly disposed of her body. This is Kessar after she was arrested and awaiting trial.
Are we on mute anyway, so I can say whatever the I want?
We're not on mute.
Oh, okay.
And this is what it was like to supervise her in jail.
We began to remove feces from styrofoam trays in the back of her cell and smeared orange salt on the walls. She began to throw feces at Smith, Miller, and I.
Now, in the trial, she had to go to a separate room due to her outbursts.
I refuse it. I have refused it. I refuse the public defender's office. They appointed Jolene Cummings' cousin as my public defender. What, you don't want the public to know that?
And she continuously made false claims about her former public defender.
Jordan Beard is Jolene Cummings' cousin. Jordan Beard is Jolene's cousin.
She was later found guilty of 1st-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison without parole.
paroles for all.
This is Donta Wright, who at 17 years old shot and killed a Pioneer High School student in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Wright and 2 others jumped and attacked the 18-year-old student in an attempt to rob him. While fighting back, he was shot in the head, and his body was left on a path until a maintenance worker found him. The boys were caught soon after and arrested. It was here Wright was supposed to have a pre-trial hearing, but instead he admitted to the crime in return for a plea deal.
Did you in fact rob Jordan Fleet?
Yeah.
And did you use a gun to place him in fear in order to take his property?
Yeah.
And as a result of that armed robbery, what did you do with that gun and Mr. Jordan Fleet?
Shot him.
And where did you shoot him?
On top. That's it.
And did you kill him with that shot?
Yes.
Now, at his sentencing, the victim's family delivers a victim impact statement.
Your Honor, my name is Courtney Clay, and I'm Karen's cousin.
about
She's
something
asked me to
else.
read this on her behalf. I've lost my only child, my son, my baby, my friend. More than that, I've lost laughter and love. I no longer have the hope of having grandchildren. I've lost the enjoyment of holidays and birthdays and of everyday life. There will never be an answer good enough to satisfy why you shot my son.
Wright can be seen smirking and seemingly showing no remorse.
Your actions have led you to a prison cell, but have also created an empty cell that I live in every day. While you can still hope to be released one day, I'll never escape my hell. You are still alive, but Jordan has no future.
And now, it's Wright's turn to address the court for his actions.
I just want to tell y'all, I'll be home soon. R.I.P. Keon, I love my family.
And now the judge threatens to throw out the plea deal.
Watching you sit there, smile and laugh and shake your head like this was no big deal, I'm very tempted to just say, I'm not going to accept this sentence agreement. We'll go to trial. And if you're convicted of felony murder, you'll go to prison for the rest of your life. That means you'll die there. That's what I'm tempted to do.
After an hour-long recess, the judge and prosecution finally decided to accept the plea deal. He is currently facing a 25 to 52-year prison sentence. This is Seth Welch and Tatiana Fusari, a religious farming couple living in Cedar Springs, Michigan, and they are charged with murder of their 10-month-old girl, Mary Welch. Reportedly, they told police they noticed the baby was skinny and underweight, but did not seek medical attention because of their religious beliefs and mistrust of medicine and the government. This is the 911 call of the father when he reportedly found his child dead.
How long ago did you find this child?
It's about an hour and a half. I was waiting. I called my lawyer first thing to ask, what's the next thing I could do.
So you found the child an hour and a half ago?
Yeah.
And called your lawyer first, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. When was the last time you had contact with a child?
Last night, yesterday afternoon, about 3 p.m. She goes to bed, and that was that.
Okay, so you put her to bed yesterday at 3 p.m.?
Yeah, and then this morning at 10.
So you're saying it is normal for your children to sleep from around 3 p.m. till 10 a.m.?
Usually about 9:30, yeah.
And you said when you found her, she was already believed to be deceased, right?
Yes.
And that's when you consulted with a lawyer?
Yep.
Do you believe she was beyond help already?
Oh, yeah, she was dead at the door now.
Soon after, the autopsy revealed that the cause of death was malnutrition and dehydration due to neglect by the adult caregivers. And this is the moment they realize they will be spending the rest of their life behind bars.
That you're both charged with what they call felony murder, while in the perpetration or attempted perpetration of child abuse in the first degree, they're alleging that you murdered one Mary Welch. That is a charge called homicide felony murder. It is life without parole. It requires a DNA sample to be taken upon arrest, which is often like a cotton swab or in the inside of your cheek. The second offense that you're both charged with is called child abuse in the first degree, where they're alleging you knowingly or intentionally caused serious physical harm to a child. They're talking about this Mary Welch. It is a felony, possible penalty of up to life imprisonment or any term of years less than life.
This is Damon Kemp. He is charged with the double murder of his roommates in Daytona Beach, Florida. Police were called to investigate a burglary at an apartment complex, and it was here Kemp allegedly confessed to the murders. He was originally staying with his two roommates when both individuals were shot several times in the apartment. During Kemp's bond hearing, he's now escorted into court in a wheelchair.
God! 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 God!
The judge tries to get Kemp's attention, but he's completely ignored.
Mr. Kemp?
God!
Damon Kemp. I'm going to conduct your first appearance.
God!
For the victim's family, it got so tough they had to walk out. Kemp is currently in the Volusia County Jail awaiting his trial. This is Eric Kelly, who was sentenced to life in prison for a robbery and murder he did not commit in Passaic County, New Jersey. Kelly was 28 when he was taken into custody after a man was killed working at a video store. Kelly suffered a tragic brain injury, making him suffer a cognitive disability, and he had trouble processing information from detectives and allegedly admitted to the crime, even though he had not done it. Despite no physical evidence, he was convicted and put in prison. It wouldn't be until 24 years later the case was reopened, and major advancements in DNA testing proved that Kelly was not at the crime scene.
Therefore, in light of the foregoing reasons, the motion for a new trial is hereby granted.
A new trial was granted, and Kelly is now outside of prison for the first time in almost a quarter century, still with the fear he might go back.
My legal team, I want to thank them. I want to thank my family. Just want to get back to like actually living for once.
Surprisingly, the prosecution later dismissed all pending charges against him. Kelly reportedly received $1 million in state compensation.
Shit. Alright, man, well, that's it for me. I don't want to fucking pass out live on air. I've done that mistake a couple times. And yeah, it's really not that exciting. It just gets really fucking loud. The snoring is unbearable. So I want to thank everybody that came through, man. It was a nice, chill night, man. Some new people come through, man. Thank everybody for coming and watching. Like, comment, subscribe. You know the drill. And we'll see you tomorrow night for Saturday Night TV and Sunday night for Sunday Night City. Till then, I will see you later. I said later, man.